That gift is a God-sent blessing, reserved for the lucky chosen ones who have finally turned 12. The whole village buzzed with happiness. Everyone was laughing and grinning like the world couldn't go wrong. So when the day turned weirdly lively, someone from the house window leaned in and told the father, "You feel it too, right?" Right behind him, his father said it was only natural. Today was the one day their whole family couldn't mess up, because every villager was praying for the day a brand new lord finally stepped forward, sharp with a blade and ready to wield a sword. Royal power crumbled and the whole kingdom plunged into chaos as rival lords clawed for territory. Then the protagonist realized the lord's son was supposed to be exceptional, and his father even promised, "You'll inherit our strength." People swore gifts run in the blood like a curse. His mom's gift was tied to loneliness, but his dad, he carried the top-tier sacred sword technique. That insane power let him barrel straight into the heart of the enemy's lines, and word of his rampages blew past their borders. Because of his gift, his father climbed into the spotlight, becoming a marquis and swelling his holdings until they stretched to the size of major lords' territories. Honestly, none of this would have happened without his one-of-a-kind gift, no question. His father turned to Luke and told him straight up that he believed in him with all his heart. Luke just smiled and nodded back like he was already on board. When the long-awaited day finally hit, every villager packed into the tiny church and two boys stood before the priest, while behind them an enormous crowd surged shoulder to shoulder. The priest declared that two sons would be blessed today, and everyone instantly wrote off Raoul, the concubine's boy, as if he didn't even deserve a decent gift. But then he turned to the young master and the whole room shifted. The priest demanded silence, and with that breathless pause, he started his story. Everyone went stone still with nerves on edge. Then the priest boomed that Mr. Luke's gift was a total shock, and the young man instantly blushed hot. The whole crowd froze and stared at one another in shock. The guy clutched his chest, baffled, asking himself what kind of wild construction skill this was, like, what on earth kind of gift was that, because he couldn't make sense of it at all. The priest snapped his head side to side and admitted he had no clue what kind of gift it was, then insisted, no way could it help in a fight. The protagonist's face went grim, shouting that it couldn't be true, and the entire crowd erupted in restless panic. Suddenly, Luke got shoved hard in the back and Raoul shoved him aside like it was nothing. Luke was next. Raoul whipped his glare forward while the crowd started muttering about his brutal bad luck, remembering Luke's mother had never had a gift. The priest planted himself right in front of Raoul and solemnly declared that Lord Raoul's gift was the sacred sword technique. Then everyone in the room erupted in delight, chanting it back over and over, until the boy's face broke into a huge grin. The entire crowd erupted into cheers, and everyone shouted that this was pure, perfect joy. Then the main character felt his body start to tremble as he stared at his family. His father ruffled his other son's head, grinning that Raoul was exactly what he'd expected. The boy slowly shifted his eyes to his mother, and she was seething, glaring at everything like none of it was good enough. They stood a little apart, eyes locked, as the head of the family leaned in and talked to another woman, plus her son right there beside her. After a while, the hero stood beside the cart, scanning the land he used to call home, the people he once swore were his family and friends. Luke finally broke away. He hugged his father and mother goodbye and promised them he was leaving for good. He seethed to himself that not a single soul even bothered to show up. No one would see him off or walk with him to the edge of the village. Up until that day, everyone spoiled him rotten because they called him the future lord. Then, as if the world flipped a switch, he leapt into the carriage. He got what was happening, but his heart still sank like a stone, aching in a way he couldn't stand. And that's how his journey kicked off. This young man stared straight ahead, drowning in heavy melancholy, because now he had to trek into the deserted wildlands north of his father, Marquis Albert's territory. Before the young man even had a chance to breathe, a dead stretch of land, abandoned for years and drained dry, lay in front of him, and now he was ordered to tame this brutal wasteland packed with savage creatures. It was his younger brother, Raoul, seated like a king on the throne, who sparked it, shouting Luke's name loud and furious, claiming that with the village-building gift, conquering and developing these lands would be a breeze for his brother. He dumped Luke out in the wilds like a death sentence, and just like that, Luke was gone. Raoul's word became law and nobody dared challenge him. Bet loads of people wished Luke would vanish the moment possible, because nobody could stand that useless letdown of a guy. In these wild, chaotic times, Raoul's aggressive streak might be exactly what the people needed, because the hero himself was never built to fight. Even after all the careful planning, Albert never wanted to kill. His house had been famous for warriors for ages, yet for some reason he was the strangest one of all. He scribbled in the carriage while sprawled on the bunk, still stunned by how everything had spiraled, because blurry memories kept flooding in: big cities, towering buildings, until he shut his eyes and realized the real world didn't match a single one of those dreams. A week later, the cart screeched to a stop. Then the driver told the young man, "We're here." Luke stared straight ahead, trying to stay calm, but his eyes snapped wide with shock. Luke stood alone in a brutally desolate stretch of nowhere, so empty and lifeless it felt way worse than anything he'd ever heard or imagined, with not a single thing in sight to offer hope or comfort. Northward, a massive, dense forest loomed on the horizon, swallowing the distance in one dark wave, while to the east, a mighty mountain range clawed the sky with jagged, sharp peaks. Between those barriers stretched a deadly no-man's land, packed with wild, vicious creatures that never stopped roaming, so you stayed as far away as you could. Still, the young man pushed forward, suitcase in hand, hauling everything he'd need. He'd heard these creatures almost never pushed this far into the territory he was in right now, but you could never trust rumors for a second. Then, out of nowhere, a voice snapped from behind him, calling, "Master Luke." It was Milia, still clutching her suitcase, and she grilled him, asking if this place was truly as empty and dead as it looked the moment they arrived. She kept her chin up and begged her master not to lose hope. Then the young man stared back, clueless, and she went still, asking, "You're not as crushed as I thought?" Luke flashed a smile and said, "I'm fine." He figured there was no point in falling apart. The girl clenched her fists and said that even with everything going wrong, he still kept his head up, and then she blurted out, "Master Luke was just plain amazing." Luke asked Milia if she was really sure she wanted to stay with him, now that the wagon was already gone from sight. Then the girl slammed her hand to her chest and shouted, "What do you mean, Master Luke?" She reminded him, plain and sharp, that she was now his personal servant, bound by oath. Milia had sworn that come what may, she'd serve him to the very end, never stepping away from his side. The young man called her name, staring right at the maid. He broke into a grin, cheeks warming with pure joy, and realized she was amazing. Maybe even destined to be the head maid one day, so who would have guessed there were still people out there who actually cared about him this much? The hero radiated pure happiness, while the girl buried her real plan and told herself she followed him because she loved him, plus dear Master Luke was exactly her type. Luke couldn't figure out why the air suddenly turned heavy and gloomy, and then the girl cleared her throat. Turning to Luke, she said they had two choices, and even he looked confused, so Melia snapped into an explanation. First, they could try to tame that barren land. The food they carried would stretch for a month, but they'd never grow anything fast enough before the time ran out. Milius pitched the second plan: run away together and vanish to another city, starting a whole new life. She flashed a huge grin and clocked that nobody was watching them. Perfect, because this was about to get easy. The young man pondered it, convinced Milia would choose the second path. Then Luke suddenly froze, shot his hand up, and blurted that ever since he'd gotten the village creation gift, he'd never once managed to use it, and he had no clue what kind of power it even was. The boy clenched his fists even tighter, like he could finally unleash all that pent-up power. Then a window materialized right in front of him, and he yelped back in shock. The girl was stunned too. She had no clue what was going on. On the window, it said the spot was perfect for a village, and it basically asked him, "So, you want to build it here?" Milia asked if her real feelings were showing on her face, then snapped that it looked awful, because she was terrified he might be seeing her warped expression without meaning to. The protagonist grinned, then told Milia to back up a little. She'd practically climbed straight into the notification window, and her face was totally red. She jerked back and blurted out an apology, her worry crashing over her like a wave. The hero muttered that Milia couldn't see it, but the letters weren't from this world. This place was meant for a village. The boy froze, staring at the letters like they were haunting him because he recognized them. Did he know them in some past life? Luke carried memories of a life he couldn't recall, from a whole other world with one brutal gap. he had no idea what kind of person he used to be. He still clung to the lore and customs of that world, and those memories made him feel out of place no matter where he stood, like his gift had branded him differently. The maid stared at him with a sharp, puzzled look. The boy blurted that he wasn't sure it would work, but he'd try to build the village. Then he tapped the consent button and a blazing beam of light erupted, flooding the whole area around the heroes. The main character froze in shock as the girl pointed out that the ground around them turned smooth out of nowhere. Then a notification popped up and the message hit hard. This was now Luke's village, right on the first level. He stared at the buildings and wondered would they pop into existence the same way the village did. First, he needed somewhere to crash, so his mind latched onto a hut. Then the system chimed in, spend 10 points to build it. The moment the prompt hit, he nodded and agreed. Right then, a massive wooden house burst into view out of nowhere, chalked with a puff of light smoke, and the girl gasped, blurted her master's name. Luke watched it unfold, grinned, blushed hard, and shook his head like, no way asterisk. Then it hit him, this had to be his gift. While he was lost in thought, the hero realized he still had 40 points to burn, and that 10 more would be restored every single day, too. He then turned to Milia and asked if he should slap down another hut or try something different. Milia blinked in shock because she couldn't believe he could build way more than huts. She insisted that right then they had to find a well. One hut would be plenty for the two of them, because they needed water, not food, since without it a person can't last more than a few days. The girl even dared to think they could keep living in that tiny hut, and the young man snapped to attention. The well comes first, then thrust up his hand, and a massive well materialized in front of them, lighting up everything around again. The maid gasped in pure joy, blurting that it was unbelievable, her eyes glittering like they were about to burst with happiness. As she crept toward the well, she saw the lid wouldn't budge. Then the guy showed up, spotted the lever, and tossed it off like it was nothing, and the girl snapped back in disbelief. The castle still needed fixing, and the main character couldn't believe the world even had no column at all. With just 10 points left, he grinned and said they could build something else today. Melia gasped that they needed a plantation, and the boy immediately agreed. Then out of nowhere, something grabbed his attention and the hero's eyes snapped wide open. He locked eyes with the girl, and when she froze at how close he was, she blurted out what was going on. Then a window snapped into view, offering to settle her in the village. Not fully getting what it meant, the protagonist blurted to his companion that with this gift's power, he could register residence. Milia laughed back, "Of course not, I'd be thrilled," and her whole face lit up with pure joy. The guy nodded, grateful. He stared at the village and realized it was packed with even more people now, and that his score would rise or fall based on how many villagers showed up. Then the question hit him, could he become a villager himself? He wasn't trying to boost the population on purpose, he just stood there, lost in thought. Right then, Milia lunged into him and clung on tight, then cackled that she'd be totally fine spending forever like this, just the two of them. The protagonist spun around and stared at her, but she just shrugged it off, saying nothing was going on. Then the scene snapped to Luke's village, level 1, with the daily tick of 10 points rolling in, and yeah, it still wasn't enough to build a plantation, so Luke had to bite his tongue and wait until tomorrow. Day slipped away into night, and the moon climbed over the mountain valley like a spotlight, while the young man lay beside Milia on the bed, staring into the dark, replaying his surprise gift in his head. His eyes clung to the window, drinking in the endless sky, and he remembered how that gift first crushed him with despair, until he finally understood what made it special, and somehow joy bloomed in him from how everything turned out. He recoiled at wars, land grabs, and rivers of blood, because in this world one massacre just gets wiped away by the next, and he still dared to dream of peace for everyone. With his eyes shut tight, the protagonist swore it would all work out. Then a small, satisfied smile finally broke across his face. He pictured how he'd unleash this gift to reshape the earth, building a world brimming with joy. Then he saw himself roaming his land, animals at his side, exactly the kind of life he was born to live. He lay there soaking in Mila's warmth, and right then, bam, she snapped her eyes open and stared at her master, loving every second of having him all evening, while sweat poured down the protagonist's body like he couldn't breathe. On a bright, sun-drenched day, the young beauty wheeled toward her father and demanded forgiveness for the choice that drove her to abandon their home. The man closed in, demanding to know what she meant by her words. Then the daughter snapped back that he should take them exactly as they were, adding she was sick to death of what was going on because back then even a child's engagement could serve a huge, strategic purpose. Even the thought of getting engaged to Luke's brother crushed her. It felt completely unbearable. Her father snapped that Albert's lands still belonged to Mr. Raoul and that she needed to think of the family's well-being, so she bolted out in a fury, insisting he'd never be her husband, even if it meant death instead of an engagement, until the guards slammed in and blocked her path. The girl shot them a razor-sharp glare and let them know one wrong move and her request would turn into something far worse. The guards froze in place, staring like they'd been hit by lightning. Then she marched straight past them, shutting the door on their hesitation as they trembled behind her. Bright morning sun spilled into their little hut, bathing everything in golden light, and Luke and Milia slept side by side on the same bed while she clung to him like she wouldn't let go. So he finally shifted, feeling so uneasy, and decided they needed to build another hut. Melia demanded to know why one hut couldn't hold them, and the boy's eyes widened when he realized she wasn't asleep at all. She snapped upright and told him a maid must always wake before her master. The hero hauled himself up, clocking that Milia wasn't a maid anymore, so yeah, she could finally sleep in. Her fists tightened, and she shot back that she was a real, full-fledged villager now with respect for Master Luke as a sure thing. The protagonist finally caught up to her own thoughts and Milia beamed as she nodded along. Because the girl couldn't forget how thrilled she'd been back when she was accepted as a maid in Mr. Albert's domain, back when she was barely 12 years old. Milia was drowning in memories of her past, born into a small, barely known but still aristocratic family, and then she hit the wall. She never got the blessing because it demanded a fortune she just couldn't afford. She had just two roads ahead: become a maid for the top aristocracy or stay working among people like her, but luck hit hard when she landed a job with the Albert family, whose estates were exploding with growth, even though she had zero experience as a maid. She suddenly let the plate slip and it shattered at her feet, pure horror, because that moment became a turning point, sealing her fate, and she finally understood she'd just broken Mrs. Isabella's favorite plate. From behind her, the lady's voice snapped, asking Milia what happened. Did she really smash the plate? Milia went ice cold, tears flooding her eyes as panic slammed her chest, and she started apologizing non-stop like she could undo it. Then, out of nowhere, another apology rang out nearby and young Luke stood there, staring at the maid with wild curiosity, waiting as she finally turned to him. The boy told his mom he wanted to show Amelia the play, but the moment he moved, it slipped and smashed to the ground. His mother shot him a worried look, asking if he was hurt, then she let out a deep, heavy sigh. The girl stared at the chaos, trying to wrap her head around it, while the mistress snapped around to the maid and ordered her to watch Luke even more closely, because he was still just a kid. Milia nodded right along. She was still totally lost, scrambling to make sense of it all. Then Luke suddenly closed the distance, stared straight at her, and she jerked back, caught by the force of his eyes. The boy lifted a finger, spoke softly, and basically told his mom, "I don't think you'll get mad." His cheeks blushed a little and he beamed. That day, Milia's face flipped like a switch, pure, unstoppable gratitude crashing through her. Because right in that moment, that 3-year-old gentleman had locked his way into her heart forever. After a moment, Luke slid up to Milia and said he had 20 points, just enough to kick off a plantation, and the instant the words hit, she blurted, "So you'd really work for me?" The boy snaps back that he won't be treated like some kid, and Milia recalls how Mr. Luke swallowed her sin to spare her all the trouble. So the hero wipes his sweaty forehead and vows, this is his village, and he'll do everything he can. The girl was completely blown away by his wisdom and kindness, and his gentle sweetness hit her so hard she couldn't help but get flustered. When the boy stepped up to her, Milia forced out that she'd handle the seedlings, even though nerves were practically crawling over her skin. The young man didn't back off. He coaxed her gently, then kept urging her to do everything the right way, promising it would work wonders. All she could do was stare and quietly admit the only thing she'd caught in his words was pure kindness. Twilight swallowed the sky as the protagonist hauled water to wash up, muttering that even with 2 people, sewing had eaten the whole day. Then his eyes snapped wide like something just hit him. A distant roar hit the air and he froze mid-motion. Not knowing what was coming, he wiped off with a towel and realized he never expected monsters to strike this soon, so he decided that tomorrow he'd finally plan how to stay protected. The very next day, the heroes started hauling up a watchtower and their whole world of sight suddenly blew wide open. Melia watched from the sidelines, her heart sparking with inspiration. In the days that followed, they were non-stop, digging, planting, and soaking everything with water, while a clay fence went up to keep intruders out and let them pick whatever shape they wanted. The next day, the girl was busy washing clothes and the boy kept planting. A few days later, the first shoots burst out of the soil, and both of them lit up with pure joy. Even the maid couldn't stop smiling. She told Luke about the escapes, then the protagonist grinned like everything was finally safe, until a brutal scream shattered the air. He yanked out his weapon, sure it was some monster, but the girl started scaling the watchtower, then abruptly stopped dead in her tracks. She realized if she climbed that ladder, she'd be exposed for everyone to see, and the panic hit like a shockwave, making her blush hard and break into a cold, sweaty mess. Melia couldn't stop imagining what might happen if Master Luke stared at her with that strange, electrifying anticipation. Meanwhile, the protagonist kept her eyes locked on the horizon, hunting for any sign of movement and calling out if she spotted someone. Then it hit the girl. He didn't even mind her being there. At last, she blurted the news that a squad of goblins was charging straight toward them. The boy screamed in pure terror, and she started to relax for a second, thinking the goblins couldn't possibly scale a fence that tall, until her voice was ripped away by a horror-filled gasp as she watched Hal climb up on top of their shoulders, turning their backs into a brutal ladder with unbelievable ingenuity. The young man knew they were out of options, so he barked at the girl to stay on the tower while everything shifted into place. Because the protagonist remembered that fencing training makes getting a gift easier, meaning he'd been drilling since he was a kid. Sure, it didn't magically fix anything, but at least the grind wasn't wasted. Right then, a massive, ferocious goblin came charging at him, its huge fangs bared and its long claws ready to slash. The young warrior snapped his sword up to parry every strike, barely keeping the enemy's blade from cutting him down, and once he clocked how slow the attacks were, his nerves vanished and he started winning. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream tore from the side and a fresh attack slammed into him. He barely swatted it away, then snapped to the truth. He had to end this fast before they piled up. Right as he realized it, a goblin barreled straight for his face and the hero didn't get a single second to react. A gunshot cracked out without warning and the enemy crumpled to the ground instantly. The frozen young man just stared, realizing it was all unfolding right in front of his eyes. A towering figure loomed over him from the fence, and she said it had been ages since they'd last seen each other. He jerked back the second he recognized Selene. She stood over him, eyes drifting downward, then her face lit up with a smile and he burst out her name. Selene Baselight, the Ice Blade Princess with 2 blades and water and ice magic, burst onto the scene before the hero, the Duke's daughter and Luke's ex-fiancée. The hero's mind flashed back to her from his childhood visits, and he couldn't stop wondering what dragged her to this place. Hunched forward, the girl stared at how much she'd grown since their last meeting 2 years ago, and the young man nodded, then right away demanded to know why she looked different. Selene snapped back that she'd run away from home and even stuck out her tongue, and the guy blurted in shock. She then corrected herself. She'd called off the engagement because once Luke was gone, Raoul stepped in, and that's exactly why everything blew up. The hero couldn't make sense of it. Selene snapped that she'd rather die than marry a man like that, then swore that bolting from home was the only escape, and the guy nearly lost it because didn't she just used to be engaged to him? He froze for a heartbeat, then shoved his way forward and blurted out an apology, admitting he never even clocked how reluctant she was. Then he told her he got it because trying to be a girl is brutal when someone else picks your husband, and the girl just stared, stunned, asking if he'd really understood her right. Frowning, she admitted the truth. Raoul was the groom, and that's why she hesitated. If it had been the young man himself, she would have said yes. Then Selene finally opened up and confessed her feelings to him. Out of nowhere, Maid Melia came sprinting in and shoved her aside, rage blazing in her eyes as she defended her master and snapped at Selene to stop. The girl stared the maid down and demanded her name, and the maid puffed up with pride. She was the very first resident of the village. With her hand pressed to her heart, she added, "It's a village named after Mr. Luke." Selene snapped her head to Luke and asked how he was holding up since she'd heard he was sent to clear this whole area. Then she stared at everything around them, mouth gaping, asking if he really did all of it himself. Luke just grinned, opened the notification window, and decided to show it all. The window basically told him to raise a clay barn warehouse so the products lasted longer and bugs couldn't get in, and then, out of nowhere, a massive barn rose right in front of them. After a puff of smoke, the girl stared at him in total shock, her whole body going rigid as she refused to believe what she was seeing, while Milia stood behind, grinning with pride as he watched Luke pull it off. The protagonist leaned in and told her this was what his gift could do, build settlements from the ground up. And Melia snapped back that she'd never heard of a power like that, wondering if the field was really his work at all, but the young man just confirmed it. These were his abilities. The girl stared at him with pure admiration, stunned that anyone could build all this in such a short time, while the guy's eyes snapped to a notification flashing on his panel. It dangled one chance to tuck Mila into the village, and it even gave him a choice. Yet he swatted that idea away fast, insisting he couldn't let her live in a place like that. The girl just stared back at him, confused. The young man spun toward Mila and demanded, "Are you really sure about this?" Because he knew his family wouldn't just shrug off the divorce. He said the Baselight family's military muscle was weaker, and that for his clan this marriage mattered because it would stretch their domain. While the Baselights got a boost too, since their own power was modest. Yet with the Albert family surrounded by neighbors, their position was still a tough one. Milia couldn't shake her doubts. Sure, the Alberts might want to handle their home, but enemies already hemmed them in from every side. Meanwhile, the protagonist clocked the real reason they could still swing the tide, because his family carried two martial gifts that boosted their battle power through the roof. Selene flashed a confident grin and said, "We're covered, don't worry, we've got a backup plan." And since her younger brother had just received a terrifyingly powerful gift, she was certain it would all somehow click into place. She turned to the guy and it looked like she could actually live there. He froze, then blurted that she could stay. Without hesitation, she snapped that she wasn't coming back and had nowhere else to go. Right then, the hero got a notification. Selene had suddenly become a resident of the village, and he couldn't believe it happened without permission, without his say-so. But before he could fully react, he realized the catch. Now he was getting 12 points every single day. Luke quickly figured out there was something bigger on the line. No matter what he could do, their place was still broke, dinner was still thin, and she figured his talent would mean a fresh start somewhere better. So Selene bowed her head and asked him if he'd mind her staying there, but he quickly said that's not what he meant. Milia and Selene burned with instant dislike, and you could see it on their faces, sharp glares, open contempt, and pure aggression snapping between them like a live wire, turning the air into something eerie and painfully tense. For a long time, the main character couldn't figure out why the rage between them ran so deep. He guessed it all traced back to their first meeting. And that first encounter probably didn't go as smoothly as either of them wanted to admit. The maid flashed Selene a grin and muttered that there wasn't even a real bath or comfy beds. This place was totally wrong for a lady like her, born into aristocracy and used to comfort. Selene snapped her arms to her chest, told her with full confidence that this was just how battles worked, and then she pressed Melia hard. "Tell me, can you really keep Luke safe if those monsters come back and things go critical?" Milius flashed a grin and said right here, status didn't mean a thing. She was the village's first inhabitant, so Selene was her junior, plain and simple, and from this day on she'd have to keep proving it every single moment. The girl's cheeks flared with awkward embarrassment as she shot out sarcasm, saying Selene wasted no time declaring herself above everyone else. Then Melia's irritation hit hard and she didn't even try to hide it. The maid nodded, then casually added that her breasts were so small they barely registered. Selene screamed with pure resentment and tried to defend herself, swearing she used to be bigger and that it was coming back again. Then she pointed out the gap from top to bottom and kept on fighting her case. Melia blurted that at 15 her chest was way bigger and Selene immediately broke into a nervous sweat. Luke hovered behind her and tried to break it up, but the girls kept snapping at each other. The hero finally stepped back, sick of what was unfolding. Night swallowed the world and the boy shut his eyes tight, begging his mind to tune out the endless screams. Still, unhappiness crushed him. Selene barged into the hut and demanded, way too loud, why everyone was crammed into one tiny room. Then the maid, still clutching the young master, spun around and told Selene to explain what was wrong, and Selene just said the whole setup felt off. The maid insisted nobody was forcing her. If she wanted, she could step outside and sleep. and the girl wasn't ready for this sudden twist, while the young man figured the barn's construction left him short on construction points, so if he'd had enough he would have slapped up another hut. Suddenly, the thought hit him, sleep in the barn, and every girl snapped around like they'd been punched, breaking into a cold sweat because nobody was okay with that. Millie snapped that this couldn't be right since he was the village elder, and Celine shot back to put the maid to sleep in the barn, while the guy just watched the whole thing with zero excitement. Million clocked that the other girl had her sights set on Mr. Luke, and when she confessed she knew it was wrong, she let her mind run wild with nasty what-ifs. Then Celine snapped back fast, insisting she'd never said anything like that. He tried to settle in, but once again he pushed to sleep in the barn until the girls' sharp voices cut him off and ordered him to stop. In the end, all three finally wound up side by side, and the main character planted himself right between the two beauties. The maid grinned and said he still snuggled nicely like always, then reminded him that they all slept together. Celine's shame hit instantly, her cheeks flared red, and cold sweat drenched her all over. The young man sat there miserable, eyes heavy with sadness and locked in focus because sleep just wouldn't come, while outside the window a bright night stretched on and the moon climbed higher and higher. At just 10 years old, Celine stepped into Marquis Albert's castle for the very first time, then her father leaned in and warned her. "Soon you'll meet Luke, that important gentleman, the one who'll be your future husband, so you'd better act responsible." He said he had to prep something ahead of time and told her to wait a second. Then she shrugged off the idea, barely excited, and drifted calmly through the park, slipping between those towering trees. Right at her feet, a tiny stone suddenly plopped down and she snapped her head around, then crouched, picked it up, and scanned the area fast, because right ahead loomed thick, tangled bushes that looked impossible to pass. She bolted into the nearest bush just as it looked like the stone had been thrown. Then there stood Raoul, a young guy, gripping that stone tightly in his hand. At first she told herself it was just a kid goofing around, but then, bam, what she saw hit her like a nightmare. Her eyes bulged with shock, and fear forced a shiver straight out of her body. Right across from Raoul, a boy was strapped to a tree, completely helpless. Seeing that, the girl's mind went blank and she just froze where she stood. Raoul hoisted a rock over his head and threatened to slam it straight into the boy's face, and Celine's stomach dropped with pure terror as she burst from hiding and snapped, sternly, "What is going on here?" Raoul calmly shrugged and said they were just playing a game, then ignored her words. But the girl snapped back, screaming that these dangerous games were totally unacceptable and could spell serious trouble. Salim lunged at him, firing off reproaches, warning that the boy could get seriously injured, or worse if a stone hit him. But Raoul shoved her aside hard, refusing to hear the warning. He vowed that if this boy ever paid for what he did in his game, he'd still hunt down some new fun and entertainment every time, because he'd never stop chasing amusement. He hurled the stone straight at the boy strapped up tight, brushing off her screams and terror, while Celine froze in absolute horror, drenched in cold sweat from the crushing tension. Suddenly, she snapped her eyes open, and right in front of her, Luke crumpled with a grip to his head, writhing in pure, unmistakable pain from the hit. She stepped up to him, asked how he was holding up after that hit, and sure, he nodded and insisted he was fine, but the girl caught it immediately. He was trembling and blood was pouring from his nose. Right behind them, Roel watched it all unfold. Then they ripped the boy's bonds loose in a hurry. Luke clutched his suffering, still shaking from everything he just lived through, while Raoul bolted after him, yelling that if anything went wrong it was because Luke had exposed himself, not because he was aiming at the main character. The girl watched him go, gripping the moment in her chest, still not quite grasping what just exploded between them. Later, she found out the boy was Luke's real brother, straight from their own family, and when that bombshell hit, the tension drained out of her with a long, relieved breath and a soft sigh. Several years later, they finally ran into each other again, and Celine wasted no time, grilling him about whether he'd warned the Marquis about what happened. Because if word got out that the child of a concubine had actually hurt the son of his legal wife, the whole court would explode into a massive scandal. The hero shot back that if he spilled everything, his brother would be crushed worse than ever, and the girl snapped with icy cruelty that it was fair, and he deserved it. He just laughed it off, then said it straight, this guy was his brother, and he'd protect him no matter what. Since he's the son of a concubine, everyone around him judges him, slams him with criticism, and shuts him out. no matter what, leaving him stranded in crushing loneliness. She stared at him with pure awe, thinking how crazy lucky he was to be her betrothed and life partner. And right then, the sky above the wooden hut finally cleared, unveiling a blaze of bright, clear stars. The main character stared down his 54 village points, grinned because he'd finally clawed together the magic number 50, and pure joy lit up his face. Now it was time to raise a tiny building, because ever since Selene showed up, sleep had vanished for him. The days had felt like a wild cat-and-dog chase, but today it finally looked like this nightmare was over. So he decided it was time to build a hut. Right in front of him, an attractive building shot into existence. Then the heroes eased the door open and stepped inside, stunned by the glow everywhere. The room blazed with bright, sparkling light, and the furniture looked weirdly comfy and made for them. Selene crept closer, eyes wide, and asked what this weird place even was. Then they explained it to her, piece by piece, because she had no clue what a kitchen was, and that's exactly what this was. The girl flicked the tap and shock water actually gushed out, and she stared like it was magic. The young man grinned and explained it was just a water tap. The blue one throws out cold and the red one blazes with hot. Milia leaned toward Luke and blurted, "What's that thing on the table?" as she thrust her hand forward, eyes blazing with curiosity. He pointed the girl straight at the gas stove and broke down, step by step, how to twist the special knobs to spark a flame for cooking. The girls were blown away by what they saw and the new things they just learned. Milia lit up with pure joy and practically bragged that she could cook food fast and effortlessly now. Selene stood to the side, stunned, and demanded to know what kind of magic was going on here. Then they pushed on and cracked open the bathroom door. Bam, there it was, a modular tub setup packed with everything for life. The girls stared, totally lost, while the guy broke it down for them. A toilet, a real bathtub, and even another faucet. The toilet looked just like an ordinary wooden chair, like you had to lower yourself carefully and go about your business. So when Luke finally saw a real flush toilet for the first time in his life in this world, he couldn't help but stare in genuine shock. They had to twist a special handle to kick the toilet into action, blasting everything out and scrubbing the bowl clean, and the girls just stared in real amazement at that weird, super convenient little mechanism. Selene leaned in and asked, dead curious, where all that water even went after the flush. Then the guy just froze, wordless, like his brain hit a wall, and Milia went totally silent too, stuck with nothing to say. Then Selim leaned in and said it was the castle's lower-class folks pulling this off, those characters. The maid nodded, remembering stories about slime tricks in other countries, but nothing she'd heard matched what was happening here. Everyone swore it was magic, and the guy nodded right along. Selene let out a breath, saying they could finally stop worrying about the well, but that news jolted the maid with fear. Luke grinned and teased that it wasn't the end, while Malia couldn't help imagining Luke washing up, and Selene snapped at her for it. He stared at the girls and declared, "We've got 2 beds, girls and guys sleep separately," and the girls panicked and screamed right on the spot. They snapped into an argument and even tried to throw hands, totally clueless, but the protagonist stepped in fast and laid it out. There wasn't any space left, and this was the most convenient way to handle it. Milia froze and blurted that she didn't think Selene and her could ever sleep in peace. She paused, then nodded, agreeing. Then both of them traded a sly look, and Luke clocked it instantly, his sweat starting to pour as he realized they weren't exactly getting along. The hero promised that everyone would squeeze into one room, he'd take the floor, and the girls would rotate onto the bed so nobody felt uncomfortable. But the moment plans hit the real world, everything flipped and the schedule shattered fast. They all blinked and boom, were suddenly crammed onto the same bed, with that guy sprawled in the middle, and the whole moment screamed awkward. Milia snapped that the protagonist wasn't sleeping on the floor if there was a bed, he was getting in it, no arguments, no exceptions. Selena confessed she can crash on the floor with zero problem, but the moment she has to sleep next to the maid, embarrassment hits her hard. She agreed to the deal, so the only way it could work was for that guy to lie right in the middle between the 2 girls, and he hated every second of it, feeling totally trapped and squeezed from both sides. The tight little room crushed him even worse than the hut where he'd slept all alone, and he tried to nudge himself out with his foot, only to realize he couldn't wrap his head around how anyone could ever sleep in a space that small. Panting like he'd run a marathon, the hero hauled water to the fresh plantings, sweat streaking his face as the sun beat down like a furnace. And when his work hit the soil, everything around him glittered with fresh moisture, breathing new life into the air. A month had passed since they showed up in this new place, and thanks to Dar, life here was way better than anything he ever dared dream, plus that yoke sat snug on his shoulders, turning hard work into something he could actually handle. Soon, a massive boar carcass freshly hunted in the forest lay right beside them, and Selene wiped her forehead with her sleeve as pride surged through her as she bragged, "I hauled this out of the northern forest where hunting is brutal." He thanked her from the bottom of his heart and fired back, "How risky is it to head into those wild places? Don't you think I'll get myself killed?" She grinned, dead confident, "Stay out of the thickest parts and trouble usually won't find you." Thanks to her razor-sharp hunting and endless patience, they finally had a mountain of top-tier meat, and the boy could freeze it with his magic to keep it good for ages. Selene stood before the catch with her chin up, insisting the whole win was down to her alone and that she deserved every bit of praise. Then the moment the words hit the air, someone nearby shot back with a sharp, sarcastic jab. Milia teased Celine and smirked like, "So, you figured out who's cooking that huge boar yet, because you can't even boil an egg?" Then she laughed at her and told her to keep waving those scissors like that'll help. Meanwhile, Celine worked the knives like a pro, slicing through the carcass. Then Milius snapped into a serious stare, whipped around toward the guy and demanded what the hell had happened. Suddenly, the footsteps went muffled. Milia's eyes snapped alert as she demanded, "Why can't I hear a thing?" While she stood there clearly picking out the footsteps, the voices, and even the fact that there was more than one person. Three of them huddled up, sprinted to the watchtower, and climbed fast to get a clear view of everything below. Then the young man spotted a group closing in and Selene instantly snapped, "What are they doing in our territory?" The boy realized they didn't look dangerous at all. Then the approaching men stared right at them, and it turned out to be mostly women and children, all so badly malnourished they looked wrecked like refugees spilling out of a brutal new battle. The whole place was a barren wasteland where water and food were nearly impossible to find. And when the heroes stared at the shattered, starving people, they all agreed on the same thing. They couldn't just walk away, they had to step in and help. Exhaustion hit every traveler hard, so when the protagonist stepped out to meet them, he shot his hand forward and said, "I'm Luke, the headman of our little settlement." He explained they were brand new in town, and for now, the three of them would be bunking together. The battered man looked worn to the bone, apologized for forgetting, and then introduced himself as Belit, right there as a rep of their group. The young man clocked it instantly. Every girl and woman in the crowd behind Belit looked wrecked, like they were one breath away from collapsing. The hero jabbed his finger at the well and told them to gulp their fill first. The crowd erupted into cheers, showering the boy with gratitude, and you could practically see it on their faces. Everyone had missed that water so badly, and pure joy lit them up from head to toe. Right there at the well, they just stared, totally lost on how it worked, like their brains froze. Everyone else gawked in shock. Then the guy stepped in, showed exactly how the water gushes out and made it simple: pull the lever. He leaned in and asked, "Got it?" The man stared at the device and admitted this was the first time he'd ever seen a well that impressive. And the women burst into joyful laughter, like the very first sip had brought them back to life. Then the whole crowd surged and shoved to get a drink as fast as they could, while Luke shoved his eyes forward. The hero snapped out of his thoughts and realized he could dig another well, so he shouted for everyone right away. Every woman swung toward him, and the young man flashed proof of a second well they could use too. Belit kicked off his tail, laying out their nightmare. Nearly every man in their village was yanked into the army. The older men refused to be a burden and chose to stay behind. Then Belit dropped to his knees. He explained how he took control of their group after his father got left behind in the village, and how everyone figured the elders would be safe. Then they drifted on, day after day, until they stumbled into a deserted stretch where their food was nearly gone, and it felt like pure luck they found this settlement. The hero snapped to attention and understood how dire it really was. He even admitted, "We were brand new here and the food supply was almost gone." Right then Amelia slid up, rushed and apologizing for the delay, tray in both hands. A simple tray sat there with juicy fruit and fragrant chunks of meat, and Luke told everyone to dig in. Then the girl warned them to take it slow because they hadn't eaten in ages. The crowd shot doubtful looks at the owners, but the kids went wild with joy. First in line, they surged at the food and ripped off chunks of meat. so happy to finally taste something real that tears streamed down their faces. Belot stood shoulder to shoulder with his men, soaking in their smiles, and a rush of warmth surged through his soul. Suddenly, a tear slid down his cheek and he shook as he leaned toward Luke, spilling his deepest gratitude, admitting he didn't even know how to put his thanks into words. The young man stepped in front of him, eyes hard, and made everyone stop. This wasn't over for the newbies, the danger was still brutal, and surviving here wasn't just tough, it was almost impossible. Then he demanded everyone listen and listen closely. He spun toward Belot and offered if they didn't mind, they could stay here and make a life, when the man just froze, staring in stunned disbelief. Luke finally snapped, "We need extra hands," because only 3 of them couldn't keep up with everything and that vegetable harvest was going to crush them. Belot shot back that their group was already packed, mostly women and children. The protagonist nodded, admitting the village couldn't feed a crowd that big yet, but he shot back that he couldn't stake everything on just the wheat and seeds they'd hauled from the castle. He remembered Milia had grabbed different seeds, but they still didn't know if anything would actually sprout and thrive in just a year. So he decided he had to get their help. Then Belot froze right there again. A fresh tear slid down his cheek and he nodded hard like, "Yeah, I get it." Then he stared at the cheering crowd devouring the meat and thanked Luke again right then. The young man grinned, and in his village, the count had finally climbed to 51 souls. He got hit with a flood of notifications cheering his village population boost. Bonus points rolled in, and suddenly more buildings were available too. The messages stacked up so hard he felt completely overwhelmed, and honestly he couldn't stop staring in awe. He even confessed he was a bit nervous. Then he pulled up the notification panel and saw it. The new resident's arrival had the village shot up straight to level 3, and the list of buildings he could build just exploded. Luke stared at the new skills that just unlocked and it blew him away. Now he had village skills and resident movement assessment, but he had zero clue what any of it even meant. The hero realized leveling up wasn't just handing him points. It was quietly expanding the village's territory too, but the moment he tried to figure out the movement function, this whole brand new system left him completely lost. A sudden crash from his hut snapped him around in pure alarm, and a shock ripped through his body as he finally grasped just how simple everything was. With a flick of his finger, he could yank houses across the whole field and drop them exactly where they were needed. The boy grinned, remembering that back in the last world he'd played something just like this. Finally, no more stressing over where buildings should go. Then Belot barged in, trembling with panic and shouting that the building had shifted. Luke stared at Belot, clocked how drained he was, then told him, "I'm passing out," and started to crumple. Luke lunged in and caught him, grinning. "This is your gift." The girl behind them gasped, "A gift?" And the entire crowd surged forward at once. They stared in shock because they'd never seen something like this before. Ordinary people almost never witness gifts in action, and certainly not inside a castle. Once everyone started demanding what kind of gift it was, the boy snapped back and said his power was called village construction. The kids stared at the words, burst into chatter right away about how they'd learned the holy sword technique, and grinned from ear to ear, while the hero suddenly broke into a cold sweat. He dropped his head, realizing just how unstoppable the power really was, and once he opened the panel he decided to build something new. A 1-story apartment with 5 rooms, a kitchen, and even a toilet. Right in the middle of everything, the building slammed into view directly in front of him. The protagonist was convinced every room in the house would fit a family of 5 just perfectly. He spotted that every room came with its own toilet, and the new arrivals just stared at the place, totally baffled by how it all worked. So Milia was already itching to show them the whole system. Luke quickly realized every house was missing bathtubs, and he couldn't magic them into existence. The young man apologized, then offered the wells or even his own bath, and one of the men who'd arrived swore they only needed water to wash their clothes and rinse themselves off. Staring at his own hands, he realized one building could hold 25 people. So he ordered a couple more, then pushed to expand the working fields and raised a fence to match. He stood before his buildings and stared as his village points drained away, yet the whole crowd erupted in cheers, gesturing at the brand new fields with big smiles. The main character basically told everyone, "Chill today," said they'd push the whole plan talk to tomorrow, and watched as the people who owed him everything rushed in to thank him for what he'd done. The families finally started unpacking, picking out rooms and scanning every corner inside, and the hero's gut told him these were the good ones. Then, out of nowhere, he felt the urge to try yet another skill. He yanked down the notification panel and hovered over one guy, Barrett 32, a swordsman who practically breathes fencing. And the moment he saw the personal info attached to him, he couldn't believe what he was looking at. He thought he screwed up and had to shut this feature off, but when he peeked past his hand, his jaw dropped, because that guy really had a gift. He spun toward the guy in front of him and demanded to know, did he have the gift? He grinned, laughed, and basically said, no way, couldn't be. Because there wasn't even a church nearby, and even if there was, he didn't feel worthy. Luke watched him and in silence wondered what would happen if he ever got a blessing. Night swallowed the street as the girls closed in on the guy, firing off questions about what he was doing. Then it hit them hard. He just unlocked a whole new skill, *resident assessment *. Selene shot a wave of doubt across the room, whispering that it might be some secret blessing, while she insisted she usually thinks gifts are just nonsense. Milia, though, was glowing with joy, convinced the gods themselves had their eyes on the hero and loved him. Selene shoved the question at the guy and demanded a status check, her curiosity buzzing about what might happen next. So the protagonist hesitated and asked if she was really sure, but she insisted, and there it was. Luke watched that crazy loyalty get logged, only for the suggested activity to blow them away. Shogun. Selene asked what loyalty really meant, and the young man told her it wasn't just a word. It was devotion to the village, and low loyalty could be a sign someone was being pulled toward crime or rebellion. Selene slammed the message home that this intel could sniff out threats and shape the right moves. And then she ordered everyone to check every resident who'd rolled into the village. The hero admitted he worried he might hate it, but the girl shot back that they could check things quietly. Then he'd use his own skill, dig for answers, and grill her up close until the lie crumbled. Selene was convinced this skill could keep their village safe, and when the hero started brushing off her warning, she shot a look at Melia and offered to test her too. The maid, cloaked in a creeping dark aura, flashed a smile and drawled that she didn't mind. Then she asked the real question. Could the skill read thoughts? Selene's eyes lit up with curiosity as she wondered what Melia was thinking. She waved it off like it was nothing, muttering that it wasn't her business and that she couldn't stop thinking about Mr. Luke. Then she spun around, bolted out of the room, and screamed that it was way too soon for Mr. Luke to know what she was feeling, that she had to cool her head, and that she'd be back soon. The hero said Melio was just worn out, and Selene nodded along. Bellet then asked whether anyone needed the details on his name, age, gender, and family setup. The headman said this info would power smarter job dispatch down the road, and the man nodded along. He gave his name again, Bellet, then flashed his age, 36, with fierce loyalty in his bones, but admitted he had no gift at all. Then he gestured to his younger brother Barrett, who stepped up and greeted the elder, almost like they'd met before, and that's when the heroes realized this man had real talent. He went on to talk about his wife and their 2 kids, and the gratitude in his voice practically spilled out. Then the rest of the residents jumped in too, introducing their families and kids one by one. The girls kept gushing that the young man was super nice, while the older woman poured out heartfelt gratitude. Then the activity she recommended turned out to be a total masterclass in torment. The hero figured it out. Besides Barrett, 4 more residents were hiding real power. The village had 12 kids, 37 young people, and 2 elderly, all split into 14 families. Hidden among the presents were 2 jaw-dropping treasures: alchemy and red magic. On top of that, people had the tracking instincts and the literary talent to back it up. Selena showed up out of nowhere and asked how things were going. Then the young man went wide-eyed, stunned she was really there. Luke leaned in and said the newcomers were the real deal, solid folk with all kinds of jobs, from farming to art, and then he dropped the bomb: 5 gifted people lived in the village. Selene's eyes flared because that meant 1/10 of everyone there had talent. Selene snapped that blessings were stuck behind the church and the gods' messengers, and they didn't have a coin for it, so the hero's mind immediately started racing. He recalled that in noble circles up to 50% carried gifts, while among commoners it was supposed to be way rarer, yet the results of his own assessment shattered that whole expectation. The hero suddenly saw it. if this wasn't a fluke, they were being played like some almost barrier-free gift system between ordinary people was a total lie. And on top of that, getting a blessing demanded an outrageous pile of money, making those gifts out of reach for nearly everyone. So the nobles probably ran the whole show on those gifts, maybe with the church in on it, and he sagged his head, realizing he might have been overreacting after all. Just then, the maid burst in, calling his name. Then the hero grinned and said her name back. Milia snapped and dumped a bucket of cold water on herself, then screamed like crazy. Completely clueless, the guy blinked and demanded what the heck she was doing. Milia told him she was doing all of this to cleanse her heart and mind, swearing that her thoughts were now spotless, so there was nothing left for her to be ashamed of. The maid swept the young man in, urging him to dive into every hidden corner of her thoughts. The hero blinked, realizing the girl was clearly overdoing it. These extreme moves weren't needed, not at all, right? Then Selene burst into laughter and basically admitted the whole mess had only spiraled even further out of control. The boy yanked open the evaluation window to stare at Milia's traits, sure the recommendation from Selene, still laughing, would be right there, and he held his breath, dying to see what popped up. Milia's loyalty turned out to be way more than anyone expected, yet the hero didn't catch what it truly meant right away. She was 21, her assigned activity was priest, and on top of that, she could see the future. The moment this news hit, everyone gasped in horror. People around them stared in disbelief, shocked beyond words. For 3 blazing sunny days straight, the radiant sun showered every brand new building with non-stop light. The heroes discovered Milia's wild gift for prophecy, but it hadn't fully kicked in yet, and no one had a clue how she was supposed to use it. Luke heard that people packed churches for years, praying for blessings and for hell from above, but he was baffled because right then they didn't even have their own church. Before long, a local man strode up to the young man and shouted for the headman. He said the harvest was about to be collected any day now, and the sudden twist left that guy completely stunned. He stared at those freakishly huge vegetables, then admitted he'd never seen fruits that giant in his life, and the girl behind him chimed in that the beds were packed with them, so everyone nodded like, yep, this land has to be insanely fertile. The protagonist flashed a grin sure as sunrise, because those ancient records promised that faster plant growth would crank the product quality way up. The man said even the autumn vegetables had ripened way ahead of schedule, and that's when the boy finally realized they'd been wildly wrong about what this amazing land could do. By the time the sun finally blazed into a bright sunset, the heroes had hauled in an insane stash of juicy, fresh radishes, ripe, rooty treasures scattered all over the ground after they tore them straight from the fertile soil. One of the men snapped that the harvest was shockingly bountiful, and the other rubbed his back, grumbling about how wiped out he felt. Luke figured that with all 3 working, it'd still take days. One guy eyed that radish like it was a feast, then the other snapped and smacked him across the head, warning him to knock it off. Meanwhile, the main character remembered something and pushed for a grand banquet to celebrate the new residents moving in. Milia jumped on the idea, eager to start cooking, and the young man promised to help. Then in the kitchen, the maid practically exploded with joy at the chance to cook alongside her master. And before they knew it, Selene came barreling in too. She beamed and said she'd handle the vegetables. Milia nodded along too, yet the protagonist, convinced this wasn't his job, fumbled with a knife and tried to hack up the radish and completely failed. So the maid stepped in and gently took over before he could make a mess. She threw him an apology and told him just wash the veggies. The young man nodded on the spot, and Selene burst into laughter, because that knife was a nightmare to control, so he'd be safer letting her do the cutting. The girl swung the table over and over, then, oops, split it clean in half, and when she overdid it, she dropped to one knee. While Luke scrubbed the veggies clean, Selene jumped in and cleared the mess, and before long, Milia slammed the dishes onto the table. Everything looked stunning, tasted even better, and then she declared, "It's all ready." The villagers stared in awe at the masterpiece and couldn't remember the last time they'd eaten this much. Then every eye snapped to Luke and he just couldn't find the words. Crowd of villagers pressed in around him, shouting for the headman to speak, and when the young man finally hesitated no more, spotting everyone with brimming mugs, he stepped up and launched into his speech. This banquet was for them, a loud toast to the harvest. He lifted his mug high and roared for everyone to drink, and right on cue, mugs clinked together in a friendly, cheerful sound. The men dug into the hot dish steaming up their faces, and one guy took a bite, eyes widening as pure delight burst out of him. Plopped right on the floor, he proudly blurted that this wild mix of veggies and meat melts in your mouth, and the other guy laughed, saying the guy probably just doesn't have enough words for that kind of taste. They all agreed it was absolutely delicious, then went wild talking about how one thing was building plantations out in that wasteland, but another was somehow cooking a gourmet meal like a pro. The men even brought up the hero's gift, and Stray Tup admitted Luke was incredible. Suddenly, two villagers burst up to the headman, shouting that disaster was about to hit, because a detachment was marching straight toward their village. Everyone in sight snapped into panic and rushed up to the observation tower right away. Luke, Bellet, and Celine stood atop the observation tower, scanning the chaos and sizing up what came next. Selene spotted around 40 people closing in, and her gut told her they were refugees, so the young village elder stepped forward, ready to go meet them face to face. Suddenly, the man's expression snapped into shock. He fixed his eyes ahead, roared with recognition, and pointed out Dong standing right there while the other heroes just stared, baffled by his sudden burst of excitement. Donga and Bellet squared up face to face, grinning and greeting each other like old friends, and the headman stepped in to ask if they already knew each other. Billet clocked that they'd run into Donga back in the village and that he kept slipping back because he was head over heels for his sister. So he told him to stop, just like that, and from the look of everyone you could tell they were worn out. As soon as they showed up, people started trading greetings right away. Danga broke the news to everyone. There was nothing they could fight back with. They had to surrender everything and flee the village before it was too late. And the wild part, he kept saying, was how a man managed to build a whole village out in that wasteland, and somehow, because of him, they were saved. Bellet stepped back, jabbed a finger at the protagonist and said, "We only got here a few days ago, and this boy right here is the village elder." Donga froze at how young the elder looked, scratched his head, and blurted out an apology. Luke introduced himself, and the man snapped his hand out for a shake. "I'm Donga," he said. "I lead our group." Luke clocked how wiped they all looked, so he pushed the talk to later and invited them to join his feast. The whole crowd froze, embarrassed by their dirty clothes. Then the boy stayed cool and said, "Bella's friends are our friends," and the feast kicked off. Everyone swore the food was insanely delicious, while the dark night crept closer and closer. After a few days, the whole village marched up to the headman and bowed. Every face was bright. Everyone looked sharp and fresh, like they'd actually slept easy. After they finished washing up, the men kicked back and greeted the protagonist, grinning that today's weather was perfect, and the headman nodded hard, saying they looked just as good and would be able to harvest today too. After the banquet, Danga's crew decided to stick around in the village, and Danga swore the feast tasted like heaven while the bed felt even better. Then his wife chimed in, saying they could finally live in peace here, free from the shadow of war. When the new arrivals rolled in, the residents hit 97 people, right there on the edge of 100. The young man stacked up a few more houses and expanded the fields, and with that massive harvest, food worries just vanished. Like the Belita crew, the Dong brought far more women and children than men, and the numbers hardly changed. There were still several times as many kids and women as men. 4 of them carried hidden gifts, but what good were they if they couldn't even land a blessing? The protagonist just couldn't wrap his head around how so many of them existed. From the observation tower, the alarm shattered the air, shouting that refugee-like people were back on the horizon. The protagonist caught it, went totally still, and his mind spiraled. Is this all because of the war and just how many are out there? The guy on the tower froze mid-step, sweating bullets, then finally blurted, there were like 70 of them." The young man went rigid, then snapped his gaze upward in shock. Could it really be that a whole crowd of 70 was closing in on him? An electric jolt shot through him. Luke stared into the forest, and beyond it the mountains cut across the horizon. He counted them himself. 70 refugees were coming out of there. He sank into his own head, but his thoughts scrambled on him, so he stared at himself and demanded, "What is this?" And as he stood there, darkness swallowed his neat face. When Belet led in more refugees, he didn't flinch. Then new faces appeared, and instant doubt crashed over him. The hero couldn't even explain why that fear had him. Luke's village was thriving with 97 residents now, but most of them still couldn't wrap their heads around how deep and complicated it really was. He clenched his fist until it ached, staring at the choice like it might crush him, because deciding wasn't easy at all. The system screens flashed the hero's next thoughts. No choice would let him dodge the blame, not even if he picked wrong. In this village, everyone still laughed and strolled through the streets, kids smiling the whole time, but danger could strike anyone at any moment. Luke realized that even thinking about it made his stomach drop. Then the obsessive thoughts kicked in and sweat began to stream down his face. Right near the main character, a bearded man stood shoulder to shoulder with a stunning girl, Selene, yet the moment you saw her face, you knew she was furious, glaring at the sight of the new refugees like she could not stand what she was seeing. She lifted her chin high, proud as can be, and shot a question at him like, "How's this supposed to work?" And the answer hit him hard. It was just too much for him. Luke stared back, completely baffled, asking what she even meant. Selene kept going and swore it was the truth. Then she demanded answers. How would that guy take them in if the village was already packed? And please, don't string them along with lies or false hope. Even if Luke's heart is pure and he's always kind, this village can't keep growing. There's a hard limit on how many people it can hold, and all Luke could do in the end was say her name. The girl told him straight up. Not every refugee could be trusted like Bellet, and it was pointless to assume that if one guy was on our side, the rest would be too. Life's never that simple. After all that, the girl finally stepped up and said she'd handle it herself. Then she strode straight toward the new refugees, totally sure, without even imagining she'd get Luke's verdict. Before she could even respond, the guy shot out his hand at Selena as she walked away, praying she'd stop. He only managed one word, and his face screamed worry, because at that point there was nothing left he could do. Two guys nearby pushed the headman aside and told him, "Leave it to us," while Luke was ordered to stay put right there. Then they lit up, grins exploding across their faces. All three were already sprinting off from the elder. He caught up to them and snapped, asking what he should give them. They shot back that this was an adult matter, and if anything went wrong, they'd be too weak to fight back. His friends were already gone, and he just stood there watching them vanish. Then a hand clapped onto his shoulder and a voice promised, "Everything's okay." It turned out to be Milia. She told her master she'd stand by him with everything she had, then urged him to do whatever he thought was right for the situation. And Selena snapped back, clearly not happy with what Milia said. Milia stared at her with a stone-cold face and snapped that she was too blunt, and Selena shot back that she was right about everything, while Luke stayed nearby, watching the whole clash between them unfold. The boy finally realized Selene wasn't bluffing, she was dead serious, and even within a family things never stay smooth for long, so adding more residents right now could spark real danger. He threw out an apology and swore he'd regret it if he chased them away. While he said it, the young guy had the girls staring at him, hanging on every word. Luke knew these were just pretty words and he'd still try so long as he didn't mess things up for anyone else, remembering those two guys who'd been sent to handle the new refugees. But he refused to just sit there. He couldn't let things stay like this, not when the situation demanded action. Blushing hard, the boy raised his voice and begged for support in case anything went wrong. Because even though he was still just a kid, the weight of responsibility already crushed his shoulders. Now Selene and the two men stood there, cheeks blazing red, staring up at their elder in awe. They claimed Luke had been nothing but a huge help, not a nuisance at all. Billet even begged for permission to do something, and Selena shrugged that she'd only said it just in case, because everyone was genuinely worried about the boy, while Milia snapped her hands over her face and blushed so hard it almost stole the scene. Everyone stared at the protagonist and he just smiled like he had the answer. Bellet shot up a thumbs up to back him in the hardest moments, and Luke thanked his friends. The man from Leon and the village chief clasped hands. Then, just like that, Leon's representatives turned into villagers. More than 100 residents poured into the village and the whole place jumped to level 4. Now the young man could crank out fresh buildings, expand the crop fields, and snag a brand new skill that boosted his building level. Now the expanded terrain gave you real room to move, and with the *** moving buildings *** skill, you could tear down old buildings, reshape them from scratch, and even raise brand new ones. Because my level jumped, the village's total land area more than doubled, and that's awesome. yet someday it's going to get way too big, even if more people aren't guaranteed to show up. The hero snapped his gaze to the side, shot his hand out, and zeroed in on what mattered most right now. This church mattered more than ever. If you prayed here, could you actually earn a gift? The hero couldn't stop thinking about it. Plantations are great, sure, but you've still gotta have a place to pray, and without a priest, no one can get blessed. Luke had no clue who would actually show up to pray here, but maybe, just maybe, he'd finally get a gift, even if it took a few long years. When Luke hit yes on the question about building a church, it hit him, better to have food to eat than to end up with absolutely nothing. In that one magical moment, the church, standing amid all that worldly vanity, seemed to surge upward, like heaven itself had lifted it to unimaginable heights of spiritual power and physical majesty. The young man, trapped in his own thoughts, stared at her with wide, shocked eyes, utterly stunned, yet amazed by what he was witnessing right then. Right by the church, he suddenly remembered the day he and Raoul got their gift. Back then it felt amazing. But now his thoughts got hijacked by Melia, who was staring at the church like she couldn't believe her eyes. She swung the door open and they peered inside, and she went, "In churches you sometimes get this weird feeling, like you can actually feel it in the air." She tore through the area, hunting like her life depended on it. Luke's assistant swore it was tracking her like radio waves, and she insisted it had to be right here. That guy yanked her attention away and told her, "Pray with all your heart and you'll get the gift." Melia froze in shock and Luke leaned in like it was fate. It's written that way. In a blink, she lit up with a blazing flash, and just like that, it was crystal clear. She was over the moon, and this moment felt amazing to her. The girl clenched her resolve and swore she'd pray for 5 or 6 straight hours and snag the gift for sure. Luke thanked her, then begged her not to push herself too hard, and people passing by stopped in their tracks, staring at the brand new building like it was something unreal. Melia craved a break from everything, so she slipped into a warm, silent church and shut the door behind her, then lifted her hands to the sky like she was begging the heavens for strength and inspiration. A brand new skill, *level up *, popped into existence, and to prove it worked, the young man tried to stretch the barn's length, but that would have been way too much. But when you push for a bigger plantation, the hero stares at the job like it's a mission. Raise the level, boost the harvest speed, crank up the harvest quality, and jack up the work coefficient. If we boost the harvest right now, we'll shrink the land we'll need later. So the hero stood there, deep in thought, plotting a smarter way to pull it off. He decided to raise a little clay hut, then doubled down by planting a stone wall to make it way stronger and far more dependable. Just days into his first shift, Luke blasted past the basics and upgraded his home from low status to medium, and seeing that jump made him feel like his hard work was finally starting to hit payoff. Melia had been heading to church nonstop, and every single time she showed up with candles balanced on her head, so when Luke saw it, he blurted that those were no ordinary church vestments. Peeking inside the church, the hero's jaw dropped. "So a gift could be earned with your own hands?" That sounded impossible, but he pushed in anyway, checking that the girl was okay. She sat there with her head bowed, then lifted it in one smooth motion, clasped her hands tight, and started a prayer, while the main character watched every second, tense and silent. Nylia finally tore her gaze away and fixed it on Master Luke, staring like she couldn't believe he was right there. She said his name and reached for him, but he'd already slipped into the church. No more lingering in the doorway. When she bumped into him, the girl grinned and announced she'd snagged the gift, Oracle, and Luke's eyes went wide with shock, even as joy hit him right behind it. Right then, a system window blasted onto the screen, spelling out her details. Her name, age 21, how much she loved the village, her job as a priestess, and the special gift she carries. The elder and Melia clutched hands, and the young man gasped in shock. How could she do that without a priest? Then Melia smiled and said it was all because of him. Selene spotted them and her face twisted because this news did not make her happy. She scowled at them and couldn't stop wondering, could a priest like that really pull off anything worth believing? The villagers huddled around the hero, staring at him as they demanded why the elder had called them all together, while the boy's mind raced about the choice he had to make. Luke promised that once everyone gathered they'd get a gift, but first they'd have to earn a blessing, and Barrett pushed him to explain it again. He begged for the gift because it was meant only for nobles, and in his family farming had been handed down for generations. So yeah, he was a farmer, plain and simple. Sure, some families probably get the gift more often, but it's not as simple as status here. Rank barely even matters. Everyone leaned into Luke's words, and though it sounded wild to believe, he still pushed them to try. Milia folded her hands, looked the man in the eye, and named him, then declared his gift was ball handling technique. Barrett stared in shock, his brain refusing to accept what he was seeing and hearing, like reality itself had just snapped. He stared at his hands as a wild, unfamiliar rush flooded his body, and a single question sparked in his head: what is this feeling? Could this be the gift everyone warned about? With that thought, he couldn't stop himself from digging into what it meant and how it would change his life. Nearby, the girls were buzzing about the gift Barrett got, and one of them snapped, "Let's carve a sword out of wood." The elder thrust the sword into his hands, and the man immediately blurted, "Are you serious? There's no way," because that blade looked worth a fortune. Luke said he believed it'd be way more useful in a man's hands, so Barrett grabbed the gift. Barrett started to speak, gripping the sword's handle tight, and admitted he'd never held a blade before, yet now it felt weirdly different, like it didn't belong in his hands. He bowed to the village chief, flashed a confident grin, and said, "I may not be young anymore, but I'll give everything I've got to protect this village." All the other residents cheered him on, then immediately started bickering over who would get the next gift. Next up was Marilyn. Her gift was a cipher. Then came Camel, who could track down missing people. Right on their heels came Totter, and there, armed with killer literary talent and serious farming skills, like they'd been blessed for exactly this moment. Next up, King the Women, Green and Rando. Green got earth magic while Rando walked away with technology. Then boom, two dudes showed up, Perun and Godi. Perun got the exact same gift as Barrett, a sword in hand, while Godi unleashed strength. The next batch of girls was even younger, Chitta and Seiya, and Chitta got a beast charm while Seiya honed danger detection. Another girl named Myra got a gift that lets her shrug off poison, and the last guy, Noel, walked away with the sacred shield power. Everyone stared in awe at the gift, and Thier finally asked what kind of farming magic this skill was, while Luke beamed with joy for his villagers. Out of the 103, only 17 got a hidden gift. 4 of those lucky recipients were kids, and that kind of gift hits the body like a truck, so they made sure children only started receiving it at 13. Honestly, this could cut off a bunch of bad fallout before it even starts. By stopping problems early, it keeps everything moving steadily instead of spiraling later. And now, 2 guys who'd been handed the gift of sword skills step into the ring and slash at each other with steel. A villager told Luke that as soon as those two heard about the sword mastery skill, they went all out without holding back. Luke admitted he never really paid it much mind, but now he realizes that gift is actually pretty damn good. That same man kept talking and swore their strength was no more than a precious dream they refused to wake from. This power is absolute. There's no way you can hand it to just anyone, not no matter how hard you try. And that's the exact truth the main character just realized. Now the boy finally got why his father pushed swordsmanship so hard. Everything clicked, and it all made sense. Selim slid past them and told the men their skills were sharpening fast. Then she leaned in and ordered them to pour every last bit of effort into it. The already drenched trainees broke into a loud, fearless chorus, snapping "Master" at the girl, and Luke nearly choked on his surprise because the way they said Selen's name sounded way more intense than he'd expected. The old woman trembled and admitted she was only about his age, yet she'd already been dubbed a master. Then the man beside him shot back that even so, Selen's power was absolutely unreal. The 2 girls lurking behind the village chief locked eyes with each other and, in perfect sync, confirmed it. Same words, same voice, like they'd rehearsed it. One of them said that head of the village sounds insanely cool, and the others jumped in like, "Yeah, absolutely, it's awesome." The women trailed their fingers over Luke's hair and cheeks, praising how soft he was, and one of them told him to get a good rest. Yet he barely had a second to even process what was happening as they kept checking him over. One of the girls slipped off to cook, and the hero muttered that it felt way too rehearsed, like "cool" sounded fake. In this village, the men-to-women ratio was basically 1 to 2. Most of the women are over 20, already tied down by marriage, and for plenty more, their husbands were dragged off and forced into the army. The headman craved a title every bit as dignified as Selene's, so when the women laughed and cheered at the village chief, he felt on top of the world and the whole place somehow turned even livelier. The man snapped his head toward Luke, who stared right back. The man thanked him and Luke's face lit up with a happy grin. The headman was dead set on becoming a genuinely cool leader, and he knew it wouldn't happen overnight. He'd have to grind for days, sparking real connections and learning the skills he needed to actually handle his duties. The girl stationed in the surveillance spot yelled to the main character that those 10 refugees were showing up again. People came trudging toward the village, shaking with fear and dead-tired eyes, mud-caked clothes, grimy faces, and one of them forcing out the courage to kick off a conversation. Selene, Luke, and the man stared at them, and the leader's fear started creeping in the second he saw them. The girl then demanded to know what happened to the new refugees. Then one of them finally started talking, and it turns out bandits hit them hard, but somehow this crew still broke free and got away. Anyone who fought back got executed on the spot, no rescue at all, while the rest were dragged away at once, forced into captivity and marched off toward some unknown direction. With fear blazing across his face, Luke could barely get the words out, saying it was all absolutely, painfully terrible. Selena didn't even blink as she said everything felt terrifying, yet she insisted they could be different from everyone else, while the protagonist stared at her, totally lost about where she was headed. Tears burned in the escapee's eyes, and she snapped into an apology to the girl with a desperate, shriek-like scream. Every word spilled out from her lips raw with guilt and sincerity, like she was trying to shove the full weight of her feelings into the other girl's hands. Luke had no clue what to do and couldn't make heads or tails of anything as the same woman kept shrieking that they were terrified beyond words. With her breathing finally steady, the escapee pushed forward and started spilling everything about the bandits, while the chief stared at her, eyebrows knitted, silently waiting for her next bombshell. The woman snapped that those bandits could have been tailing the refugees the whole time, while the hero just froze, stuck in a dazed stupor. A mystery guy strode toward the forest, clearly a bandit from the crew, already plotting if his boss would finally promote him if only he could track down the fugitives before they vanished. His whole job was to snatch people and sell them off. Then recent events sent their numbers skyrocketing, and suddenly he had the perfect shot to rake in serious money. He suddenly remembered the time he spotted a small group sprinting away toward the forest, and even though he chased them on purpose, somehow he lost his bearings and got swallowed by a brutal wasteland. He kept moving, then it hit him, he was truly lost. The bandit couldn't even understand why he had to handle all of this alone, while his so-called comrades apparently had zero idea what solidarity meant, and then something caught his eye. Up on that mountain, he stared down at the village, and shock hit him fast, because this place was so remote there wasn't a single other civilization anywhere in sight. He looked around the village and only saw women and kids, then grinned and said it was even lovely, because this meant fewer headaches for their work. With a razor grin, he decided this village was built by refugees, so his work would be a cakewalk, and the bandit already started to sense his promotion coming. In his head, another man's voice kept ringing, asking if he was okay, and that was just one reason gangsters were so good at what they did. That power was telepathy. Bandits could talk across long distances using nothing but thought. So that's why the other guy grilled the bandit, asking if he'd found those fugitives. With that gift in hand, they supercharged their crew, grew their gang, and pushed forward hard, like nothing could stop them. With a crooked grin, the bandit told them he'd tracked down the escapees they were hunting, and he even pulled in more than they needed to finish the mission. He stared at the refugees who had stumbled into the village, crying and utterly drained. Yet the boy's mind only latched onto one thing: how brutally poor they were. With his tongue teasing his lips, the bandit made his choice and swore to himself that every last one of them was about to meet their end. The protagonist and Selene stroll through the village side by side, scanning every corner, because bandits might be hunting those poor escapees when something suddenly yanks their attention. The girl demanded answers from the chief, and he spun his gaze around before saying something big was unfolding outside the village, like he felt a stranger closing in. Just like that, a sign popped up in front of him reading "Trespasser," and it hit him Luke's fears were dead on. Staring at her, the young man's worry surged and he nodded along with Saline. Then he leaned in and said it was obvious this person had slipped in with bad intentions, probably just one of the bandits. Selene's eyes flared at the headman's words and she urged them to move now, before this chance slipped away. She even asked if there was anything else about him. Luke scanned the board and said there was just one name, then saw he was standing outside the territory and started checking where he was. A bandit was out there on the field and now two people with their own deadly gifts are stepping up, eyes locked in, ready to hunt him down and stop him for good. The girl darted her eyes around the area, but there was no one, no shadow, no footsteps, nothing at all. She asked how he was supposed to get rid of that panel blocking him, and he admitted he hadn't cracked it fully yet, and he was still getting used to the whole thing. The boy admitted he still didn't get where this was headed, but Selene, eyes blazing with pure caution, shut him down by gripping her sword and cutting him off. And just like that, they tracked the bandit's location. His silhouette lit up clearly on the map, and Selene and Luke yelled toward him at the same time. The bandit clocked that he'd been caught and bolted to run, but when he saw only two kids, he froze in pure shock. He snatched it up with zero hesitation and swung at them with a grin, and you could tell he was relishing just how unlucky those two kids were to get caught by him. Selene fired off her gift in a heartbeat and froze the bandit solid. Before the main character could even process what happened, he snapped his eyes down to the panel. The man froze dead in his tracks, utterly stunned, because right then he was literally ice. His comrades hurled their message straight into his mind, trying to make him catch the signal. The terrified man snapped awake, yanked out of his own spiraling thoughts, because somewhere nearby voices kept repeating reception, asking over and over if he could hear them. They leaned in and demanded to know what happened, then pushed him to explain everything that was going on, while Selene and Luke watched him from right there. The girl snapped at the guy that he'd finally woken up, and the still baffled guy just couldn't wrap his head around it. How the heck could two kids on their own knock him into chains and drag him off as their prisoner? Selene pressed the bandit hard, demanding to know if he was the one hunting the refugees, and where the rest of his crew had disappeared to, but he only believed he'd just spill the whole truth to her. The bandit knew he couldn't spill a single word, even as they kept trying to reach him. Then the girl flat out decided he wouldn't want any of it and shut him down cold. While the bandit got grilled by the village chief with Selene right there, he fired off telepathy to his comrade, dumping every detail of what happened to him. And then, once he finished, he begged his partner to ask their boss if he could finally use force. Out of nowhere, a voice snapped from behind, demanding that this guy be left to him. Turns out the granny was actually pretty nice looking, and she lived right there in the village the main character had built. The young man didn't buy it for a second, but he still wondered if that granny had any clue about torture. Then she marched right up to the bars and demanded to know if she could go see the bandit. Selene warned him, saying he was dangerous so they should stay far away, and Granny shot back that everything was fine, because even this guy used to be a cute, chubby kid. The grandmother marched up to the man and demanded to know if he had a mother, but all she got was silence and a confused stare, so she pressed harder and told him to answer her truthfully. Then the old woman pressed him to imagine the mother of the bandit she raised with love, how shattered she'd be if she ever learned who her son turned into. The stranger only chuckled, totally missing why she was spilling all those details. The bandit smirked and went along with the granny, firing back like he was laughing at her. Then he put on a fake act, pretending to repent and pretending to cry. Selena erupted into furious screams, blasting him for tricking Grandma and insisting he said it on purpose. But she wasn't that simple. She jerked the man off the ground in one move and you could hear something snap, all while she stayed calm and smiled, eyes closed. The man already felt awful, and the woman snapped at him for lying to his granny and trying to paint his mother as nothing but poor. With a terrifying stare, she declared she'd handle his upbringing herself, and swore she'd already seen his face contort in pain and humiliation, begging her to stop. Right then, a Talichka surfaced too, laying out what the granny had been described as. The kids watching it all crash down just stared in total disbelief. stunned by everything they were seeing right in front of them. Grandma spun around and with polite confidence told them to leave the bandit with her since they had plenty to handle anyway. Selene and Luke only smiled and thanked her over the moon. Not far from the village, shadowy figures burst into view. One of them pointed and swore this was the very village the captured bandit had been talking about. Two other bandits from the same gang as the prisoner stood on the mountain, and one of them said, "Bari in those bars is right here with me." Then the other bandits nodded and swore they weren't wrong. The bandits stared down the mountain and warned that they had to be extra careful to pull Bari out, saying they should make sure nobody was watching. With one sharp swing, another man hacked into the stones and barked at them to shut up. No more chattering, not a peep. He shouted that it was time to use force and erase this village from the map, and the others figured their boss would be thrilled. The stonebreaker stared straight at the village gate, and you could practically read the end of everything burning behind his eyes. Suddenly, he bolted straight toward the village, and every step cracked the ground, stones blasting outward in every direction. Then he whipped his axe-like weapon around and smashed the gate wide open in the blink of an eye. He hoisted his weapon over his head and screamed for his whole crew to charge after him. The second everything kicked off, you could spot the whole pack of bandits sprinting straight for the nearby village. No mistaking it, their target was crystal clear. The protagonist stared at the panel before him with pure disgust, then realized the whole village road was totally empty. The young man's panel flashed a sign again, "Violators," and even marked where they were. The bandits who stormed into the village couldn't track down a single resident because the place was dead silent, like everyone vanished. A choice popped up right on the panel. Luke snatched at the option labeled Water Utility, and beside it in brackets sat their score, 30 points. On the plate, more inscriptions waited too, like cattle yard, house, and field. While they were scouting the village, one bandit figured his buddy had already slipped out and bolted from them on the spot. Luke leaned into the panel and started marking the yes option, because that was the choice that decided whether they'd use 30 points for the water utility. At the scene of the chaos, a huge pack of bandits stood there totally lost, staring around like they couldn't even figure out what was happening to them. Suddenly, the ground yanked out from under me and a brutal burst of water erupted up from the cracks, splashing everywhere. Strangers started sinking in, water already cloying up to their necks, and right then a hidden tip about a water channel lit up. One built to stop enemy invasions, with water that could be reshaped at will. In the water, the bandits shrieked as the waves froze solid around them. One of the bandits started screaming that they had to vanish from there immediately, because if they didn't, they'd die right where they stood. Their bodies, right where the water should have flowed, started turning to ice, freezing them mid-breath like statues, and then someone dropped into view from above, watching the bandits lock up solid. These were the villagers, and even the headman himself stood there. Selin, right beside him, declared they pulled it off. They stopped the bandits. Barrett gripped a torch and said those victims were unavoidable, while another resident bragged that owning gear like that was just awesome. This is what the girl couldn't stop thinking about. Selene begged them to hand the rest of the boys to her and march the remaining survivors straight to prison. Sure, the villagers said it sounded simple, but when it came down to it, doing it was a whole different nightmare. Luke started to walk away and the girl snapped to attention. If their powers were the same, they'd better move like danger is everywhere. Suddenly, the leader of the bandits slipped in behind Selene and shouted, warning her that they nearly got played by her trick with the water. Her face snapped into a new kind of anger. She pivoted hard toward him and launched straight into the attack. A brutal argument erupted between them, voices spitting fire, until the debate detonated into a full-on fistfight. Luke, Barrett, and Perrin caught it instantly. Then they all spun around and the protagonist blurted the girl's name. While she battled the bandit, Selene snapped that he was the one in real trouble, because he could claw his way out from under the ice. The bandit landed his strike and sneered that she couldn't even dream of beating him, yet Selene twisted away from the hit at the last second. The bandit, stubborn as stone, refused to quit, and with Selene at his side, fierce, fearless, and locked in, he kept the fight raging, too relentless to let either of them find an opening to lose. The girl barely caught herself midair, spun around, and just dodged the man's next strike. They locked eyes like a storm was brewing. No one blinked and nobody planned to back down because both of them were so stubborn the air itself felt charged with anticipation. Villagers packed in by the hundreds, eyes locked on the chaos as two men fought tooth and nail to seize control of their home village. Barrett shouted that we had to save Selene right now, and just like that, the hero's eyes locked on something and the truth hit him instantly. He blared that the ice was already melting, and that from this moment on, he'd never be able to use his magic power again. Luke kept yelling, saying Selene had to fight and draw the bandits' attention, but he had to stop something, only he couldn't get to the rest of his sentence. A bandit's hand yanked his focus away, and while the others already hauled themselves out of the ice, they closed in to rob him. The man sprinted toward the main character to grab him, stared at the young guy and barked, "Where are you headed?" Before the hero could react, several shady hands lunged toward him, hungry to grab him. Luke realized he couldn't dodge in time. Panic flashed in his eyes as the hand lunged closer, closing in on him. Still, Barrett didn't let the elder go. He snatched him by the arm and tore into the bandits, fighting them back one swing at a time. The boy's heart swelled with pure joy as he rushed up to the man and thanked him again and again for pulling him out of all that trouble. Now Barrett himself was in the middle of it all, still clutching the village chief in his grip, while the chief twisted, dodged, and snapped back with sharp attacks. Luke's stomach lurched from the warrior's sudden moves, and the other men of the village just stared at him in stunned silence. Barrett snapped at them to grab weapons and join the fight, yelling that they couldn't just freeze there. Then the bandits came charging in, but those men still wouldn't move. They realized this was their very first battle, and if they hesitated, they'd be wiped out instantly. Luke blared Perron and Rando's names, screaming at them to get out of here. A fellow resident slammed in to save them. He raised his shield and took the blow meant for their heads. The people who were already fighting yelled at them to stop waiting for some miracle and finally jump into the battle. So Perron and Rando snapped, asking what they should do because this was their very first fight. One of the bandits smiled to himself, thinking this was perfect. Why waste time when they could crush these cowards in the blink of an eye? Right then, the bandit thought things couldn't get any simpler, until Luke slammed a kick straight into his face and Barrett drove it in. With a brutal shove, the young man's crew slammed one bandit to the ground, but more swarmed in. Then one of them lunged at the leader and the young man barked again, demanding that bandit get thrown into the water too. Even with the water still icy, the elders swore it could freeze the bandits solid for a while, and they shouted it out loud. So when the men heard the plan, they carried out his order right away. One villager from the village lunged at the bandit, seized him in his hand, and sneered that he wasn't even worth the smallest part of his finger. Another fighter leaned in and demanded to know, why did he always throw out those wild, weird expressions? Perron finally snapped into action, then realized he barely had any prep at all, so he forced himself to calm down, lock in, and focus. Rando immediately got to work, fully convinced he'd make it, because he refused to act like a coward. One by one, the bandits hurled themselves into the water, then one of them noticed it and realized, with a jolt, they weren't holding up after all. He couldn't wrap his head around it. These clueless guys who couldn't even grip a weapon right, somehow still had strength that felt downright unstoppable. Suddenly, one of the nastiest fighters slammed down right beside the bandit, and the bandit, already drenched in the water, started bragging that he'd handled it, until something yanked his attention away before he could get the words out. The busted bandit spun toward him, soaked to the bone, his body riddled with brutal burns, while his comrades stared in pure horror like he couldn't even breathe. Selene confessed she first encased him in ice, then turned around and scorched him with fire. And she sounded genuinely sorry she couldn't smash him to dust because he was just too physically strong for her. The girl towered over him and dared him to try. Could he really beat her? She said her strength could crush 10 more like him, so he should have shown way more respect before she decided not to destroy him. The burned-up bandit started hurling insults at her, but just as the words hit, another bandit blurted, stunned out of his mind, "That can't be true, I'm seeing things." The villagers, men and all, stood in shock, staring at the bandits as Luke clutched in his arms. Selene and the other residents crowded close, staring them down, but one of the bandits still couldn't wrap his head around what kind of village this was. In the end, they caught all 40 attackers before they could strike the village and threaten the lives of everyone inside. The very next day, they got the tip about the kidnapped people, rushed in, and yanked them out of the bandits' grip for good. People were buzzing about how they'd saved every last refugee just in time, and one of the residents jumped in to agree. Selene said it was all their grandmother's doing. She found the information some way nobody else could. Granny just chuckled and teased, "So, are they gonna ask her what trick she used?" And because of her, the other bandits lurking in the forest finally got caught too. But there was still one messy problem left hanging, one that nobody had cracked yet. Bandits, yeah, the loudmouth kind. They were crammed in the dungeon, and the moment Luke looked at them, they started fishing for a scandal. Plainly put, they were downright rude. These guys wrecked their village. Luckily, they patched it up just in time, and they even snatched 43 more bandits, locked all of them behind bars. But the young man had no idea what to do next. Cruel laws ruled this territory, and with what just happened and all these refugees pouring in, he knew they couldn't keep those bandits contained for long. Granny bragged that she could grind them into dust like it was nothing, but the main characters still hesitated, scrambling to figure out what to do next and the smartest way to move forward. The headman faced a brutal choice: mark those bandits as villagers or leave them as bandits, and all the while he stood in the dungeon listening as the grandmother tore into them. Luke snapped back to reality and felt it. This could be way too risky. But then it hit him, maybe this was the one tool he could use to re-educate them. A correctional area loomed ahead, ready to whip bandits and their kind into re-education mode, and the hero couldn't stop himself from weighing the choice. Because if he used it, they'd finally scrub some of this world's bandit problem away and turn them into ordinary residents. They'll be shipped off to live as regular villagers, but don't get it twisted. Those villagers won't be treated like everyone else, and clear lines will keep them from crossing into the ordinary world. Once they turn into villagers, they'll get a civilian rating. Luke will use it to steer their transformations for good or for disaster. But the hero wouldn't dare let them into the village. Too much was at stake, so he had to call everyone together and hash it out with the whole village. One refugee panicked and blurted at the main character, "You're really not going to smash the bandits." Most of the residents and refugees wanted those bandits dead, convinced they'd keep slaughtering people. No matter how many lives had already been lost, Luke's plan got zero support. Two residents were bickering over the prisoners when a girl cut in, snapped that they should wait for the headman's answer, because they didn't even know why he chose to pardon the bandits. One of the men snapped to the other that they had to wipe out those bandits fast. Nobody knew when they'd strike again. And the other man nodded right along with the headman, certain the correctional department would smash them to pieces. The first guy who dared to shut down the head's option said his family had been wiped out. Then, like a switch flipped, the whole room went deadly silent. After the meeting, Luke's village elder shut them down, and some folks, still refusing to swallow his view, packed up and left the village. Most people still couldn't stomach the fact that these folks were pardoned, so they bolted from the village without a second thought, leaving every home behind, and now only 267 people remained. Luke couldn't stop picturing how the people who left might have ended up dying, and Granny snapped him gently back into the moment. She told him she'd lost family and friends too, but she'd never dared to break the rules of her village, even when she didn't fully agree with them. She loved her home so much that it pulled at her heart, only at first it felt tough to adjust, and then everything clicked, almost. And once you step into it, kindness gets shoved aside and hatred takes over, because everyone's already starting to dread what Grandma's going to say next. She said people were so blind for not seeing that without a home, they wouldn't even make it one day, condemning themselves straight to death. So she told them to keep living with peace of mind, because it wasn't their fault those people were too stupid to understand. The boy nodded along with her, and for the first time, his nerves eased after his granny's words. Luke stood in the dungeon, staring at the bandits trapped behind cold, clanging bars. Right in front of him, glowing panels snapped to life, announcing that starting today, 43 prisoners would be shipped to the correctional area. Now they weren't just inmates anymore, they were residents, pushing the population to 300 and earning them a rating of 5. One of the villagers straight up asked the village elder if he could use the shower, and the elder gladly nodded like it was no big deal. Girls were already in the shower when the guys came crowding in, laughing and urging each other on, because they had to squeeze in enough time for a proper bath. The girls stripped down and marched from the locker room straight to the shower, while the men basked in the scalding hot water and couldn't believe where all that heat was coming from. Luke burst in through the door and asked, Want some more boiling water? The next shot cut to a brand new correctional facility built to lock up bandits and the like. Granny, the protagonist, and Bharat stared up at the building, and the young guy's eyes lit up like it was the coolest thing ever. They had no clue what this rehab would do, so they ran the test with just 5 bandits, marched them into a single file, with every last one of them gagged by fate and hands tied tight behind their backs. Grandma took charge of their re-education and guided them step by step, grinning as she admitted she'd been waiting forever for this exact moment. Luke prayed their experiment could finally break those cruel, rude bandits and turn them around, and he kept thinking about it over and over with total seriousness. All 5 bandits snapped on those adorable little eyes and matching faces, and they even faked tears like they were crying for real. The young elder couldn't figure out why people kept locking eyes with him like some weird spell was already kicking in, and suddenly his hand shot toward the panel. The panel flashed the villagers' brutal verdict on what's happening right now. Rebellion was here. After what he witnessed, he turned and grilled his granny, but she'd already schooled the bandits, snapping, "Enough with the act, now get to work." After dumping his grandmother with the bandits, the hero snapped into action. He had to fix every gate they smashed. You had to slam the right skill into it fast, just like the panel screamed, upgrade the object and reinforce the gate. The village just hit level 5, so a bunch of fresh features likely burst onto the scene. The object setup skill unlocked, letting you forge any shape you can imagine, gear, equipment, everything, and even tweak it however you like. Then the village resources were written down with their point totals. Turns out the main character can remake anything with those glasses the villagers gathered, swap its shape, flip its color, and completely rewrite what it looks like. To keep the water flowing right, the boy had to use the skill the correct way, because he could asterisk set it up here, but Loop wouldn't forgive him if he burned through all the points. Think about it, his village had everything you'd ever need to live, fully set up for life. Down the panel, he stared at the village map and couldn't help thinking how huge and stunning this place really was. The moat where the bandits got trapped had already baked dry, so they finally had the perfect space to start building something new. After a while, a brand new building suddenly rose up and the residents cheered it as a masterpiece. Beautiful, too, but they couldn't stop asking what it was and why it showed up at all. Luke told them this bathhouse was open to the whole village. Step into the blue room for men and the red room for women. Barrett told them this bathhouse was basically the same one the mayor had built. The girl asked if they could use it already. The boy nodded and said yes, then promised that if anything came up they could reach him anytime without worry. Then the hero pointed straight at the door to the changing rooms, where everyone could swap outfits, stash their stuff, and storm off to the bathhouse. Luke peered into the men's side of the bathhouse and the place lit up. Every last guy was grinning at the fresh new construction. The main character checked in on the girls and they said everything was good and thanked him for worrying, but right in the middle of it, one of the men snapped at the others to knock it off and stop messing around. The hero breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone seemed to love being here, yet somehow nobody ever used the bathroom in his room, and yeah, they'd probably still had an amazing time. While the boys just stood there grinning, his mind got drowned out by arguments roaring in the background, until a granny barged in, blew her top, and snapped at everyone to finally shut up. He was already walking out of the bathhouse, thinking everyone deserved to finally rest in peace. Out in the field, Luke spotted Celine pounding through training with her student Barrett like she meant business. 2 boys stood there chatting with the headman and he praised them for their great work. Then Selene caught sight of the boy too. The girl asked what it was like in the bathhouse and Luke shot back that everything was perfect. Meanwhile, Milia was in the kitchen chopping something up, sure she could feel another kitchen nearby, until Selena and the head suddenly got snagged by something that pulled their attention away. Barrett's blade didn't just shatter, it snapped in half with a brutal metal-crunching crack. Goatee whispered to the master that this was the last sword. Selene shot out an apology and Luke stared right through her, then demanded if there was, somehow, another sword now. Back in the forest, they always carried weapons just in case they'd need them, but now they had nothing at all to bring except the boy's long sword. They tried to swing their swords extra carefully in training, but it backfired hard and Luke realized it the moment the battle started. Godi kept rambling, and next time, they decided to push deeper into the forest. The village chief snapped into panic and demanded to know if there really wasn't even one weapon for this. Selene nodded along, then fired back that even so, they couldn't just sit around and do nothing. Godi said it'd be great if those bandits were armed properly, but all they had were those clunky giant axes and tangled chains. Suddenly, the man snapped to a plan: turn the bandits against themselves. Don't let them step into the village until they haul something good back first. Luke stared at the weapon, and with his gift, all he could summon were buildings, so yeah, he had no choice but to accept it. Bart stared at the leader and swore, "Everything's going to be okay, we've been through this forest before and we'll keep everyone safe." Then he added, "And we won't push ourselves too hard." He might have sounded shaky, but he was dead certain Luke needed to use his powers for himself. The protagonist stared up at the man and said only his name, and like a switch flipping, the man's panic eased in an instant. The boy and the man were going at it, and the elder snapped that he'd always depended on their strength, while Barrett insisted everything was fine, until the fight dragged on and then Godi cut in. Gate walked up to the headman and started talking, but the headman kept pushing him to act more confident. "I'm the headman," he basically said. Like Luke's house, Goat swore he'd build a brand new one, but Luke shot him down, thinking, "I'm not wasting my points." So yeah, the headman, Selene, and Melia all lived together, one cramped room for the toilet and the bath, one single bed, and Gate couldn't believe how inconvenient that was, like the girl standing right beside him totally agreed. But then a voice screamed at him that he knew nothing. Three of them snapped their heads toward the sound, totally thrown off. It was Tior, Perun, and Rando, fresh out of the bathhouse, steam blasting off their skin, grinning like they'd just won the world. They told Gate, "You can't possibly know what happens when girls and boys go swimming," and then they hit him with the real question: why is there only one bed? One of them snapped that they didn't want to ruin that perfect view, and all three instantly blushed at what they'd just said. Then Luke snapped into action. He fired up his abilities, slammed the house move function, and the panel instantly flashed the exact points he burned on every move. Eventually, Luke built himself a brand new house, 2 stories tall, packed with windows everywhere. Selena and Milia went bright red, yanking their hands up to cover their faces, while the village chief smugly bragged that he'd built the house in a blink, just 3 rooms, nothing more. Millie flopped onto the huge bed and demanded, "Why is this thing ridiculously big?" Luke shrugged it off, claiming it just happened on its own and he hadn't even touched the bed, but the girl shot back with total confidence that it was only natural. Since he was the head of the village, of course he deserved the biggest bed. Then, right out of nowhere, she blurted that she needed a huge bed too, because that's exactly what she was used to sleeping on. So Selene and the master planned to use her together. Selene erupted in rage, screaming it wasn't fair, and Luke himself just kept staring at that picture. But the boy cut them off and declared that neither of them would be touching this bed, leaving the girls staring in total disbelief. Staring at the panel, Luke grinned and said one bed would be plenty for him, then shrugged that if the size bothered them, he'd fix it in seconds and spend another point. And Selene and Melia just stared back in pure amazement. The girls looked absolutely crushed and huddled on the floor, and as the elder carried the panel around, he spotted something intriguing, so he jumped on it, ready to see what else he could uncover. He strode up to the stone wall and wished a ladder were right there, so the warriors could scale it and fight it out in control if they had to. After that, Luke slammed together 8 ladders beside the stone wall and declared it was plenty, staring at the panel like it just wasn't giving him what he needed. It hit him out of nowhere. He had to punch holes in the wall so he could fire safely from cover. The main character lunged straight at the wall and slammed into it, turning back the moment he realized only a long spear could possibly reach that thing. Suddenly, a man's face popped out of the new hole. He stared at the boy with his head hanging upside down. The young man's nerves snapped and he blurted to Dong, "Why are you here and what are you doing?" Dong grinned and admitted, "I saw you coming up with something fresh and fascinating and I couldn't stop myself, I had to know." Donga demanded to know what it was, and the boy said it would keep them safe if they were attacked from the outside. Then he started slipping his hand into the hole. The man shot out his hand toward the young man and Donga lit up with pure joy, still smiling, still clinging to the wall. The residents swore they used to build sandhills the same way when they were kids, and Luke told them, "Perfect. then enemies won't have it easy striking from the outside. But only Selen can wield it with his ice magic, so they had no choice but to tinker with the weapon, while the villagers stared at the fresh hole in the stone wall and the stairs right beside it. Talk about bad luck, the spot was terrible, and there was no way we'd fix those problems fast using weapons. Then it hits them, an idea flashes like lightning. What if they reshaped one chunk of the wall? Maybe that tweak would unleash answers they desperately need. And yeah, the boy actually pulled it off. He reshaped it, and that one log slid free from the line of logs. Luke was over the moon he'd succeeded. He reached for that log and out it slid, except it wasn't a log at all, it was a blade with no handle. Before it even fully cleared the gap, its shape was already etched in place, and now there was only one move left to make. He cradled it in his hands and froze in shock because the thing was still half-formed, and he had no idea how it ended up that way. Luke's heart sank, he couldn't make the adjustment work. If he split from the object like that, the target would vanish. But the young man refused to stop or back down, so he lunged forward again, yanked a brand new sword free from the log and kept going. And now, just like that, he gripped the new weapon in his hand, roaring that he'd handle it for sure, no doubt. He started whipping his sword through the air and bragged that he'd only lose 3 points, no more. The village chief was convinced this time would finally work. But after one more savage swing, the weapon shattered into 2 pieces. Luke crumpled onto the ground, gripping the broken half of the sword in his left hand. It didn't shock him, of course the sword would start as wood because that's what would eventually turn into a weapon, and then it hit him all at once. Crammed behind dungeon bars, those nasty, rude bandits were still cackling in the dark. Then the leader showed up, and they immediately started shouting, demanding like they were giving orders that he finally spring them from this place. Meanwhile, Luke stared at the iron trapping them like he could already see it turning into weapons in his hands. He had a little fear in his gut, but then he realized he could build something solid and unbreakable. If the boy snatched it right then, the bandits would pounce on him instantly, so he had to tack on one more move. And one bandit couldn't hold back his rage as he kept complaining. This bandit gripped the iron bars tight. Then, just a heartbeat later, another bar slid right in between them and panic hit as he jerked back and leaned away. And right there, it finally happened. One bandit was already planted on the floor while the other screamed that it just went down, and the boy, he didn't flinch at all. He stood calmly across from them. The bandit, still seething moments ago, stared hard at the rod that suddenly appeared while the village elder worked out how to shut off one side. The bandit's fear was already creeping in, but when he looked at the boy, he couldn't guess what would hit next. All 3 men hunched forward, fixed on the young man, and held their breath for what he'd do next, while Luke stared down at the panel before him and picked the function to thin the material, like he already knew exactly how it was supposed to be done. The chief pulled it off after all. One heartbeat later, an iron sword was already clenched in his hand, and the bandits stared in awe, still baffled by how he'd done it so fast. Still not satisfied, the main character was already hunting for his next move, thinking about what he could turn into a pen and trying out a bunch of different options right away. Lucky Luke burst out of the dungeon and dared to hope he could find someone who knew weapons, someone who could forge something new and useful, while the bewildered prisoners stared at him, dumbfounded. Selene and Bellet stared at the village chief and the fresh iron sword he'd just forged, stunned by what they were seeing. The girl stared at Luke and demanded to know how he pulled it off. He just shrugged and said he'd done it on the spot. The very next second, Selene shouted at Bellet, and he snatched the sword straight from the air into his hands. The girl and the man slammed back into the fight, and neither of them blinked. Every hit was pure focus. The man's master unleashed her fresh blows and smashed her opponent with total confidence. Selene struck with razor precision, fearless in her power. Then someone nearby yelled, "Yes." The girl checked the sword, nodded like it was perfect, and the young man practically lit up with pride, while Bellet, who'd just gotten dragged into an unexpected fight, could only feel pure fear. The very next second, Selene was already sprinting toward the rest of her students, yelling into the distance that the headman had forged brand new weapons for them. Then out of nowhere, a giggle rang out and someone came straight for Luke. It was Granny. She popped in, took one look at what went down, and somehow acted like everything was going just fine. The boy, jumpy at first, realized it was her and finally let out a relieved breath. From behind the old woman stepped her crew, 5 bandits. With a sly grin, she announced that she and the boys had wrapped up their end too, leaving everyone in shock at how sudden they were. Luke froze, staring down at the panel beneath him. One bandit was parading his head like a trophy, and Luke saw their level was the absolute highest. With bandits closing in behind his grandmother, the young man snapped tense, going rigid in a ready-to-snap stance. But Granny stayed cool as ice and ordered the bandits to obey every command their elder gave from that moment on, and the men roared back in one voice, loud as a choir, instantly agreeing. If they get commanded to work, they'll work, period. If they're ordered to die right now, then they'll die. The bandit still blurted out yes at the top of his lungs, like her words flipped some switch, turning them into totally different people. Suddenly, every boy crumpled to the headman's feet and begged to become his personal slaves, swearing they'd obey every order from that moment on, while the boy could only sit there, shaking with fear at what he just witnessed. Luke just stood there like, okay, what do I do with this now? Then Granny smiled like she'd pulled off magic and bragged that her discipline could train even worse. Honestly, the grandmother planned to grind them down to exhaustion and then overpower them. But the second the bandits acted docile, her whole scheme crumbled to dust. As she walked out, the grandmother just smirked and said it wouldn't hurt to snap a couple bones as a prevention step, and right then the bandits swarmed the boy, firing questions and begging for an order. Luke tried to push them back. While all of that unfolded, the protagonist fretted, yet the correctional work delivered results fast, proving the granny's old approach was about to become unnecessary as the bandits finally chose the right path. Luke shot a quick, furtive glance at Bellet, then barked orders at the bandits to back him up, and just like that, they bolted over, already questioning what Bellet needed as they ran. After that, Grandma barely ever had to unleash her violent corrections on bandits or any other bad people. The correctional work runs smooth, no mess, no setbacks, and when it's finally over, everything clicks back into place as the residents let out the biggest sigh of relief, pushing those scary thoughts out of their minds. Staring down another bandit in the dungeon, the grandmother demanded, "You ready to clean up your act and start correctional work at the rehabilitation center?" The elder hovered nearby, relieved things were finally back to normal. Suddenly, a voice called out to him straight through the power of thoughts. Luke's chest tightened as he wondered who was speaking and where the sound even came from. Then he was instantly told the man was already here in the dungeon, and that's when Luke snapped his head around. He snapped his gaze to a cell meant for the bandits, and there he was, staring back. Goosebumps erupted across the hero's skin with pure electric excitement. Suddenly, Luke snapped. This wasn't some random thug at all, it was the telepathy guy from the lot, the bandit with that freakish gift. Using his gift, the bandit started spilling his life story to the boy. His name was Satin. He was a merchant's son, but one day he got forced to flee his hometown, and that's how he ended up joining a gang and crawling his way into becoming a homeless thief. The elder just couldn't follow, but Satin leaned in and said, "I've repented for everything I've done these years. I swear I never want to turn into that kind of monster and end up a bandit." The bandit snapped that he truly regretted everything he'd done. Luke stared at him, confused, because why would this guy start telling his whole life story? Maybe he was begging for forgiveness, but it still felt totally strange. The bandit kept pleading for mercy, begging to be let go, and the protagonist's gut screamed sabotage, because in his panel he'd watched the rebellion in those very intentions. The bandit swore he wasn't running, then demanded why Luke didn't trust him. But Luke's gut told him the exact opposite, like there was no way he'd fall for it that easily, and Satin didn't look like she suspected anything was off with the main character at all. The prisoner stared at the boy and wrestled with a plan to trick him, forcing himself to focus. He had to find Luke's weak spot and slam pressure right into it. Milia burst onto the scene, pining for her master. And as she got closer, she called out to the young man, snapping the bandit's eyes wide open when he felt her thoughts hit him, and he realized he'd read them perfectly. Satin snapped his finger at Milia and demanded to know who she was, saying it like her thoughts were supposed to amaze everyone. Milia's face lit up with shock and then pure fury. Milia snapped that the guy was straight up rude and acting like something had totally possessed him. Then Granny slid in and said he had special skills, that he could read people's thoughts, and the girl's face at what she heard was so shocking it didn't even feel describable. Milia snapped her gaze to her grandmother and said that the jailed bandit was up to something. Then Satin, trapped behind those bars, stared in disbelief and exploded, screaming what she meant. Granny reassured him there was nothing to fear, promising she'd handle everything herself, but Satin fumed that Melia needed a hospital way more than he did, so he pressed for one thing: stop Melia now before it's too late. The main character snapped his head around and asked the girl standing with her back to him, "What thoughts are stirring in your head?" She shot back, nerves jumping, that she hadn't meant anything bad, yet Luke kept grilling her, demanding to know why the hero acted the way he did. The woman let out a slow breath and admitted she was still stuck cleaning the bathrooms, and that this thief probably thought it all sounded way too fancy. His expression snapped, surprise hit hard, fury followed fast, and he tried to fire back at least something, but his mind went blank. The cleaning lady warned the young man to grab another toilet before someone else snatched it, and Luke nodded, saying he was already heading there. Time slipped by, and when the hero hit the street, sharp shouting and loud arguments tore into the air. That little moment grabbed his attention, and he couldn't believe how worked up everyone was, because the hero had no clue why all that anxiety was blowing up. Luke cut through the crowd of onlookers and demanded to know what was happening, and the second one of the guys spotted him, he jerked his gaze toward the young man. Sweat poured off the hero's face. He spun toward the crowd and demanded, "Did the hunting party come back?" They told him plenty of time had gone by, and yet they still hadn't reached their destination. They were meant to be back before sunset, but they're nowhere to be found. People are freaking out because the night forest is where danger hunts. Suddenly, someone blurted out that it was the curse of the armorage, and every single person snapped their eyes to them. Panic rippled through the crowd as they stared at the girls standing right in front of them, and they demanded, again, what kind of curse this was. The heroine revealed that armorage is a massive, vicious rabbit crowned with a sharp horn on its forehead, and in the village's entire history, only 33 of those horrors have ever been captured. The main character clocked it right away. This creature is brutally hard to snag without special skills, but their hunters sure don't have any magic to cheat the odds. Armorage eggs, then out of nowhere people started shouting the size. Luke couldn't wrap his head around why that girl dragged them here, but she just smirked and said she had plenty of them. Then the guy nearby growled that the little girl couldn't help herself because her curiosity was too wild. But she kept going, insisting those weren't ordinary eggs at all, because just recently she'd seen a hunter from their settlement come back from hunting like nothing was wrong. A cold shiver raced down the girl's spine when she saw him lug the dead animal carcass straight into the village. At first, she figured she was just imagining it, but the closer she got, the horror hit her full force. The creature erupted into a wild, unearthly howl, snapping its rat-like fangs as it roared. The beast was dead, but its body had been torn open. Then armorage literally brought it back to life. And right in that shocking moment, the heroine cut him off, refusing to believe the creature had climbed out of those strange eggs. Suddenly, the girl erupted into loud screams and stomped her feet, realizing they hadn't listened to her. This was the cursed one, and everyone scrambled to soothe her. The blonde guy muttered that he was starting to suspect something, and Luke snapped to attention at once, rushing over to the hero. He explained that some animals release a special pheromone that travels for kilometers, pulling the females in, and if the hunting corps doesn't know it, they're walking straight into a trap. No matter how many people storm into that forest, armorage only grows stronger, because when they all attack in packs, it feeds on the chaos. Hearing that, huge beads of sweat poured down his face. He froze in pure shock because he couldn't buy that guess for a second. Everyone around burst into loud cheers, screaming that the hunting party needed help right now, and from the giant tower came shouts too. Something was coming. Both heroes snapped their heads back, desperate to catch the exact moment the viewer had just witnessed. Luke slid into an already locked-in stance, ready to pounce on the unwanted enemy. The blonde guy behind him leaned in and asked if the hunting party had finally come back, and Luke snapped back fast. No, it wasn't them, and it wasn't the monsters either. Something else loomed ahead, and right behind the boys the same girl stood there, thrusting armorage eggs toward them. The heroes stared in shock at the mysterious object that suddenly materialized right beside the village. Luke was the only one who could save the village, so he demanded everyone get out to a safe place because nobody had any idea what was coming. Someone pitched the idea of sending the prisoners in, claiming it was the perfect chance to prove, once and for all, who would stay loyal. Suddenly, Selena stormed up to the group and demanded, "So what's going on here?" The blonde guy stared at her, stunned, and blurted out if they were okay. then demanded whether they'd spotted a monster lurking near the village. The heroine stood tall behind her hunters, chin up, and vowed these were exactly the monsters they were hunting. Boars are vicious monsters that can smash a whole village with pure brute strength, and their skin and meat are so rare it's insane. The meat tastes almost exactly like pork. Everyone closed in on the prey. Stunned, the hunters managed to bag not one but two boars at once. Then they pointed at the bloody carcasses and couldn't stop shouting. A bunch of villagers were practically drooling for that meat, and the maid shot back, "Don't worry, I'll cook it up fast for you." Right behind her, two more young girls stood poised and hungry, ready to turn the dead carcasses of those creatures into the most mouth-watering dinner imaginable. Right then, they started hacking the boars apart, and Luke turned his head fast, refusing to watch that nightmare unfold. He swallowed his nausea and blurted that he couldn't believe how strong these women were. Then they smirked and said, "We're real fighters." After a while, everyone piled into this massive room, towering columns looming all around them. A huge slab of meat sat on that plate, and every hungry person in the room couldn't look away. People all around were yelling that this meat was insanely rare, and someone immediately pitched the idea: sell it instead of eating it themselves. One of the heroes tore off a chunk of meat because he couldn't wait another second. His hunger was roaring too loud. The boy crumpled to the ground, totally swept away by the juicy meat, while Luke burst out laughing, admitting he'd probably been exaggerating just a bit. A bunch of heroes stood right behind the headman, crowding him so hard he had to take a bite, because this thing was ridiculously tasty. Right then, the main character grabbed the meat they handed him and took a big bite, then started chewing, desperate to catch its flavor. That meat hit the table like a dream, so tender it melted on his tongue, and he couldn't even chew it because it was already falling apart. Luke couldn't believe monster meat could be this good. Then Selene flashed a grin at the guy's satisfied face after he took that boar. The girl said boars usually lurk deep in the forest and are a nightmare to track, but the hunters didn't back down. They decided to build a carriage that could haul up to 5 monsters at once. Around them, folks took one bite of the boar meat and their faces lit up, sweet, tender, and seriously delicious. Right as the main character started scanning the room, it only took a blink for him to spot something that shouldn't be there. His blonde friend refused every single bite of meat, and it freaked him out, so he rushed over and demanded to know why. Suddenly, Luke blurted that nobody had broken the curse, and his expression turned stone serious. The maid stepped up to him, clocked the panic in his face, and told him, "Just hang on a bit, this will all be over soon." He chugged from the massive mug, then shot a quick look at her. The woman practically pushed the guests toward her mouth-watering, just-baked pies, wild boar and all, and somehow they were awful. Hearing that, the protagonist gagged hard, then locked onto the maid with both eyes. Turns out awful isn't useless at all. It's packed with tonic goodness, full of nutrient power, and it's seriously beneficial for your body. The fair-haired guy admitted he'd once tried something dreadful, and even then it hit like a very specific kind of awful, and he'd never seen pies with a filling like that before. She thrust a giant plate into the crowd and told everyone to dig in. The girl who warned them about the curse grabbed a hot pie in her hands, and everyone told her the filling inside was so tender it practically melted, plus just a little kick of spicy heat. The heroine leaned in, kissed the spicy pie with her lips, then tore off a juicy bite. But once she got a taste, she tormented him so viciously that chunks of meat splattered everywhere. That pie crunched so hard in her mouth that the main character couldn't stop herself. She had to know what was waiting inside. The maid set a steaming bowl of genital soup down in front of every guest. That same girl was already shoving through her pie, trying to get to the soup as fast as she could. That soup smelled weird, neither good nor awful, but the main character shrugged and dug in anyway. He couldn't wrap his head around how anyone could actually enjoy the way it tastes when they bite into it. 6 months had slammed by since the village rose, and Luke stood there praising his crew, calling them legends. Then the blonde boy cut in and said, "We've got to gear up for winter, like now." The young man didn't even get a chance to reply. Someone shouted, and he whipped around, snapping his attention toward the sound. Right in front of the main character, a man stood there and thanked Luke for everything: the tough conditions, the good life in the village. Then he straight up decided to head home to his family. When he heard it, a cold wave hit, then sweat started pouring down his face. That man lingered here for ages, but the moment finally hit. he grabbed 5 others and they all decided to leave the village before it was too late. The protagonist nodded in relief because they could finally come see him next time, this time with their family, and Luke couldn't wait to welcome them back in his village. The man thanked the young man again for everything. When he said it would be a problem to take the elderly to the village, Selene grabbed Luke's attention and told him to hand it over to her. He knew the whole delegation couldn't see the travelers off, but he still made sure they wouldn't ride out alone. He picked at least a couple people to escort them. Selene lunged right back at the main character, demanding he give the order to escort the master home. Luke let out a quick chuckle, and a grin snapped onto his face. He couldn't wrap his head around why everyone around him was screaming like it was the end of the world. Suddenly, 5 former bandits burst in front of him, and they all stared with total submission. The boys stood ready to become either a shield or bait, because they were fully prepared to give up their rowing bodies for it. Luke still didn't know if he could trust those bandits, especially the ones who used to be them, until Selene swore they were safe to trust. She was ready to swear for them, and then all 5 of them erupted at once, shouting at the mayor to trust them. Breathing hard, the protagonist gave a quick, shaky yes, because if Selene backed them, then these dudes had to be solid. The heroine barked the order, telling the bandits to escort the gentlemen back to their own homes, and those tough men instantly did exactly what she demanded. Luke still didn't trust those bandits, but the man beside him fired back that they had to be given a chance to prove they'd truly changed. Even though these 5 still sent some villagers running, everyone else swore this was the truth. Someone shouted that it was true, and every last villager rose to their feet to stare as the bandits and the gentlemen marched out. Days slipped by and the foreman panicked into action. He hurried to build stone walls and slap up fencing around the houses. When all the work was finally finished, the main character stared at what his crew had built, and a bright grin spread across his face. Luke caught everyone off guard with the giant stone wall, then explained it wasn't protection for prisoners. It was home base for bandits who were actually finishing their rehab and turning their lives around. He carved out this place by building a special settlement for bandits, giving them a shot at living like normal people until, bit by bit, they earned their way as permanent residents of the village. Not a single resident could have pictured the day they'd be living in those mind-blowing, luxury-level, ultra-comfy houses. Even the bandits choked up when they saw what Luke had done for them, then they thanked him, stunned that his kindness truly had no limits. Then the mayor brushed off all the praise, insisting nothing was wrong and that they were crushing it, while the bandits whipped the headman into believing he had nothing to fear now because the village's safety would be theirs to carry. And if danger suddenly jumps out at them, they'll beam it straight to the main character through telepathy. Everyone around him hung on his words, fired up by his responsibility, shocked that rehab could turn brutal bandits into noble people with hearts full of kindness and purity. One of the bandits caught the message meant for him, using his gifts to back good people, not to rob Luke. Then Luke pressed him hard, asking if he'd truly been banished from his hometown. And the boy admitted that the power he'd been handed played a cruel prank on him the moment he was just a kid. Then someone revealed his gift was telepathy, and ever since the moment he got it, the young man couldn't stop suffering. One day, right in the middle of his appointment, the doctor fixated on how much he hated kids, worried this baby might somehow sniff out exactly what was going through his head. He pushed his mind into the guy like a weapon, trying to force him to spill what he knew about the doctor's thoughts. Turns out that noble priest was a rotten, pay-for-his-prayers mercenary and the kind uncle. Every night he'd sneer, mocking the servants like it was entertainment. The girl he swore was pure and innocent ended up being way more loose than he ever imagined. But the honest farmer was lying through his teeth, and when the rumors hit, everyone around the boy flipped on him, convinced he'd steal their minds with telepathy. Even his own parents couldn't handle him. One day he overheard them admit they had no clue what they were supposed to do with him. He's still young, sure, but the danger he carries is massive, so they've got to make a decision fast before it's too late. They didn't know if this gift would ever land in their other kids' hands, and they prayed hard that they'd never turn into Satan because no one deserved a life like that. The parents decided to cut him loose, convinced he could scorch their family name and destroy their reputation. After Satan got exiled, he ditched the straight path and threw himself into a gang of thieves and bandits. And just like that, his whole life flipped upside down. At first, he was just an errand boy and a decoy trying to win over the gang boss, but they wouldn't take him in, so they shoved him into nothing but nasty, dirty work. Out of nowhere, someone in the crowd yanked Satin's attention away and demanded, "So you really chose to be a bandit, even though you've got a big heart?" They all surged in on him, yelling that he had to pay for every sin, turn his wicked ways into good deeds, and do it for the villagers. Satin took that with a big yes. He'd finally decided to change for the people, and from that moment on, he was ready to step in and help the villagers. Right then, the maid burst in. She'd missed the entire conversation, while Satin's mind flooded with tender thoughts of loving Luke, and the hero instantly choked. Then the mayor finally snapped into relief, because the young man had basically handed them his entire life story, making it clear they were safe. When the young man hit the dirt, bandits swarmed him and started shaking him hard, demanding he beg for his life, because he'd shouted that he wanted to be killed, and somehow he still didn't want to hear a single word of what this maid was thinking. After a while, Luke found himself face to face with the old folk and the gentleman who'd just left the village, and he wasted no time. He introduced himself as the village elder. The old man told him, "My sons won't stop talking about you," and then he leaned in and thanked him for everything he'd done. He reached out with a wrinkled hand, and the village elder snapped his grip without thinking twice. While the escort guided an old lady to safety, she kept assuring him she was fine, then snapped at him to leave her alone the moment he tried to help. Then he finally saw it. Those boys made it to the village safe and sound, and pure joy exploded in his chest. Luke snapped his head to Selene and told her she'd dragged along the exact same crew they'd seen earlier, and Selene grinned in that sweet, too-sticky way. The heroine snapped that the gang chose to strike at them. Then they ignored one brutal detail, and it came back to ruin them, because this whole time they'd been hunting her crew, only for the tables to turn and them to get trapped in their own nets. Out of nowhere, a gloved hand snapped against a bandit's face. These were ex-robbers who swore that now their own brothers were doing the same thing, burning away their sins with the very same smoke they once chased. The tied-up guys burst into the light, stunned, no clue what happened to their friends or why they suddenly turned gentle, while the big one grinned and swore he was a righteous man now, living only for the good. They screamed at the former bandit to back off, but that huge brute grinned and swore they'd all be cured too. Just a few kilometers from the village, a group of people was spotted, actively hunting the place, yet the sun seemed to question them because not even a single plant dared to grow there. That hulking man gaped in shock because this place was nothing but desert, and they figured the village had to be beyond it. They had to hunt down a village. Food and water were almost gone, so Dad burned through every last bit of energy, refusing to sit around and do nothing while survival slipped away. The son fretted over how many hours had dragged by since the endless walking, but the scenery wouldn't change. Then the man snapped him out of his whining and demanded he calm down. The heroes confronted the man, and as he talked, he warned that this year's harvest had turned into the worst disaster ever. Food was running out, and the war plus crushing taxes made everything spiral out of control. The young man fumed because the village was impossible to track down, and he started to suspect it might not even exist beyond rumors. But the man kept insisting that a settlement only gets tax exemptions if it's a fully sovereign state. The son groaned like it was fed up, whining that it got stuck being born in some tiny village. He finally realized he should have moved to the city from the start. Then he could have built his own place and become an elite adventurer, but fate slammed the door on his dreams. Right then, his father slammed to a stop in front of him, rage flaring, and those loud, furious sighs filled the air. The man snapped at the boy, screaming that he was always whining, and then demanded his son pull himself together, because they couldn't abandon their people without hope, and their ancestors never built the village just for them to turn around and quit. His father kept yelling that quitting halfway was easy, so the boy had to prove to everyone that he deserved to become a real adventurer and rescue the village. And the 60-year-old man blasted out loud complaints about why he'd been handed that job, until the son suddenly blared and pointed off to the side. But the old man refused to drop the subject. When he heard that there was a stone wall sitting in the middle of the desert, the words hit him and he just went silent. The hero peered into the horizon and realized no stone wall stood out in the middle of the desert where there should have been nothing. Then the son snapped that his father's eyesight was awful, that he'd definitely seen a wall, and that just behind it there had to be a village. As the young man sprinted toward the wall, the older man strained to keep pace, pushing through the sand to catch up. Right then, dusk was already creeping over the village. While the elderly travelers rolled in that afternoon, the whole crowd kept yapping, greeting them left and right like it was a lively homecoming. Luke stared at the whole scene from the window, his eyes calm and unshaken, because deep down he knew everything was finally okay. The maid spotted the headman grinning like a kid on festival day, and the girl insisted the young man had to rest up now and recharge his strength for tomorrow. The mayor dropped his gaze, wrestled with every thought in silence, and said nothing at all to the girls, dead quiet. Then it hit him and he snapped back to himself, grinning so hard it showed, wishing the maid and the girl good night, and they just stood there, smiling right back. After a while, the main character was sprawled in his bed, sinking into a soft, velvety pillow. Luke was already out cold, his tired eyes shut tight as peace washed over him. He had zero clue anything was coming. Suddenly, a maid and a girl slipped in behind him, staring with a look that said, "You're really getting on our nerves." Both girls closed in on the main character, circled his bed, and crept into plotting mode like they had a plan brewing. Then they clung to Luke in a tight hug and chose to sleep right beside him, both heroines wearing huge, satisfied smiles. The very next day, he barely caught someone's frantic voice calling his name. Right outside the gate of their village, two strangers had appeared, and the maid snapped that they were refugees from a whole other settlement. The father and son pulled up to the village door and told Luke they'd come all the way from Mal village down south, and then the old man introduced his son, Manta, to the village headman. The main character stepped up to both of them, introduced himself, and then grilled himself over one thing: why on earth these two ended up in their village. An old man stared at him and asked, "You're Luke, the Marquise's son, right?" And the headman's jaw dropped as he blurted, "Wait, you know him." Luke's father just said, "All I know is this: Luke showed up because his own father ordered him to come here and build a brand new city." And the man said, "Whoa, he's nailing this job." Then the mayor himself chimed in, "It's been 6 months since I moved in here." Manta was sure it was straight up impossible to squeeze house builds into that tiny amount of time. Then he figured they must have been made ahead of schedule. Then the elder leaned in and demanded to know why they'd come, so the travelers told him straight up. They were seeking his help, because back in their city a massive war was starting to brew and everyone was hanging on by a thread. Luke grinned at the travelers and told them he was so happy to have them in his village. Like, yeah, he was in, and that meant he agreed. Then it hit the main character. Terrible wars between territories were closing in at breakneck speed. And yeah, it all probably kicked off with the Marquis of Shingen from the Northern Valleys, because those guys have super tense ties with the other territories, yet they're still locked in as one of the 5 great powers. The hero couldn't stop replaying it in his head. Was Raoul, the guy he already knew, actually tangled up in all of this? Just as Luke got lost in his own thoughts, a father and son interrupted him to thank him for his help, because their state doesn't care about people one bit. "For some reason, my dad got hit with crushing shame and the stress detonated. His blood pressure spiked hard." At that exact moment, the village chief's mind raced with visions of what might happen if he could master Kenzai's technique. Then a quiet, humble smile lit up his face. He pictured himself as a legend, sword gripped tight, and then the wild fantasy started, playing out in his head exactly how it would all end. People would stare at him with glowing, rapturous eyes, silently praying for the best, and somehow it would all feel downright incredible for them. The hero grinned as he pictured the faces of everyone he knew, thrilled by the truth that he could finally shield them all. He'd give them the whole world in a heartbeat if he could. In his fantasies, he saw those smiling heroes, and he finally understood it all. Their hopes were pinned on him alone. Luke handed out bread and meat like it was pure magic, because he wanted nothing less than tears of joy and big, shining smiles on every single face. But no matter what he wants to do, all he can do is fire off promises to people. Suddenly his hand tightened, clenched into a fist, and the hero sank into deep, heavy thoughts. After that, he forced himself to calm down, keeping quiet about what scared him and why he was terrified for his people's future. Luke flashed a fake smile, instantly clocking how pathetic he must have looked to his brand new inhabitants. Manta and his father's eyes burned with exhaustion after that brutal hike and frantic search for a village they barely stumbled upon. After everything, the main character stepped up and told everyone, "We've got guests now, so we'd better get them fed and give them somewhere to stay." Several days dragged by and then father and son finally declared, mouths wide with disbelief, that the village really was incredible, and that every rumor was dead on. Manta and his father lugged massive backpacks across the crowd, pumping hands nonstop and thanking the locals for the warm, welcoming reception. Out of nowhere, someone demanded how long it took them to build that massive fence, and they couldn't believe their eyes at the giant fields of harvest stretching across the whole village. Manta blasted out loud and clear that the rumors claiming Luke got a useless skill were nothing but lies. And when the main character answered, they said, "From a certain angle, it's still true because I don't have some special power and I didn't even choose to come here. But his gift isn't useless at all. His building skills have been carrying them, and now everything they lay eyes on is made possible by him." Right when his excited speech was soaring, someone shouted that they'd come back, and the crowd realized those words meant one thing: hunters had returned. Selene marched back to the village with her hunters, and today they hauled in an amazing catch. Before long, the whole crowd erupted in loud, shocked cheers. Manta suddenly snapped to a stop in the middle of everything and blurted, screaming, "What is that? Why is there so much mascara?" His face contorted into an ugly, pained grimace. The girl burst into laughter and teased him, "Are you really the same villager, Mao?" Then she grinned and said she wanted to save the catch for winter, yet she figured they could spare a couple of carcasses for dinner tonight. Luke stared at Selene, stunned. Those orcs kept their distance because she was a killer hunter, and yeah, they were huge, but for her it might as well have been nothing. Even the elder figured catching 10 carcasses would be as easy as pie. Suddenly, someone yanked him out of his head and ripped his attention away from that mysterious heroine with power so huge it felt unreal. She told the mayor the main course was waiting for them at the gate, then flashed a sharp, sarcastic smile. Beyond the village gates, a monstrous giant boar sprawled out, so massive it looked like a whole pack of rhinoceroses had fused into one. The new folks of Mal Village gaped in shock and screamed at the top of their lungs, because they'd never ever laid eyes on a carcass that huge, the one that girl hauled back. Luke let out a joyful scream, still stunned that the girl had somehow knocked him down. Then she blinked, flashed a shy, flirtatious smile and burst into laughter. Then she shouted that while the guys kept him busy, the girl slipped in from behind, latched onto his carotid, and Luke's armor made the whole hit count. The headman snapped to the truth. Next time he'd have to forge them tougher because these were badly dented. People around stared at her with total awe, envy burning in their hearts as they muttered, "I wish I could get as strong as her." A shocked grin snapped onto Father Manta's face, because he had zero clue what was going on, and cold sweat started pouring down his expression. Wernick rammed his huge snout to his horns and yanked him toward the kitchen, pushing dinner to start way sooner. Luke knew his guests were wiped out from that long journey, so he made sure they got to rest while the food was being prepared, and the villagers from Mal Village thanked him for it. The elder even promised they'd soon get their own houses, and when he jabbed a finger at the buildings, the hero leaned in and asked, "So, do you want to live there?" Then bam, this young man snapped to his senses, told them to hold up for just a couple minutes, and the villagers beside him fidgeted like crazy, desperate to see what the mayor was about to do. Monty's father stepped in to help the main character, because everyone around them was already used to putting in the work. Suddenly, his grin snapped into a stunned stare, eyes wide with shock, like the man just froze in disbelief, not understanding a thing. Using his gift, the main character raised a shelter for his guests, pushing blocks into place and building their brand new home from the ground up. In just seconds, a massive house slammed into existence right in front of them. Now they had no choice but to live there. Both sides stared in stunned shock, their faces twisting as they couldn't wrap their heads around how that building popped up so fast right in front of them. The hero flushed with embarrassment, realizing the other village's residents had never even seen the gift in action, so they never caught how the houses suddenly took shape. So he shoved the thoughts aside, coughed hard, and then, right there, walked up to unveil what he'd hammered out in no time at all. He grinned and declared it was their gift. Then the young man added that this was just temporary housing for now. Still, every single person got a real bed and their own bathroom. Then both men finally realized the truth. his skill wasn't useless at all because he just pulled off a miracle in a blink of time. They suddenly blared, "Luke is the most talented person on Earth." But the main character waved it off, shrugging that his gift was nothing more than building houses. Since that day, 92 newcomers have rolled into the village and started fresh lives, but trust me, it doesn't end there. They went straight to the village elder because they had nothing normal, no real food, no proper homes, no decent clothes, and the old elder before him didn't care about a single one of them. But Luke jumped at the chance to help anyone who stepped up, all because he was determined to boost his village's name. Even strangers trekked to his village just to make money and to live in luxury where every need was handled for them. And that old man never turned anyone away. He saw no problem at all, only the bright truth. His village kept growing, day after day, swelling bigger and bigger. That fair-haired guy with the huge grin leaned in and asked, "So you'll really take care of us here, treat us right?" And when he got the nod, he made it clear then they'd definitely want to eat. The second he realized he didn't need to make their lives harder, embarrassment hit him so fast he wanted to disappear. And to keep everyone safe while they trek across the desert, the old bandits periodically sweep in and watch over them. One of the village's longtime residents suddenly blurted, "Whoa, there are way more of us now." Luke nodded because it all traced back to rumors. Selene swore the war was still roaring on and that it'd keep hammering them too, only time would decide when. So they had to get ready, and the maid just stood there grinning, telling the protagonist he could count on them. At that exact moment, Luke's mind was somewhere else. Still, he snapped out loud that the gift mattered a ton, even if only 10% had it, because that's a huge number. Time slipped by, and then the whole population rushed to the high bell tower, shoulder to shoulder. The whole crowd leaned in, ready to swallow every word their beloved headman was about to unleash. Luke learned that only about 100 out of everyone had the gift, and he set out like a detective to sort it all out. So he built his own pattern to figure it all. On the sausage guns, there are 100 people total. Once you cut out the kids and the old folks, it drops to 24 and then down again to 19. One of the fair-haired guys threw his hands up, cackled, and swore he had no idea the gift was this common, because if he'd known, he wouldn't have had to work. Suddenly, while he was jawing with his friend, a voice snapped in behind him. The guy behind him burst into loud laughter and said, "No, not at all, this is a gift and it's priceless. And helping is never a bad thing." Luke also nodded along with his confidant because he knew one thing for sure. When you've got other people backing you up, everything changes. In the village, job options were scarce as a desert, but someone had to step up and take the work anyway. And that was huge too, because it helped forge a stronger, sturdier population. People in town grabbed new jobs, busted their butts, and slowly forged their future. He desperately wanted everything to keep going just like this, until one terrifying problem started gnawing at his mind. Love in the village had all but vanished. The main character stared at the indicators on that column with his mouth hanging open, trying to figure out exactly what it was hooked up to. If things keep going this way, then love won't stand a chance. Our village will lose it all. Out of nowhere, he caught his confidant flirting with one of the girls, and that's when he realized he had to step up his game. The main character started watching every villager even more closely, and then, whoa, he realized the whole situation was the exact opposite of what it seemed. Chaos erupted everywhere, and women started splitting men apart. The only ones trying were the heroine and that little child, but no matter what they did, nothing could calm them down. The girls sobbed because the one free man they had left was still tied down, married, with a child of his own. With the whole world sliding like this, honesty in the village crumbled, and instead of peace, the town crashed straight into destruction. Then the main character snapped and decided to shut those problems down for good, so they'd never happen again. While one of the heroes was tangled up in bed with a girl, an old, wrinkled woman crawled out from under the blankets and demanded to know, was he actually brave enough to commit adultery? People were actually happy just to be heard. Then Luke would stride up right into the crowd and ask, "You good?" So the headman pushed hard to mend the rifts and keep peace between everyone as best he could. After all that non-stop chaos, the main character finally cracked, toppled onto the grass and gulped air like he'd been sprinting for his life. An associate stepped up and Luke clocked it immediately. The day was too short for him, so the guy shot back that maybe some misunderstandings were popping up right now, but he was sure it wouldn't last because everything would be fine soon. And just like that, the place swelled past 1,000 people. then the hero was led straight to buildings and apartment blocks. Luke remembered it as just an ordinary building, back when nothing about it felt special. With just 20 rooms, it would have been worlds better than where they live now. Plus, people had a bathroom and even a toilet, so it was actually convenient. These houses were so rare and perfect, they were worth every single one of the 300 points. The main character never changed the space around him, he just watched it stretch bigger with every single level. Luke was racking his brain for a way to expand the area. Out of nowhere, the main character barreled straight up to the granny and demanded to know what happened. She shot back that the bandits are slowly getting better, until you get to two of them who refuse to move an inch. This is where the main character couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. One of the bandits went by Doriel, and no matter what Grandma tries, everything stays exactly the same. She thought he was an absolute tough nut to crack. Selim couldn't even picture what her grandmother went through, but she just brushed it off and said she was doing it for the village's sake. Then Luke stopped, stared into the distance, and thought his way through the whole question. But the real problem didn't stop there. Something far worse was hiding out of sight. A prisoner slumped behind the cold bars of a prison, trapped and staring out like the world had disappeared. His name was Bao, and yeah, he was only 23, the kind of hero who hits like a lightning strike. Selena was explaining how they missed Bala at first when, out of nowhere, he cut her off and barked that she was back again. She dragged in someone else and the hero erupted, shouting he'd never bend or change, no matter how hard the old woman pushed. Out of nowhere, she cracked him across the cheek, hard, just because he had the nerve to call her an old woman. The man crumpled onto his knees and Luke stared, until the bandit let out this weird squeak, sounding like nothing he'd ever heard, and the guy couldn't figure out what voice that was. Bao bellowed that he wouldn't whine about the hits from this pathetic old woman, even as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then the grandmother snapped back with fresh fury and charged to attack him again. But even with that, he was still ready for impact, and somehow he rarely ever had to crawl back onto his feet. He pushed his grandmother too far, and with clenched teeth, she kept swinging and pounding him. The heroine yanked him by the ear, shook him hard, and yelled that he was a masochist. Then they stared at Bala and realized he wasn't just winning, he was loving every second of it. Everything felt a bit chaotic for them, since both heroes were living this nightmare for the very first time. The hero craved both the sting in his body and the torment in his mind. Selena had no clue what she was supposed to do with that guy next. He grinned after getting hurt, because that girl told him it'd be a piece of cake. Both heroes locked eyes and chose to throw themselves into the fight. As soon as Selene started striking, the ball shot away from him like it was dodging disaster. She planted her foot on him and snapped that if he loved getting bullied, then he'd better finally start obeying them. The guy rolled his eyes and huffed hot air at the girl, like she just pushed his patience to the edge. Bale suddenly roared, screaming that he hated sadists, ones who thought they could make him enjoy torment just by teasing him. Then the granny snapped him another slap across the cheek, and delivered the wild line that a masochist is basically the exact opposite of a submissive. Only Luke knew why the rehab for this character got cut short, and right then Selene clutched her head like it was splitting open. Suddenly a voice behind her snapped, "Hey, wait." She spun around and there was another thug, slumped behind the bars right behind her. The girl called him the Ice Sword Princess, and rolled her eyes so hard it was basically a whole performance. Selena leaned in and asked if he'd finally surrendered. The hero snapped back that he'd never bow or admit defeat, and he'd never submit to someone weaker than him. She snapped at the bandit, begging him not to hurt her, just help her get him out of here. Then the robber snapped, refusing to back down and saying he wasn't ready. The maid and the main character just stared at it, totally baffled and lost for words. Granny seethed as the big guy went on and on about how he was trying to show her respect. Right then, the woman lunged at Bala, pain tore through him as the attack brutalized his body. Meanwhile, Selena huddled with another prisoner and told him, plain and steady, that if he needed help she'd make sure he got it. She faced the bandit head-on, eyes blazing with purpose, and clasped her hands together like she meant to strike first. After that, Luke leans in and grills Celine for every last detail about what just happened. The heroine looked him in the eye and said, "He's a worthy opponent and I'd love to have him fighting for me." She didn't buy a word he said, but deep down she knew if things went south, they'd use him to fix it. Selena replayed every word from her chat with the bandits in her head, then nodded along to the main character's every point. She recalled his face and those vaulting techniques, and knew they absolutely had to lock in an ally like that. The very next day rolled in and the whole street was packed. People everywhere, like something big was about to happen. Luke knew the public bath was packed to the brim, and Selene shot back that, yep, it was just as crowded. The main character cooked up fun for everyone, then pushed for even more baths for the whole crowd. Suddenly, a new image popped up on the display, and it left him absolutely stunned. He could build the ultimate winter sauna right inside the personal amenities section. Then out of nowhere, a brand new sauna popped up in Luke's house, and he couldn't wait to jump in and test it himself. The guys closing in around him froze in shock, staring like they couldn't believe what they were seeing. It wasn't just a house. It was a massive mansion that could swallow up around 20 people, and the main character absolutely didn't see the scale coming. And boom, he said it out loud, then called everyone over and invited them to his place. One friend complained that the bathtub felt awful, and the main character grinned and said that freedom in that moment was pure heaven. You can get the design custom built, so it looks just like a full-on spa salon. Somebody whispered that it looked less like a pond and more like a rotting cesspool. Still, the guys barely hesitated, yanked off their clothes and sprinted straight over. Everyone dropped into the bathhouse tubs and melted into pure, blissful heaven. The heroes let out a huge sigh, soaking up the sweet, refreshing spring air. They started inviting Luke too, and he just turned his back like he didn't care. Then he declared everyone's gonna have a blast, even as he kept the fun for himself, none for him. But his friends kept shouting his name at the top of their lungs. Then the main character grinned so wide it felt like the whole world just clicked into place. He chose to slip in under the radar so no one would tail him. As Luke stripped off his clothes, a brutal chill hit him and made his bones feel ice cold. That's why he bolted straight down into the steamy hot spring. His foot slipped into the pleasantly hot water, and just like that, in seconds, he was already sitting under the water. Even at midnight, the headman could still hear voices buzzing through the dark. And that's when it hit him, he wasn't alone after all. He gazed up at the moon, smiling like it filled him with joy. Without warning, a maid popped up from behind and offered to rub his back, and the main character screamed so loud it echoed. About 6 months had slammed by since that order sent the side straight to the borderlands. Stuck out there alone, the main character finally shoved his troubles out of his mind and kept moving forward. He was genuinely happy in this village, surrounded by real love that actually felt sincere. Then just like that, more pests got dropped into the mix. As the village grew louder and busier, Luke and the maid kept losing time to steal dates with each other. She broke down in tears, realizing she couldn't keep going like this. And it was as easy as this. She only needed to imagine the man's loneliness, and the girl couldn't figure out why she'd been brought here at all. There's no way they could have pulled this off, no matter how hard they tried. Selena burst out from behind, snatched the maid by the hand, and yanked her right into the chaos. Then the woman leaned in and said she'd erase the gentleman's daily fatigue. The girl carried the exact same secret goal: to melt Mr. Luke's loneliness with her own light. The girls snapped into a full-blown fight, hurling accusations at each other that they didn't respect the bathing rules with the guy. Luke screamed at the top of his lungs, loud enough to shake everything. But when he saw the girls start duking it out, he just let out one heavy, defeated sigh. He blurted out at the top of his lungs that he needed to ask them for something, so they'd both stay out of his way. Then the heroines finally cooled off, and their minds snapped into place as they started to question what they'd just done. So much time has gone by now. In the harsh northern lands near Vesnan's territory, the serpent bolted, racing straight toward Mr. Danto. The governor got the shocking news: every single person in the neighboring village vanished without a trace. He'd assumed everyone was running from that massive tax hike, but somehow a bunch of people still vanished. Making it from the lands is already a risk, because the odds of landing in a dire situation are insanely high. And get this, the investigators of those incidents ended up hearing an insane tale from a source about a brand new village. They were sold on a safe, cozy life in these lands, and this place looks like paradise. Sweat gushed off the hero's face, like his body couldn't keep up with the pressure. He knew it was a trap from the start, because those lands didn't exist at all. But once you see how fiercely they live, it all clicks, because they cling to every rumor that drifts their way. Then the governor leaned in and ordered the servant to kick off an investigation into this land. Danto was pumped and ready to handle this himself. The protagonist slid into his seat at the table, staring as doubt gnawed at him. Did someone really come by or not? And right then, voices picked up about this sketchy group of village heads and what they were doing here. When Selene demanded to know what happened, the main character snapped back that the reconnaissance was already underway. And it looks like they're hiding what's happening from the villages. Selene tells them, "Get ready or they'll come for you and strike." Then the main character burst in and cut them off. He told them the liar was getting stronger and fast. It's ridiculously easy to set off a fight, but they refused to let it happen. The girl nodded along, fully getting what she'd demand from everyone who showed up to them. Several days dragged by, and Danto with his servant finally stood right at the threshold. They hovered by the village entrance, braced for whatever was about to hit them. The heroes thought they'd stumbled into a tiny village, then reality hit, because it was a whole sprawling city. Suddenly, a voice blared from the window, demanding to know why they'd come all the way here. Then the window swung open, and everyone craned their necks to spot a lone man staring back. Danto stepped forward as the governor swallowed his pride, begged for forgiveness for coming uninvited, and even wished the darkness would align with the elder. Then the former bandit demanded they wait while the couple stood there, frozen in place. The gates roared open, and everything on the other side came pouring into view. And the heroes didn't exactly roll out the red carpet for the governor and his servant. They met them with cold, unfriendly vibes. Everything around him felt like a trap waiting to snap shut on Danta. The servant begged him to calm down, swearing they'd be protected for sure. The heroes burst through the entrance, and they leaned in, scanning the stone wall and the harvest like it held answers. They stared in disbelief, mouths hanging open at those giant fruits. Sweat poured down the hero's face like a storm he couldn't outrun. He stared and realized every single thing was wheat. The man finally got it. Building that kind of wall and carving out fields took insane work and relentless effort. The villagers' bodies looked weirdly strong, like nothing could touch them. People didn't hide the truth, and this place looked so perfect it felt like paradise. The leader shot his companions a warm greeting. Then he stepped forward and told them his name, claiming he was the head of the village. Danto had that wild gut feeling, like he'd seen this guy somewhere before. Then Luke leaned in and told the governor his name. The governor stepped forward and introduced himself, like he was making sure everyone knew exactly who was in charge. The man grabbed the snake they caught and demanded the heroes rate the bones. Luke said the giant snake was the one they were hunting. The headman's friends lit up with smiles because they instantly knew this was a huge win. The main character spotted the deputy of the northern capital standing right in front of him. Abel is packed with over 20 governors, and the war has already swept up most of the territories. As the main character recalled it, the Count's deputies were the very last ones to arrive. Danto bowed low and blurted out that he was sorry he'd kept everyone waiting to greet them. Then the young man stared at him with heartbreak in his eyes and said, "Don't worry, I've got nothing terrible in that." Luke got basically disowned, and Danto trekked forever just to show up and say hello. The headman leaned in and demanded that every guest feel right at home. The governor got a sweet offer, free apartments, right on the table. Danto stared in awe at every building towering around him. He realized tons of people were packed in there. And right there in the open, he spotted a bunch of wild bats flying around in plain sight. Every house had its own bathhouse, and in this village those big bathhouses weren't just clean spots, they were the real entertainment. The governor leaned in and demanded that the headman explain how, before all this, these places were still totally untamed. And the boy shot back that the village was built using the power of his gift. Then the governor finally caught on. This young man had dragged the wild wilderness into the village himself. Suddenly, the main character snapped and shouted his protest. Luke snapped back that the second he got dropped here, he instantly realized he had powers. But his father has no idea just how wild this gift really is. If Luke told his father about this village, it would blow up his whole life. But if he keeps it buried, then everything will finally click into place. Dead of Night had fallen deep and thick as a shadow. Danto admitted he never thought the banquet would get pulled off on such short notice. The protagonist told the governor he wanted him to savor every bite of the meal. At the banquet, they served mock fights like primetime entertainment for everyone to cheer. The governor and the main character sat in grim silence, neither of them daring to speak. A guy in the crowd shot his hand up like he couldn't sit still anymore. Suddenly, Danto leaned in and interrogated the young man about boar hunting. Right then, two fighters were going at it in the arena, trading blows like their lives depended on it. Everyone leaned in with shaking anticipation because they knew this wasn't some small issue. It was dead serious. Some people were already itching to become the next ones stepping into the fights. The governor stared at the main character like, Yeah, you'll see just how great I really am." He stared everyone down, contempt burning in his eyes like a verdict. The main character clocked it instantly. Dante and his squad's faces had shifted. The young man welcomed the heroes into his home like it was their new start. Dante thanked him with a grin, convinced this gift was pure, unstoppable power. The governor snapped his head toward the servant. He leaned in and demanded to know what he really thought about the village. The servant shot back that the village was downright mind-blowing. The bald man also wanted to apologize for swearing that he'd never put anyone in danger. Even with troops behind him, there's no guarantee they'll ever crack the village. Most people living here were refugees, and the church's influence had hit them hard right from the start. Every priest answers to the church, every single one, except for a few weird exceptions hiding in that village for some reason. But if the villagers just got the blessing, all of those problems would multiply like crazy. The servant leaned in and demanded, "What are you gonna tell the Lord about this village?" Danto clenched his jaw and decided to stay completely silent. "Raoul's going to hear the report about this village first. Once he gets word of this, they'll rip up Mr. Luke's value and reassess it, and Raoul will come hunting, ready to burn this village down." The hero knew if word of that saying ever got out, Dante would be wiped from existence. The man sat on the throne and ruled his land, until someone finally dragged the command out of him. And I saw the set was in full pain, but I shoved my conscience aside and pretended I didn't. Maybe Dante just shut his eyes and let the world go quiet. At that very moment, the room gets trapped in a brutal loop. Satin rose to her feet, ears tuned to every word, while she silently pulled their thoughts into focus. When the headman found out himself, he practically felt his luck turn, like his situation had suddenly gotten better. Selene said that if that conversation hadn't happened, she never would have dared let them out of the desert. A little boy steps up to a grown man, says hello, and asks if he slept well last night. Then the man calls him Mr. Luke and swears it was because of him that he got a good night's sleep. Mr. Luke stared straight into the man opposite him, and the guy finally admitted it. He'd been so shocked yesterday that he completely forgot to thank Mr. Luke for handling the Northern District residents' reception. He fretted that they'd struggled because of his own inadequacy, then bowed and apologized with all his heart. But Lord Luke waved it off, saying none of that was true, and the moment his other speaker noted just how generous the request was, they fell silent. If Master Luke didn't mind, could he spare some food? The man bluntly said the northern counties were in the grip of a brutal famine, and Master Luke, without a second thought, answered, "Of course." The man was left staring, stunned at how fast Luke agreed. He didn't stop there. He claimed they were short on money, and if they could, they'd trade what they had for supplies instead. Mr. Luke snapped up the idea right away, saying this village was barely new and they still needed everything. The suited man grabbed Mr. Luke's hand and shook it hard, thanking him with pure, heartfelt sincerity. Armored thugs stepped out from behind the man, and with a grin he told Mr. Luke, "Send your merchant to a real, reliable association instead." He swore they've got branches all over the Northern District, and the man figured it'd be way easier to deal with them than to go through the authorities. Mr. Luke didn't even say a word. He just watched the man go, grinning and waving goodbye. Then two girls popped up behind the hero. As the man, flanked by armored guards, marched farther and farther away from Luke, the hero's mind snapped to one thought: if merchants ever come back, they'll need a proper road for carts. Luke's thoughts snapped into reality. Where everyone had been walking, a road thrust itself out of nowhere and terror rippled through the crowd. One guy jolted and screamed that the road had appeared right under his feet. Luke just stood there, saying nothing. One more came through. Then, as Luke was gathering the harvest, he spotted figures far off and blurted out that the hunting party was finally back. Staring at the faces in the crowd, the gentleman realized something was missing. Selena and the others weren't there, and he demanded where they'd gone. They told him the group was still trapped out in the forest, while only the first batch that made it back had rushed in to say there was no danger at all. So yeah, no need to panic. That man kept talking, saying they'd stumbled on a wounded elf in the forest, dragged him back to the village, and would come back later. Then Mr. Luke and the two guys beside him snapped with shock, flat out refusing to believe they'd really met an elf. One of the guys was grinning, explaining that elves are a legendary kind of people, supposedly packed with stunning women, and he even offered to sell the village's services to them, asking them to pay them back with something in return. Another boy elbowed his buddy and warned him, People say it's because of how they look. Elves have been dragged through hell, so they've learned to steer clear of humans. Then he tilted his head toward the hunter and pushed him to keep going. Tell what happened next, right after they stumbled into that magical forest. Mr. Luke eyed the forest man with sharp suspicion and demanded more, and the hunter finally started to recall. At first, they hunted exactly like they always had. Then the hunter's memories snapped into focus, right as the heroes suddenly heard furious yelling and bone-chilling screams erupt from deep inside the forest. One of the hunting parties let out a shocked scream, completely stunned as they couldn't figure out if humans really were out there in that place. Believing they'd finally found humans, the hunters charged toward the voices, and soon stumbled on rabid grizzlies tearing through the wild while a band of elves fought like their lives depended on it. The hunters hooked up with a crew of elf-like creatures and somehow tore through the rabid grizzlies and came out on top. After the battle, they rushed to the elves, but so many were badly hurt that the man remembered the hunters had to drag them all the way to a settlement deep in the forest. Mr. Luke cut in mid-conversation and grilled the hero. Is Selena in the elven settlement yet? The hero snapped back that she should be there because the forest turns lethal at night, so the hunters and Selena won't be back until tomorrow. Luke actually smiled at the answer because for him, keeping people safe came first, but then confusion hit hard. What kind of place was this, and were they really heading straight for an elven settlement? Right when his thoughts started to race, a sharp-eared woman with a whole retinue barged in, and when he turned, she blared, asking if he was the village elder. Everyone snapped into awkward silence the moment they saw her, even Mr. Luke himself, and when the girl pressed him, he bluntly told her he was the headman of this village. Everyone stared in shock. An actual elf stood right in front of them. They couldn't help guessing her age. Without even sparing the crowd a glance, the elf declared she'd come in person to thank Luke on behalf of the elder for his hospitality, and Luke just politely returned the favor, thanking the elves for the journey they'd made. The girl stepped forward and said her full name, Filianus Meliaper Leonin Serenaral, but then she cut in fast like, forget all that, just call me Filia. Selena shoved the guy back with sheer brute force, then warned him she'd keep him away from Filia forever if he didn't back off. The huntress swallowed her pride and apologized to the elf for the boy's mess, and Filia just smiled, telling her not to fret, because humans had acted the same way when Lady Selene brought them to her village too, and Luke couldn't help but freeze, stunned that these two girls were somehow getting along this well. Filia stared into the distance, stunned that a whole village had dared to grow in the middle of nowhere. Because in her eyes, nothing like this should have survived here with crops that can't take root, yet she still couldn't help but call the heroes truly amazing. Mr. Luke stepped up and led the elves through the whole village, telling them to take their time. Then the boy suddenly burst up and shouted that Luke was the chief. He stepped up and threw his name forward to prove to the elves that the village could shine. The other guys erupted at his proposal, glaring like there was hidden meaning behind it, and then they straight up said he was spouting nonsense, so he scrambled, making excuse after excuse. He told Filia to snap out of it first, and the elf stared at him, confused, because she honestly thought he meant she needed a bathhouse. Selena lit up and agreed on the spot. The girl straight up declared the bathhouse the greatest entertainment in their whole village, and the elf only blushed at the timing, because summer meant it wasn't exactly the right weather to go, but Selena still steamrolled her into it. The heroes stormed into the bathhouse, and Selena instantly urged them to strip down here, so the elf tossed her bow and arrows aside and got ready. One of Felia's elf companions warned her that she wasn't being careful enough as a warrior leader. But Filia shrugged it off, certain that if anyone wanted to hurt them, they wouldn't waste time with tricks like that. Master Luke stood in silence, watching as the elves and the villagers traded every look, word, and secret. Luke spun to Filia and told the elf, "This place has a men's and a women's bathhouse. Ask Selena to take you to the women's." Filia quietly slipped out of her clothes, urging them to hurry. Yet Mr. Luke couldn't quite grasp why they were in such a rush. The elf smashed through the doors of the women's bathhouse without a shred of shame, and the heroes scrambled to intercept her, begging her to wait because someone might still be inside. Even so, the girl stormed into the room and ignored the heroes' protests, because inside sat a man who was absolutely furious about the elf barging in. Filia didn't even flinch. She stood right across from him, calm as anything, waiting for whatever came next. Suddenly, the man soaking in the bathhouse snapped and screamed. He grabbed whatever he could and hurled it at the elf, barking that she was bad, and the girl froze, terrified by his wild reaction. People bolted toward the man's screams, and when they finally turned to him, "Sir," slipped out of everyone's mouth in panic, because they couldn't figure out where that voice was coming from in the men's bathhouse. People came sprinting in, yelling, "Why is an elf in the men's bathhouse?" The man went betrayed with embarrassment as the crowd swelled, shouting at anyone to do something, and the men shoved and screamed for the women to get out. An elf from the Phileas retinue slipped into a steaming hot bath, until some gentleman caught him at the doorway and snapped that he should scrub off the dirt first. Then someone barged into the room, fuming about the noise blasting from everyone packed in the bathhouse. Turns out the nice old lady was furious, yelling that anyone who broke her silence should be punished altogether. But Mr. Luke cut her off fast, reminding her they were guests, so there was no reason to punish them at all. Felia watched the crowd like a detective, and she decided they were one wild, cheerful mess, cheering, smiling, and even shouting with anger. Selena then told her to get dressed. Selena led the girls to the women's bathhouse, warning them it was smaller than before, but it was still women only. The elf sank into the bath, sighed in bliss, and said out loud, "So that's it? No more freezing, no monster worries, just peace," and it felt absolutely perfect to her. Mr. Luke watched the elves and realized they loved it so much that Philia and the others soaked in the bath for nearly an hour. The elves bolted out of the bath together, praising Luke for an incredible soak, and right after that Selena snapped, "Get dressed." After getting arrested, Philia whipped around to face Mr. Luke. She even tried to soak in a bath because it genuinely lifts her spirits, and she just wanted to thank the master again. That wild grizzly is a terrifying monster, strong enough to make several orcs look small. The elf finally admits they misjudged it, since grizzlies usually don't hunt in packs. And if those hunters hadn't stepped in right then, the elves would have taken massive losses. Philly thrust a tiny chest into Luke's hands, thanking him for everything he'd done for the villagers. The elder pried open the chest, and there, lined up like twins, sat flasks that looked exactly the same, and the moment he saw them, he knew exactly what he was staring at. Two girls shot up on both sides, totally stunned. Selena let out a scream when she realized the chest was packed with elven potions. The heroes lit up at the sheer gratitude, and the black-haired girl admitted she'd never witnessed anything like it before. Then Selena blurted that there were barely any left now, and Luke immediately snapped, "This potion is insanely valuable, especially with 10 of them." Felia beamed with pride and announced that the elves had handed down their potion recipes for generations, and the heroes stared at the leader of the elven warriors, awestruck. Suddenly, the elf's smile vanished, seriousness hit her like a storm, and she warned the heroes that no matter how precious those potions were, they couldn't bring back a life that had already been lost. Thanks to the village's hunting party, the elves came out of the fight with the rabid grizzly without a single loss, and the chief thanked Luke again, straight from the heart. After that, the elves were ushered to a lavish meal, and the humans had laid out a spread so gorgeous Philia just stared. She couldn't even figure out where to begin, because there were flavors everywhere, nothing like she'd ever seen. Selena burst into laughter, remembering how the elves had treated them the very same way when they first arrived at the village. The room buzzed with chatter as humans and elves sat side by side, trading quiet smiles and laughing together like they'd known each other forever. Felia couldn't believe how smoothly humans and elves talked to each other. Watching the crowd trade words filled her with pure joy and calm. The elf leader told herself that if the others finally quit their watch, she could breathe too. Then she snapped her head toward Luke and demanded he show her where the toilet was. He said it was down the hall and left, and she marched out. Once she spotted the restroom, Philia froze in confusion right beside the toilet. She blinked, stunned by the toilet's intricate design, and the fact it was actually filled with water. In her head, the elf started recalling what she'd read about this odd kind of toilet. Then she planted her feet on the seat like it was some kind of foot platform and blurted out that humans were seriously strange in every way. Teetering on two legs on the toilet seat, she fought to stay balanced, and the elf panicked, so she lunged for the wall where the switch was, only to smack the button by accident. In the hall, everyone froze at a vicious, piercing scream that ripped out from the toilet, and Luke spun instantly toward the source. The entire crowd surged into the corridor, totally clueless about the terrifying scream about to tear through the air. Everyone who rushed toward the commotion froze. There on the floor lay the elves' leader, and someone screamed her name. The elf snapped, shouted that she was under attack, and jabbed her finger straight at the toilet. The other elves, clueless about what sat right in front of them, started growling threats, while Master Luke, baffled out of his mind, shot back, asking if she'd truly been attacked from the toilet. One of Philia's attendants raised his bow at the toilet while another stared down at it like it was about to bite, because the thing sat there perfectly still, screaming monster. Then the elf blurted out that a brutal blast of water had suddenly smashed into her. Luke shrugged and told her, "Relax, that's just a wash." Philia stared at the human in front of her, all sharp-eyed and curious, then spun to the headman and demanded to know if he really meant this thing was a toilet with a flushing button, because the water blast she triggered had splashed out the moment she hit it by accident. Luke rushed out an apology. He'd totally forgotten to mention that in this world some modern houses have flushing toilets, but none of them spray with a water jet, and the headman instantly felt awkward. After hearing the village elder's words, the leader of the elven warriors grasped what this toilet work really meant, then leaned in and told Luke, "I understand it all." The elf practically burst with excitement, saying she wanted a toilet like that for her village and firing Luke with questions. Then Luke just shrugged and said it was a gift, so he couldn't explain how to build it. Philia pressed him for answers again, needing it spelled out, and the village chief finally leaned in and started explaining. "Around here, you can actually make all kinds of items, no strings attached, but the land and your power put real limits on it. So yeah, you could change the toilet, yet water still won't pour out of it." With a frustrated sigh, Philly pushed aside her hopes and decided a toilet in her village was impossible, so it would never get used. Then she stared at the gloomy elf. Luke wanted to warn her, but he couldn't tell if she cared about the toilet at all. After a while, the elves finally rallied and headed out, crowding the exit with grateful bows to the elder and his friends who saw them off. The heroes smiled and told the elves, "Don't thank us, now come back for sure anytime." The village chief hurried to grab Philia for something huge, but when he looked around, she was gone. An elf quickly told Luke the chief had slipped off to the toilet. The headman froze at the elf's answer. His mind immediately spiraled. Wait, was she talking about the toilet? He pictured her loving it, especially with that wash basin. Luke was completely baffled. He only just realized he had no clue how many times that elf had vanished to use the toilet since yesterday. He started spinning problems in his head, why she kept dashing to the toilet, whether yesterday's food had wrecked her stomach. And the thought of the guest's health getting harmed felt unforgivable to the headman, so worry swallowed him whole. Luke shot up from his seat, sprinted straight to Philia, and blurted to the other elves that he had to make sure she was okay, because the worry in him was eating him alive. Rushing up to the door, the elder was hit with the truth. Philia was really there, so he immediately wondered if yesterday's food had finally poisoned her. But when he peeked in, the elf leader wasn't collapsing at all. She was calmly chatting with the toilet water like it was listening. After a while, Philia led the elves out, tore themselves away from the human village, and finally headed home. Then Philia lit up with joy, announced she was leaving, and waved goodbye with a grin. Then Luke's mind raced back. Philia and the rest had come back to the village like they were meant to replace them, and right after, Dantor rolled in, dragging traders with him. Then they traded food, clothes, everyday stuff, seeds, healing herbs, and spices. Sure, it helped, but that wasn't even the real heart of it. They even traded with the merchants, and at last, their village was loaded with cows, chickens, and sheep. They paid a fortune for that livestock, but every single one of them was female, and Luke pointed out the vegetables too. The ear and the others he'd grown were so incredible he basically charged a pretty penny for them. Staring at the animals, Luke realized he had to get a barn built, because a proper cattle barn boosts their growth, keeps them healthy, and turns up their fertility. That blonde kid blows Luke away. He understands animals on sight and somehow clicks with every creature instantly. Then the headman hands the animals to him, and it turns out the boy is Neural, 13 years old, already running as the village's livestock breeder, and he's pouring his whole heart into it. He looks the headman in the eye and says, "You can count on me." Luke's mouth started watering at the thought of the future produce the cattle would bring, and he couldn't stop dreaming about eggs and cold milk, while another guy just stared into the daydream of cooking something tasty nonstop. Just as he tried to finish that last word, the cow's savage stare snapped the moment shut, and he froze, mouth locked tight. Neural joked that their food talks had somehow shattered the cow's heart, and the boy could only hang his head in frustration. admitting just how crushingly hard it was. Deep in the forest, a girl sprinted for her life, terrified that no matter what she tried, it would all fall apart, and she'd never make it. This girl turned out to be the elven warrior's leader. She stood alone, and then a massive monster lunged out behind her as she fought to wriggle free, but the beast lifted its paw to smash her down. Philia barely got a glance back, right as the monster's paw slammed into her face. The action shifted to the village, and with supplies pouring in, the whole place lit up brighter than ever. Crowds spilled along the path near the mansion, and a ponytail girl jutted her finger out into the far distance like she just spotted something big. A man stood there clutching a plate of pancakes, eyes blazing as he shouted that he'd finally pulled off pancakes with the village's fresh eggs and milk, thanks to the new cattle. People were practically gasping at how delicious everything smelled, while two girls leaned over the fabrics, running their fingers along the threads and hunting for the finest quality. One couldn't believe how much material was laid out in front of her, and the other lit up, saying it had been her dream to sew a dress from her very own design. The girls were messing around, darting between outfits and laughing like crazy, while Mr. Luke stood nearby and watched the villagers. It hit him that sewing sheets and curtains used to take forever. Selina was loving every new thing the village threw at her, staring with her mouth full at decorations everywhere, and the girl in the wedding dress beside her whispered that it felt like everyone was having fun, no matter what job the village had assigned them. Then, out of nowhere, the girl snapped her head toward the elder, spying something from the forest, and blurted that an elf-looking figure was closing in again. Mr. Luke froze, shocked by his own reaction, and demanded, "Are we really seeing an elf this time?" From the dark forest, across the stones, and straight toward the village, Philia, the leader of the elven warriors, sprinted, and Luke couldn't help but clock it. Fear was gripping her, and he had no idea why. The story snapped to the village gates, where a short-haired elf crumpled before the crowd, begging for help as tears spilled from her eyes. Selina and Luke rushed in to calm her down and pry out what happened, but the sobbing elf kept begging for help, tears pouring as she cried. Panic blazed across her face, and she blurted out that the village was doomed, because a herd of orcs was charging straight for them. Selina didn't buy it at first, so she pressed the question again and demanded confirmation. Was it really a whole herd of orcs charging this way? The elf nodded, and Selina's stomach sank. Those orcs were starving, which meant they fought like monsters, and even if some resisted, there were just too many. The elf suddenly remembered the orcs smashing into the village. Then Philia's own retinue snapped, ordering her to run, and Philia refused, swearing she'd stay behind and buy the villagers the time to flee. Then someone shoved the girl hard, blasting her away from the battlefield. The chief barked at her to hurry, then demanded she do everything in her power. When she realized the village's fate now rested on her shoulders, her eyes flooded with tears. She couldn't bear the thought of leaving her comrades behind and fleeing alone. Still, she tore through the forest at full speed, desperate to find help. She dropped to her knees before the elder and his friends, then pushed forward toward them with everything she had. The hunters instantly knew they had to fight their way in and save the elven village. Luke stared at his comrade with a hard, no-nonsense look. The elder demanded the girl summon every elf to this place, and he swore he'd explain everything to the villagers, right after the man from Luke's group confirmed he'd heard and rushed out. Meanwhile, the elf stayed on her knees, tears streaming, praying salvation would finally come. She shot to her feet and thanked Luke and Selina with real, heartfelt sincerity, her gratitude shining through. Luke yanked out the action panel and immediately clocked it. Gifts were getting bigger, his territory was ballooning, and he could build and tailor a whole world of objects from it. The panel blasted a choice right in front of them: make villagers, yes or no, and Luke couldn't stop thinking. He had no clue where Philia and the others were now, but if they were on their territory. A tear slid down his face, and though he never said a word, his mind screamed that he truly regretted the choice he'd made. The orc who'd attacked Philia pushed through the trees, yelling that he'd finally found the elf, and Philia kept charging deeper into the forest, terror blazing across her face. Out of nowhere, a massive orc lunged to grab the elven warrior leader. Then a freak stone wall slammed into place in the middle of the forest, and a plaque popped up like a warning: 50 village points spent to raise this fence. Philia collapsed to her knees, then spun around just in time to hear Luke's voice calling her name. Luke kept talking to the elf chieftain during the challenge, and the elder warned the girl that they'd go to war too. Then Luke snapped orders at her to send more elves to his village. After a quick pause, he told her the girl had to go straight to his village, and the moment Philia heard him, a fresh pack of orcs surged behind her. So she ripped herself up from her knees and bolted, shouting that she was sorry but she couldn't bring them with her. The elder snapped back at her, warning that their village couldn't afford to become a target for the orcs. While Selena barked orders to the hunters behind her, she told a group of men to intercept every elf coming straight at them. A scream ripped through the watchtower, and the man inside shouted that a distant cloud of dust was forming, but he still couldn't tell exactly what it was. From the observation tower, he spun around scanning the area, and then blurted out that there were way too many of them. From the Stonewall's observation tower, the boy could spot the elves barreling toward the village and the orcs slamming in right behind them, probably around 30. The elf urged everyone to hide, sure the swarm of monsters closing in meant trouble was already here. Luke called out Selena, but she bolted from her spot, screaming at the elder that she'd take care of it right now. Luke said nothing as she walked away, locked in silence, trusting that her strength and stubborn determination would carry her through. Suddenly, the headman shouted to every villager, demanding they all lean in. He had a request, and he needed every single person to listen up. Through the panel, Luke called Philia again, and this time she'd already knocked an arrow to pick off the orcs. Then her ears caught Luke's voice and her focus snapped into place fast. He told her to lead the orcs straight to their village. Philia snapped back that it was no big deal for her, but she still didn't trust the village's strength, so she grilled Luke, asking if they were really sure they could take on that many. Luke shot back that she could trust them, then kept sprinting, this time straight for the village. The elder barked orders at the elven leader, send the orcs down the road along the walls and get ready as the walls start squeezing tighter and tighter. And Philia carried it out. Luke stood at the road's end, packed in a crowd, and stared down the charging orcs with fearless confidence. The elf had zero clue what Luke was cooking up, but in her head she figured it out fast. This was the spot where they'd link up with that herd of orcs. The elven leader hit the end of the road, and boom, the wall snapped shut like a trap, smashing every orc caught between it, while one monster's hand still wriggled through the shrinking crack. Philia whipped around, and when she saw a wall slam between everyone and the monsters, she screamed her lungs out. The whole crowd erupted in cheers, thrilled that the monsters finally got smashed. Luke shouted that it was awesome, then told everyone to clamp down and stop the orcs' moves while they pushed them back. The elf's face lit up when her leader showed up, and she practically burst with relief. She couldn't stop smiling now that Philia was safe. So the leader blinked in shock and whipped her gaze toward the wall, just as the man erupted in joy over his victory against the orcs. The elven warrior leader spun toward her people and told them, "Don't you worry about me, I've got this." Near the forest, two guys with spears crouched and stared hard as the orcs lurked inside. Between the trees, a monster's ferocious face loomed and stared straight at the people in the village. Three orcs crumpled to the ground, utterly beaten. Luke's stomach tightened at what he saw, but he forced himself to believe things were fine, though even he wasn't sure, while the people behind him stared in confusion at the monsters frozen in place. The headman swung toward the guests and demanded to know if everything was fine. Then the village chief shook her head and said it looked like nobody had died. Luke's going to hear this because she couldn't find words for how grateful she felt. A battered elf curled up in a blanket thanked the elder standing before him, while the girl snapped that the more injured were that way. Luke shot his hand out toward the elf, answered Philia, and then, relieved like crazy, he realized everything had finally worked out. The elder suddenly snapped back to a key detail and swung toward Philia, firing off a question. Sure, he'd heard this orc rampaged, but did it happen like clockwork every single year? The chieftain stared at him, locked in and listening hard. Philia snapped into seriousness and told him the truth. Elven meat didn't sit right with the orcs, and hunting had gotten brutally hard for them. Still, the weirdly high count gave it away. They were already burning through their food. The elves collapsed onto the ground, gulping air, while the girl beside them hurriedly checked they were all right. The glow kept spilling through the forest like a warning, so for a while they'd have to hunt with way more caution. Philia gave a short, quiet yes, and that was it. The elves' leader snapped the warning to the heroes. Those orcs aren't just lurking in the forest anymore. This village is in the crosshairs now. Philia stared ahead like she was weighing danger, then admitted the village wasn't safe anymore, because humans had crowded in, and when the elves arrived, they kicked up a whole storm. Selena snapped in mid-sentence and her force shoved Philia off her pace. Then the girl warned, straight-faced, that what was done, no more spiraling over whose fault it was or why. The huntress kept insisting that staying vigilant was everything, but she wouldn't let the mood turn dark, and somehow it didn't even drag them down. Then she snapped her gaze to Philia and made it clear they'd seen their village's power like no one else. Philia shot through with Selena's fighting spirit, and she swore that if the humans were here, the orcs wouldn't dare show up, and even the deadliest, most terrifying orc king could attack. Nothing would go wrong. The instant Philia finished her last word, a brutal roar tore through the air. The heroes whipped their heads toward the forest in sheer terror, demanding, "What on earth was that strange voice we just heard?" They spotted a colossal orc, bigger than every other orc they'd ever seen, rushing through the trees, smashing trunks aside and setting everything alight with blazing flames. The heroes stared in terrified silence as a colossal monster lumbered toward them, and it looked like nothing on earth could ever bring it down. That boar-faced dork growled again, like it couldn't stand to stay quiet. All three of them were in full panic, and just as Orc charged back out of the forest, massive, terrifying, their nightmare turned out to be the same Orc King. Philia and Selena started firing apologies at each other, admitting they'd gone too far. Then Luke cut in fast, saying they had to regroup no matter what, and that's when panic exploded. The Orc King sprinted straight for the village, surging faster and faster, utterly ignoring everything around him, and with the fallen orcs sprawled on the ground, he looked 100 times bigger than them. Luke's stomach dropped at the way the enemy rocketed forward, and he snapped into action, build a wall now before it could reach him. The Orc King surged ahead, smashing the wall that was already standing. Then he crashed through the barrier like it wasn't even there. Staring at the control panel, Luke tracked every twitch of the orcs, and his gut told him the Orc King was truly unstoppable. The headman pushed for a stone wall all over again, but the truth hit hard. He barely had a thing left. The stone wall slammed into the Orc King, and he staggered to a halt for a moment. Then Luke realized it was now or never, so he burned those points even though his inventory was totally out of space. A warning flashed on the control panel. Turns out the village was completely out of points. Luke's worry started creeping up on him, and it wouldn't let go. Tyne suddenly stopped right in front of him, and panic hit as he started scrambling for his next move, because at that moment he couldn't do a thing. Two guys with shields burst up to the wall just as the Orc King's head was showing, slamming their shields into place to brace for a fight and guard the village elder. Luke spun on them and yelled their names, and the boys didn't even glance at the elder. They just asked, "Are you okay?" while their eyes stayed locked on the orc. The human village headman couldn't shake the thought that even two gifted people might not be enough to stop the Orc King. Luke snapped at himself, not now, not when he should stop staring at Noel and Goaty, because if things kept going like this, the village was going to get wiped out. Luke snapped his head to the side and yelled one of the villagers' names, pleading for help. Satin snapped to attention as Luke's voice cut through the air, and she started listening like every word mattered. The villagers fought with everything they had to save their home from that massive monster, but the orc was pure danger and it crushed their hopes. The monster rumbled deep in its throat, then snapped its gaze down at the people below. The village guards threw everything they had into the fight, but it was all for nothing, because this colossal Orc King was unstoppable. The elven archers snapped to their feet, raised their bows, and trained their arrows on the orc, ready to unleash hell. 5 arrows were lined up and fired his way, yanking the orc's eyes straight onto them. With one brutal swing of its paw, the monster flung every elven blade aside and let out a terrifying roar. The arrows slammed into the elves themselves, and the whole line of them just stood there, crushed and disappointed by how the attack went. Then someone from the crowd suddenly burst forward and charged straight at the orc. It turns out it was Selena. She sprang onto the Orc King and drove her twin blades straight at his head, so brutally fast the monster never even got a chance to react. Selena's move caught the monster off guard, and it lit a furious fire in him. He snapped his gaze to her and stalked her, watching her soar through the air. The orc bolted after the girl, growling like thunder, flailing his arms in every direction as he chased to grab her. Up in the sky, Selena fires off a haughty jab at the orc. Apparently he's done with fleshy humans. More people surged in behind the Orc King, hurling weapons at him, forcing that giant monster's attention to snap right onto them. One guy hurled a spear at the Orc King, only to stare in shock when the blade didn't even pierce him, and the other one watched closely and snapped, "Look, it's finally getting weaker." Then boom, the orc swung his hind leg back to smash the enemies from behind, and the boy crumpled to his knees, instantly regretting every word he'd just thrown out. Just as the monster's hoof lunged down, a guard's blade shot in and skewered it. Parlet clutched the weapon in terror and grit, fighting every inch of the huge, brutal orc's charge, while a voice screamed his name after him, Parlet. The monster slammed the guard backward as he shrieked, yet he refused to break. Then the beast snapped its full focus onto him. Parlet landed hard on his feet, stable and ready, eyes locked on the Orc King as he braced his stance, waiting for the next strike so he could dodge on time. A savage beast lunged at Parlet, trying to smash him like he was nothing. But the second the jaws came, the man slipped aside and dodged it clean. The other guards watched their comrade take on that monstrous beast alone, weaving past every attack, and panic hit them hard. They froze and screamed his name in terror. The Orc King snapped his focus onto them, spun around in a blink, and with one brutal swipe of his paw, batted the two humans flying like ragdolls. The heroes slammed into the ground with a brutal crash and groaned through the pain. Selena, still clashing with everyone to take down the Orc King, snapped into a focused mental game, then realized the Orc King was closing in, step by step. Even if you keep swinging with the same fire, the guards aren't just taking hits, they're getting battered harder and harder. The warriors sank into despair because their attacks against that massive monster felt totally useless, and they had no clue what, if anything, could even save them. Panic crashed over them the moment they froze there, clueless about what came next. Selena stared as the monster closed in with those empty eyes, and helplessness crushed her like a wave. Then a voice snapped nearby, pulling her out of it, asking if she really sounded that weak. Selena snapped her head toward the sound, and the man kept talking, warning anyone who couldn't resist to step back. Selena instantly knew that voice. He was staring at her, calling her a country lady, then barking orders for her to throw the enemies off balance with flashy, dizzying moves. The voice slammed closer, getting louder by the second. He snapped that he didn't know how to use shields, but he had no choice. The whole crowd stared at the man up ahead, stunned out of their minds. Satan brought this man at Mr. Luke's request, and the towering stranger turned to the crowd of sufferers and bluntly declared, "You people clearly need my strength." The warrior who rode in like a miracle was named Dorier, and the whole crowd erupted, screaming his name with pure adrenaline. Selena snapped at the man who'd just come to their rescue, furious as she demanded why he was there. Spinning toward Selena, Dorier flashed a confident grin and told her straight up, he was here because they called him, and no way were they getting past Satan. Luke snapped his head toward the warrior and said Dorier, if the man's being honest, would only step in with help during the most extreme cases, and when Selena called out Luke's name, it instantly grabbed his attention. The elder kept pressing Selene to trust him for now and told her to drop the fight, while Luke quietly agreed, saying Dorier could finally step back into battle and show his strength again. Dorier couldn't stand still. He was desperate to throw down with that massive monster, and when the man told Luke he was right to think he was already an adult, it felt like the final green light. The warrior surged forward straight at the terrifying monster, refusing to slow down, because he kept insisting the time was here at last, the day he would finally take on the Orc King himself. The monster snapped its focus downward at the man below, who was hauling ass and was already closing in fast. The orc lashed out with his paw, kicking up a cloud of dust and flinging stones at the people, but Dorier sprinted straight at the enemy without slowing down. Rocks slammed down onto their heads, and Luke threw himself in front of his grandmother, shielding her from the brutal rain of stones. Zoned out on everything else, Selena charged after him, screaming his name at full volume. A burst of smoke exploded out of nowhere and blinded the monster, cutting off his view of what was happening on the ground, so he could only freeze there and wait while the people moved next. A terrified sufferer barked at everyone to clear the way to the exit right now, and the loud guy beside him demanded what Dorier was even up to, while Selena stood behind them, frozen in shock, just waiting to see what the warrior would do next. The smoke swallowed the Orc King's sight, and he didn't budge 1 inch. He just waited as a tiny glowing spot carved through the haze, charging straight for the massive monster in the middle of the house. Suddenly, the orc got ambushed from below, an enemy tore out of the choking smoke cloud while hiding in the haze above, and Doriar snapped into action, launching himself straight at the monster. The warrior hit the ground after his leap and flashed a grin, savoring every ounce of his power as he crushed the Orc King and walked away victorious. The Orc King took a brutal hit when a warrior tore into him with an attack. A crowd packed in tight, staring as Doriar clashed with that monstrous orc from the sidelines, and one guy blurted out that it was the first time he'd ever seen the Orc King right in front of him. Selena snapped, "Everyone inside now," while the rest could only gape, shocked by how brutally strong that huge orc was. Two shield-armed guards burst out in shock, shouting that the boy had just saved them. They charged straight for the orc, huddled behind their shields, and rammed forward to shove the monster back, every guy digging in with their feet, throwing their full strength into the push. Luke, stuck on the sidelines, stared at the fight and couldn't shake the feeling that it was finally over. The guards keep shoving the Orc King's body out of the way with their shields, clearing a path through the chaos. Right then, a second guy burst between them with a spear raised, and as the orc still froze in place, scraped up and reeling from Doriar's hit, he chose his moment to strike again. The warriors drove their spears straight into the Orc King's body, striking him from both sides at once. The elder kept his eyes locked on his comrades, praying there wasn't much time left to crush the orcs and steal victory. The monster screamed as its opponents battered it, and the damage was so brutal it could barely even fight back. The warrior didn't hesitate. He swung his sword hard and cut straight through the monster's paw, yet the orc kept flailing its arms side to side just to shove the humans back, and it still didn't make much difference. Selene didn't hang back either. She followed Doriar's orders, launching dazzling strikes to smash the enemy, then darted in to aid her comrades, lining up her shot for the monster's weak spot. The girl smashed the orc right in the shoulder, and it took the monster a split second to even register, because she already had rocketed backward several meters. Even after the people rained blows on him, the orc stayed upright on his paws, but his strength started to drain and his movements slowed to a crawl. Staring down the Orc King, Luke suddenly snapped today's extra points. Then a bonus notification flashed on his panel. He just bagged a ridiculous 12 to 14 points. The elder barked for everyone to scatter right now, but down at the orc's feet, two shield bearers stayed put, driving the monster back, while Selenia clung to the orc's hand, yanking its focus away. The girl exploded off the monster's body in a blur, and when he snapped his head toward her, he couldn't look away from her lightning-fast arc. Luke slammed the button on the stone fence panel, and boom, a massive wall erupted between the Orc King and his target zone, trapping the orc inside as the game's force started punishing him non-stop. As Luke watched the Orc King, he felt his own drive drain away, then that shift sparked one bright thought. Victory was still within reach. Another hit slammed into the monster's back, but it didn't flinch even once. The Orc King got slammed left and right, his strength draining fast as his resistance crumbled with every hit. Out of nowhere, a massive stone cube smashed down on the orc, and the crowd went berserk, screaming and scattering in every direction. The guards practically cheered when the Orc King finally fell. Now that beast was trapped behind a stone fence, sealing the village's total final victory over the mighty orc. But the monster wasn't buying it. He started battering the wall from the inside, blasting the whole place with a terrifying crash that snapped the guards' confidence into panic. The village chief shot back in his mind, "No, that's not it, those walls must be used," then pushed harder, "And we're building something new," while Luke's mind started hammering out a detailed plan to trap the monster for good. Then the hero yanked the controls and slammed an entire watchtower onto the stone fence right next to the orc, praying this fortress could hold back the Orc King's power. Pinned inside a stone fence, the orc suddenly heard a massive structure crash into the sky above him, and it dropped straight down at full speed right on top of him. The bathhouse blasted straight through the stone wall, crashed down onto the orc, and Luke snapped, "That thing's a deadly pressure weapon." Luke, finally done with his work, let out a hard-earned breath of relief. Then he stared at the watchtower where the Orc King was sealed away, grinning like he could already feel the war finally ending. The old woman beside him grilled the village chief about what he'd said, but Luke just snapped his head down in irritation and muttered that it didn't matter anymore. The hero clocked it right when the Orc King went dead silent. Selena, standing right beside Luke, suddenly backed away and her face went stone serious, sharp with irritation. The girl and another warrior scrambled up the stone wall to scout the Orc King, but the watchtower started vanishing piece by piece right before their eyes. Peering into the stone cube, the girl snapped her gaze to Luke and told him everything was fine, they'd won, and a warm, sweet smile lit up her face. At that exact moment, the whole crowd erupted in wild cheers as victory hit. People surged forward, shouting and leaping for joy like they couldn't breathe. The guards watching from the sidelines exploded with joy, shouting that they'd finally nailed it, because they had crushed the mighty, monstrous Orc Queen at last. Philia and the other elves were buzzing with joy after the monster fight finally ended, and their leader shouted that this was an absolutely incredible moment. Only Dorier remained dissatisfied. He let out a heavy sigh and couldn't believe the battle ended so fast, even though he'd been plotting something bigger and grander. The village chief yanked the whole happy crowd's attention to him, shouting that this time they were finally going to win. Then Dorier cut in out of nowhere, telling the boy not to fret because he wasn't even expecting anything from them. Luke dropped his head, shut his eyes, and sat in silence for a beat before telling Dorier they'd take his actions and words seriously next time. Out of nowhere, a hooded stranger strode up to Luke and demanded to know if he was the village's leader. He leaned in and announced, "I'm Leoninus Mel Labure Lengerianus El Sabora, the head of the elf clan." The elf leader stared straight into Luke's eyes with a hard, unblinking glare, like he was waiting for something big to happen. The village elder stared at the elves' leader with sharp awe, trying to confirm right there in his mind if the one standing before him was truly the elder of the elves. The elven leader surged one step forward and Luke's mind snapped. Of all things, that name was a whole long, tangled mouthful. The elves burst into the human village and dropped to their knees in front of the headman, heads bowed low, and Leoninus stepped forward to tell Luke, straight to his face, that the whole clan was unbelievably sorry this time. Luke flinched hard at the sight of that many people apologizing to him. The elven village leader kicked off his monologue, straight up saying they had no choice but to beg for Luke's help. Yet to Luke, a noble with a clean conscience, it just felt like the elves were playing innocent while dragging themselves into danger, and maybe, just maybe, they were getting exactly what they earned. The human village headman suddenly felt dread creep in. He rushed to calm the elf leader, insisting it must have been some kind of accident, so the elves wouldn't hesitate to help, and Luke even told them not to worry. Meanwhile, Leoninus was completely baffled. Then Luke scanned his villagers, faced the elf, and warned him that if something like that ever happened to them, they'd better be ready. Then he stopped mid-sentence. The human village headman's face snapped into a fierce glare, and he bellowed that there's no way they could be worn out after all that, empty stomach or not. He swore they weren't thinking straight, so he ordered the elves to get barbecue right away. The crowd burst into joyful cheers right away, but the elf was the only one left totally clueless about what the village elder had just handed him. Laughter erupted all around, and Leoninus had no clue why, so embarrassment hit him hard. Philia whipped around to the elf village's leader, called him father, and reminded him right there and then that she'd already said it. "This is all Mr. Luke." The elves huddled together, stunned. No one even dared to point the blame at them this time, and that felt totally unreal. All around them, people kept blurting meat, 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 counting down the moments as they waited for the promised barbecue. The elven leader finally exhaled, paused, and said it clearly. The humans weren't still holding a grudge, and they weren't going to punish him for reaching out for help. Leoninus heaved himself up from his knees, whipped around to face his people, and declared, "I know this village is ready to help us." He urged the elves to stay polite and thank them with all their hearts. Then the elves erupted into joyful shouts. The elf leader whipped her head toward one of Luke's assistants and told her, "At least we can lend a hand to the folks in the kitchen." The girl bowed her thanks without faking it, then broke into a sweet, genuine smile. The guy standing behind the girl suddenly reacted in a weird, unsettling way. After a while, the elves finally kicked back and soaked in the bathhouse, and then Leoninus suddenly blurted, "I never thought I'd get to bathe again anytime soon." The elf leader lit up because someone finally cared about him, and the other elves nodded along, insisting that in their world, letting people show kindness counts as encouragement, even if their way of doing it felt a bit weird. Fresh off the hot bath, people rushed in with steaming food to spoil the guests. A pile of sizzling barbecued meat, whole plates after whole plates, got shoved right in front of them. Luke grinned at the guests, clutching a big mug in his hands, and Leonidas lit up just as genuinely, loving every second around real people. The other elves, who'd already gone to the humans once, now reveled again in that warm, welcoming human company. After that brutal battle drained her, Selena sank her teeth into the meat like it was pure victory. Even in the cold depths of their dungeons, they still got food brought right to them. The elven village's leader told me he'd heard wild stories about it, but he never thought he'd lay eyes on the real thing. Luke shot back that it was even better like that, and Leonidas kept thanking the elder, pouring out gratitude for every little thing he'd done. Suddenly, an elf popped up nearby and she shouted for her elder, snapping Luke's attention straight to her. The girl leaned into Leonidas's ear and whispered that they'd checked everything in the village and the damage was beyond saving. Then the chief nodded and said he understood. The girls laid out the grim truth. Even if the ones who could move right away started restoring everything, they still wouldn't be able to finish before winter. Luke hovered nearby, just watching their conversation unfold, waiting for the moment everything would snap. The elf abruptly strode up to the human headman and bluntly asked if they could stay in the village until their own was rebuilt, leaving Leonidas rattled and Luke completely baffled. The elf leader kept asking over and over if Luke's group really had the right to stay, until Luke snapped back that of course they could, because that village was built for migrants from all corners of the world. Lowen Anas opened his mouth to argue, then stopped dead mid-sentence to think it through. But in the end, he threw his objections aside, nodded at Luke, and thanked him again for his kindness and generosity. Leonidas could barely look at Mr. Luke, drowning in shame over the request he'd just made. Now that he's got a goal, he refuses to back down. The elven village's leader stood there in total silence, letting the thought of how incredible this new village was hit him all at once. While the elf leader was stuck in the human village, he boldly decided to check out the local toilet, and in that room sat a weird, freshly shaved white throne. He stared at the strange object in front of him, stunned, and his mind raced trying to figure out what the heck it was. Philia, the warrior's fearless leader, marched with a band of elves to rebuild the elven village after a pack of orcs slammed into it. Selena snapped, asking if they'd really decided to hit this mission so fast. The girl beside her backed her up, saying they could have sent the ones who had already rested. Philia fired back and reminded them, think about the monsters waiting out there and tell me how that quick trip wouldn't waste their time. Luke spun toward the elf and asked, do you mind? Saying the humans could dig an underground passage to get them through safely. Then he watched everyone's faces as the elf's people froze at the idea. Philia pushed back, asking if it was even possible because the distance to the elf's rhubarb wasn't small at all and the fear wasn't the plan, it was how long it would take. The human village's headman herded the elves outside to a massive pit carved into the earth, dropping straight into the deep. Luke grinned and said it wouldn't take long to finish. The elves lit up at what they saw because the village felt like it was right in the palm of their hands, and they could even pinpoint its exact location. Luke stared at the thought in his head the moment he remembered that the elf village territory was already controlled by someone else. That twist threw him into trouble, but Luke still pushed through and handled the job. The elder kept thinking if they truly had to reach the village, they could make it happen. The panel flashed a cruel choice, rob the village * yes or no. Luke couldn't help but wonder if that skill was hiding there back then shrugged it off, convinced he'd never need it. The village chief snapped that the question sounded crazy until he realized they really might pull it off, and he told the elves they could route the underground road straight to their village. The elves then demanded one thing: if they were stirring up too much trouble for the humans, the village should let them know. Philia spun around her village, staring at the wreckage, and snapped that it was way worse than she'd ever dared imagine. Even that stone wall couldn't keep the monsters out. This invasion was relentless. While the creatures surged in, the elves marched around their village, taking stock of every broken thing and the brutal amount of fixing they were about to face. Luke leaned in, listening to every word, then blurted out a fresh plan. He just wanted to pitch it to the elves again and offer his help. But before he could even finish, the moment got snatched away by an interruption. Then elf from Philia's retinue marched up to her, called her commander, and leaned in to whisper something right into her ear. The elf snapped her gaze to her comrade, letting him know she'd heard him loud and clear, then gave a quick nod. With a proud grin, she told the human elder right beside her that the elves would rebuild their village themselves, using their own hands. Luke's jaw dropped at her words, and for a while he just froze in silence, staring hard at the girl right in front of him. Philia clocked the confusion on Luke's face and blurted out the truth, that humans had done far more than the elves were ever meant to take, and Luke nodded along on the spot, saying he accepted her explanation and wouldn't fight her on it. A panel snapped up in front of Luke. Build a stone wall, yes or no. He slammed the no button, then muttered to himself that maybe he was already too used to leaning on skills for convenience. He suddenly found himself back in his village, and the thought wouldn't let go. If they had skills like that, maybe they could craft something with their own hands too. He froze for a second, like the idea hit him right in the chest. Luke stood apart from the elves, lost in his own thoughts, not a bit focused on them, while Philia beamed because she could finally stay in the human village, at least until winter, and another elf muttered that they should not rush into starting the underground passage construction just yet. Meanwhile, back in the human village, Melia rallied everyone together and stood before the crowd with a serious gaze, announcing that she'd finally gathered them all to hand out each person a crucial oracle. Melia kept going, spilling the reason for the meeting. These oracles, Luke the village elder had handed them to her personally. The moment she said it, the crowd stared at her, completely stunned. The girl started answering who the headman was, then burst out loud, respectful and proud, that Mr. Luke was sent by the gods to rescue their world from war. He was their savior. People kept asking, totally stuck on what the girl meant, and Melia pushed on, saying Luke's power still wasn't fully out yet, but down the line he'd grow into something far stronger than he's ever been. She dipped her head and flashed this unsettling smile. From the crowd, someone demanded, "So is Mr. Luke really that incredible?" Then another voice chimed in, "If a girl can say that about Luke and she has oracles, then her words can't be lying." Melia looked like she'd snapped. She demanded everyone drop everything, listen to her, and chant praises for Lord Luke, even calling for them to give up their bodies for him and forge their village into perfection with their shared force. Melia's words lit a fire in everyone, and the whole crowd erupted into one loud shout. A thunderous shout rang through the whole village, screaming praise for Mr. Luke's name. In the lands of the Marquis of Albira, a mass of people packed tightly before the gates, those gates chained shut with a thick knot of iron. A towering blonde in uniform strode up to Mr. Rayol and asked, straight out, if they could start the preparations right now. Mr. Rayol, face still hidden, said they could kick things off any time they wanted. A man beckoned someone to step through the gate, and suddenly a head popped up above a cart packed with a cage full of strangers no one knew. A man slipped through the gate, got trapped in the heart of the arena, and right in front of him sat the cage. He stood there with a hard, serious stare. Then he clammed up and said nothing. A command rang out to pull the condemned out for execution. Then one of the guards' men started causing a scene, snapping at the guards, asking if they'd really come to beat the enemy standing right there, and the guards hustled another man to pick a weapon that fit. The man leaned toward the guard and asked if it was really true that killing his opponent could get his sentence reduced. Then the guard nodded and said, "Yeah, win first, the details are on you," and the man just broke into a laugh. The prisoners spilled out of the cage, and the same man stayed rock solid, full of confidence. Then, just to grab everyone's attention, he taunted the kid in front of him, asking what the kid could possibly do to him with that crushing numbers advantage standing right there. The man lunged forward and swung his weapon straight at the boy, roaring that this was the end. Sunlight blazed over the village, and the whole place felt calm, like nothing bad could ever happen. The crowd behind the fence looked stiff with fear, like something terrifying was about to happen. One of the prisoners stared straight ahead, terrified of whatever waited in front of him. Sweat from pure fear and wild excitement dripped down his face. Besides that, two more figures stood on the fortress, one tough-looking guy and a little girl, both staring at the spectacle right in front of them. A stranger's smile flashed into existence. The man who'd stepped into the ring earlier now stood dead center, drenched in blood. He said nothing, staring straight ahead like he could see the void waiting just beyond it. He spotted the last guy nearby scrambling to escape, screaming in raw terror, while the boy just froze there, unmoving. He clicked his tongue and started laying it all out. He shot forward, caught the fleeing man instantly, and slashed his weapon through the air, making the man scream, terrified he was about to die. The man's body was split clean in two. Right then, the guy snapped his weapon back into its sheath. He demanded, "Is that it?" and then kept staring down, hands still locked on his guns. Everyone agreed this was a total knockout for Mr. Raoul, and whispers erupted. Only 6 months since he got the blessing, and he'd already pulled off results this insane. Out of nowhere, something behind snared Mr. Raoul's attention. He whipped around, eyes searching for what had just caught him. The tall man who'd been lurking on the fortress finally stepped up at the gate Raoul originally went through, and Raoul gasped in shock because it was his father standing right there. The man praised his son for a job well done, and Raoul quickly bowed his head in humble respect. He kept praising the guy for smashing the task to the highest standards, and now it was time, straight to the next battlefield. With his head still bowed, the guy meekly admitted he'd push on to the next task with gratitude and pure joy, and he'd absolutely nail it with top-tier results. Outside the gates, the crowd erupted in cheers and threw their hands up in pure joy, just because they'd gotten to witness that incredible spectacle. After he changed out of the bloody clothes and scrubbed the stains away, he started to slip out. Then the guard spun on him and shoved a reminder in his face. The report. The guard started blabbing that the village sat in the northern desert, but the reporter double-checked with the governor, and then the governor shut it down. There wasn't a village there at all. That was it. Raoul dropped into the chair and erupted in laughter, admitting it was totally true. Out here in the far north, in the desert, there was absolutely no way to build a village. Raoul couldn't stop thinking about that one gift he once chased, because in the end it turned out to be totally worthless. Raoul kept on laughing in a creepy, ominous way, saying they'd never see each other again. Then he confessed he didn't even know where the lover of the fields died, and you could tell it bothered him because he couldn't bring himself to watch his end. Tension prickled in his voice, but he cut in anyway, telling Mr. Raoul he had something vital about Mrs. Selene. The speaker kept telling Raoul that Count Basilat's family still hadn't been found, and the man wondered if they were hiding the truth because they didn't want Raoul to marry him, until Raoul calmly shook his head and said, "No, I don't think that's it," because the real reason was something else entirely. The guy declared point-blank that winter was coming, and their very first fight would kick off the moment it hit. He couldn't shake the thought nothing like this had ever happened before, and a massive war was seconds from detonating. If he wins, the father will seize control of the occupied territories, and then he'll personally claim Albera's current lands. He pictured a giant city in his mind, convinced those enormous territories were ripped straight from his dreams. Raoul rocked back in his chair, laughing like his imagination was already screaming, waiting for the Great War to kick off. His laughter filled the whole room, while the guard beside him said nothing, just stared at his master. Meanwhile, back in Luke's village, the elder sneezed like a thunderclap. The hero trudged down a snowy street, muttering to himself that today's snowfall was outrageous. Straight-up real winter vibes. Then the village elder slammed his control panel and went hunting for something useful. He stumbled on a snow melting system, and somehow it also boosted road upkeep, keeping everything in top shape. The snow vanished out of nowhere in front of Luke, and there it was, a road carved with perfect precision, like someone had planned it all. The hero grinned to himself, thinking, now nothing will block the traveling merchants, and his smile turned warm and sweet. The human village chief started to realize the desert winters are brutally cold, because they're even farther north than Albera's farthest lands, and the reason is simple. The mountains right beside them dump snow on the area all the time. Suddenly, a traveling merchant popped up in the village, rubbing the back of his head as he smiled, said he couldn't believe how smooth the road to town was. On the road, Luke ran into a stranger merchant, and the man flashed a grin at the headman of the human village, claiming the snow made travel nearly impossible right now. Luke handed him a glass of water, and the merchant thanked the hero with real warmth. Luke has busted his tail to improve the village, and now he's convinced dealing with merchants will finally bring real growth, because the place is packed even tighter than before thanks to a flood of migrants. Their get-togethers never last, short and gone in a flash. Luke just stood there, stunned, eyes wide with shock. The hero kept running through the village's situation in his head. Everything with the elven village restoration was going smoothly, and every elf was pushing to make the return day arrive faster. Then one elf hauling a heavy log begged the chieftain for a quick break, but Philia shot back with pride that a noble nation couldn't afford to slack off. Luke snapped, suddenly remembering something wild about the villagers. He ripped open the control panel and hit the option to cut Philia out of the village. Yep, Luke clicked that very first choice, telling himself he'd truly miss her, but when the moment came, there was nothing he could do. Two old men sprawled in the bathhouse steam, letting the hot water melt their worries, and they both let out the same deep, easy sigh at once. They started chatting, grilling each other about how long they'd been stuck in this village, and one of them finally admitted the truth. Yeah, everything people whisper about it is real because this place feels like a damn paradise. Someone caught bits of their convo, jumped in right away, and blurted with full-on excitement that this place was seriously awesome. That mystery voice turned out to be one of the elves who had suddenly barged into the bathhouse. The guys jerked back in panic, yelling like crazy at him over what that woman was pulling off in the men's department. The elf shot back with an easy smile, saying he'd come from the elf village and asking the two men if they wouldn't mind bathing together. And the strangers instantly figured that meant he wasn't really a woman at all, but a man. The elf kept spilling every detail, how orcs hit their village and how they were forced to flee here, and the men finally realized it wasn't a story at all, it was a full-blown disaster. The elf told them straight up, on the elves' side, their race just doesn't bring the same fighting force as this village. After the Orc King's attack, this place is way safer than the four, and that calms the elves, even if it still feels a bit unnerving to be so close to demon territory. The men started grilling their answers out of the guy. Was that elven village really as mysterious as they'd heard? One of them swore he'd been told the elves cherished nature, guarded the forests and the waters, and he demanded to know, when they rebuilt their home, would the elves truly come back to the forest? The elf blurted, no matter what happens, once you get used to this, you'll never go back to the forest without comforts again. The elf confessed they'd rebuild the village, but if that's the truth, then let the people who truly want to come back have it. And with that, he plunged under the water. He lunged into the tub and swam to the edge, and the men stared as his shadow rippled under the water, until the elf's words hit them like lightning. As he climbed out of the water, the elf whipped around and declared, dead serious, that he was personally staying right here to live. As he stormed off, he muttered through his teeth, because if they weren't officially made villagers, rage would light him up like fire. The men gaped in shock as the elf vanished, and the silence afterwards screamed one question: what did he just say? One of them finally coughed up the truth. He'd always pictured forest elves as way different. But the moment settled, they all nodded at the same thought. The village really was as gorgeous as the humans claimed. The elf leaned in and told them how he and the others survived in the forest, living in total quiet under the trees, with zero contact with any other species. The elves bragged that they were a noble people who cherished and respected nature, but they also admitted the truth. With so many natural enemies hunting them, they had to stay hidden just to survive. The elf murmurs, seriously, if we'd known about a sanctuary as safe as the elven village, plus all those comforts, there's no way we'd ever want to leave. The elf's face burned with determination, but his eyes still held deep thought. Then he tightened his brows and stared straight ahead. The elf kept talking, and yeah, sure, they could insist on staying, but the head of the village wouldn't be buying it. Not when the villagers weren't even begging to come back right now. And the head was convinced they just couldn't afford the trouble of hanging around and bothering Master Luke. The elf is absolutely convinced that, lucky for them, humans find their race ridiculously attractive. So they finally storm out of the bathhouse and strut into the open, gliding with pure grace and flaunting that luxury beauty glow, because in their mind, all it takes to stay in the village is charm. Everyone nearby stared at the elf in pure amazement, gasping that he was a real one, so beautiful it felt carved by some legendary artist, and he let them crowd in, soaking up every stunning second. The elf grinned to himself, thinking he'd charm everyone in just 10 minutes, and somehow the people around him were already head over heels. He decided that if the human village wouldn't give him a place to live, then the elf king had better accept this, because the truth was they already loved him here. He added, like it was no big deal, that he could boost his name in the village and start living it up in full luxury. Right then, his sweet grandmother burst in and wrecked every plan, telling the elf he couldn't just roam the street half-dressed, something he never saw coming. The elf got yanked into the dungeon for breaking the village's rules, dressed and all, and he just stood there in total frozen stupor. The clan's leader rushed up and sincerely apologized to Mr. Luke for the whole mess caused by that elf. Leoninus dipped low to Luke and blurted out that he was absolutely devastated by what his comrades had done. The human village chief didn't snap at the elves, he just warned, "This is cultural," then demanded they be way more careful next time, and the boy beside him suddenly blurted, "So you're really going to let an elf walk outside unclothed?" The chief spun toward his comrade and demanded, "Why would you do that?" But the elf couldn't even meet his eyes as he mumbled that he just wanted to stay in this village. Luke still didn't get what staying meant until the elf snapped back his leader's warning. They couldn't stay in the village and make Master Luke's life even harder. Then the headman of the human village cut him off cold and said they weren't causing Luke a single problem. This was a settler's village and everyone was welcome, no matter their race. Behind the bars, the elf burst out screaming with joy, and the headman just awkwardly stared at Luke. Luke instantly knew this wasn't going to be a simple talk, so he pushed for one more meeting with the other elves, and they all packed into the same place as he prepared to deliver the announcement. Leoninus stood before his people and started the announcement. Because Master Luke's kindness was so generous, anyone who wanted to live in this village could stay here, and the once imprisoned elf beside their leader grinned like it was finally their turn to breathe. The leader kept going and demanded an answer. He wanted to know who was actually willing to come, so he turned to the elves who would remain in this village and ordered them to back Master Luke. Leoninus inched away from Luke and told the ones desperate to go back to their forest village to rally behind the elf leader. But nobody budged. The elves stayed locked beside the human village headman, staring at their leader like he'd summon the next move, and still not a single soul dared to step forward. The elves had already picked their side, solid as stone, and as they locked eyes with Leoninus, their decision showed up in the seriousness staring back. Then the elf leader snapped the silence, bellowing at his comrades, demanding to know why not a single one of them dared to step toward him. He started to twist his head, desperate to catch at least one elf's face and find that stubborn vow to go back to the forest. Then the elves started whispering, praying they'd truly be allowed to stay in this village. Leoninus glanced at his daughter and she just stood there, frozen in place. The elf leader erupted in furious yelling at his comrades, snarling, "Where's your elven pride?" He warned that if nobody marched back to the village, it would be left totally abandoned. Then one of them snapped back that they could use it as a place to rest. The elves traded looks, murmured over their decision, and one of them swore the village food tasted way better, while Milia, scanning every side, blurted that the village chief was downright kind. Another elf bragged that monsters never come barging in here and the village doesn't stink at all. So Melia marched right up, teasing them as she went, saying the village chief is a total cutie. An elf snapped out a warning that you can bathe here anytime, and Milia kept closing in, breathing down the face of another elf like it was the next thing on her list. Then the elves and Milia made their last pitch for the village, and Milia straight up said the village chief was cute. Luke exploded at her for saying stuff like that, and Leoninus clenched his teeth in anger. A man bursts up to the girl and the boy and tells them he wants to get back to the village too. The girl shoots him a sly look and tells him, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it and I'll head back to the village." And the man blurts out, shocked, "Wait, do I really have to do this alone?" Then the young man flashes a smile and warmly welcomes the new villagers. 2 sets of 38 people, all under Leonin's banner, suddenly become part of the village. Time slipped by and suddenly spring arrived. Then the elven village's restoration was finally finished. The girl rubs the back of her head like she's still processing it and says, "So it feels like we can have fun anytime now." Someone swivels to Mr. Luke and blurts out a claim about people from the east. So Luke snaps back in shock, asking how anyone from the east could possibly show up, when all that's there are mountains with nothing else. Someone else chips in that they look just like regular people, and then the young man races to the gate to find out. He guesses who it is, and boom, he's dead right. These little gnomes are right here. Dwarves are legendary blacksmiths and master craftsmen, and they back it up with pure, bold attitude. The chief dwarf blurts out an apology, saying they're from Dwarf Doran, and Luke fires back by extending his hand, introducing himself as the village head. Then realizes this whole same story, new perspective thing happened with the elves too, because his opinion of them just shifted. The youth swears the vibe isn't the same as humans, and the gnomes huddle in secret, whispering, "Is he even a man?" because he's broke, humble, and at first glance he looks way more like a gnome than a human. The young man blurts out, "Why are we even here?" And the dwarfs snap back that ever since they got banished to the borders, they've been surviving in mountain caves. Then monsters erupted out of their caves and the dwarves panicked and scattered with nobody to count on, roaming until the mountains finally revealed a village, so they begged for just a little food and the young man was shocked to hear it, then waved it off like, no problem. Turns out the gnomes once lived side by side with humans, but just like the elves, they got hunted and persecuted. The young gentleman gets told straight up that the dwarves themselves are the reason they got chased off, and they even warn him that elves and dwarves have been at each other's throats for ages. For more than 1,000 years, hell, even longer, the dwarves tried to seize the world with nothing but homemade weapons, and then came the divine punishment. The very country meant to be their home collapsed into ruin. The young man demanded, "So what kind of divine punishment is this?" And they just shrugged because nobody really knew. "Legends say it," they insisted, but even the gnomes didn't have the details. They only hid in their caves, staying away from anything unnecessary. He's convinced it would be brutal to break out of the life everyone's used to, and he insists they don't come in with hostility, so if nobody's opposed, he wants to invite them to move in with them. Philia had been lurking nearby the whole time, then she suddenly blurted at the top of her lungs, shaking the guy out of it, straight up telling him that gnomes never bring anything good. This young guy, sweet as anything and still pretty naive, insisted that the others had claimed the very same thing about them, and that people had changed their minds before too, so the gnomes weren't anything like their ancestors anymore. The girl stared at him like he'd just lied, totally lost, and the gnomes burst into cheerful questions, asking if it was really possible to live with them, and why these people from another race were being so kind. They snap into panic and blurt out, "Do people really need our bodies?" And the young man fires back, stunned that a dwarf would even think that about him, then he goes on to say more. Their village was built like a creature magnet, so they're always thrilled to welcome fresh guests. The gnomes stare back, eyes narrowed with full-on suspicion. The young man keeps telling them, "While we're getting your food ready, go roam the village." So they wander around, and when the gnomes come back, they rave that it's stunning, there's zero nasty smell, and the water's basically endless. They're like, "Why does everyone crowd here?" and start grilling the guy about the buildings. Then he grins and says it's a huge bathhouse that fits loads of folks and asks if the gnomes want to jump in. The gnomes kept replaying his face in shock after the bathhouse comment, baffled that anyone could wash right there in front of others and still dare to call it bad. The gnomes who came to inspect the village picked a spot to move in right away, and when they saw it they went, "This place is magnificent," then thanked their lucky stars for it. The young man shot a confused look at them and blurted, "Wait, this is the right place for you guys." After all, they picked an underground tunnel to call home, and when the gnomes heard it, they snapped back that they'd always lived in caves, because sunlight hurts them and this place was pitch dark. Luke shrugged and said, "All right then," and dove into his laptop, furiously clicking as he planned to set up a comfy room right there. In a blink, he remade the cave into a cozy paradise. Windows appeared, rooms formed, and even balconies sprouted. He told the dwarves he'd blown the tunnel wide like an ant colony, then built the room so the walls slid right into the tunnel like they were one space. The gnomes stared in disbelief as he pulled off the impossible. Somehow he heard how to build it and then built it in a single moment like it was nothing, and that's when they finally decided. Mr. Luke had power beyond anything they'd ever seen. The girl snapped that the gnomes had moved into the tunnel leading to the elven village and it honestly bothered her. And the guy shot back that they weren't a threat, they just multiplied their numbers so there was nothing to fear. They threw a celebration for it right then. Gnomes gripped mugs of beer and leaned in, stunned, demanding, "What is this stuff and how do you drink it?" They got told this stuff was crafted in a factory the village chief built, so of course it tasted amazing, and they also got fruit wine and milk liqueur brewed from cattle milk. They also said it was the first time they'd ever had this much fun, and they told the gnomes, "Enjoy it too," then demanded they dance. Suddenly, the gnomes went wild, jerking around like something snapped. They insisted everyone had to get cheerful because there wasn't enough movement, then demanded a drink. Mr. Luke snapped, "What happened all of a sudden?" And the girl shrugged, saying that's just how gnomes act sometimes. The gnomes were yelling to Luke, "Have fun!" but Luke, already seething, demanded they calm down, only for the gnomes to keep shouting that they just wanted to thank the village chief Luke. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Every dancer dropped to the floor, pinned there in shock. The girls snapped in fury that they were all dead drunk and everything checked out. Then the dwarf spun on Luke and jabbed a finger at her, resentment blazing. They tried to justify it by mumbling, "I kinda remember." But after every drinking binge, that's always the excuse. Luke flashed a grin and demanded that from now on, they only drink from underground. The gnomes started demanding, "Did you really do this?" Then they grilled them over how they undressed like that, saying they were sickened and calling it a disgrace. Luke, still grinning where he stood, couldn't believe it. Last night he'd never imagined they'd paint faces on their stomachs and start dancing like that. He couldn't believe it. Right here in this world, belly dancing was happening, and somehow the dwarves' behavior didn't seem to make anyone even slightly unhappy. In the village, the gift that sometimes surfaced could wreck the locals' sleep, but the gnomes and everyone else who traveled through carried it tucked away in their bones, while the elves had already been handed the gift. A girl suddenly popped up and blurted out that the elf village had a priest there too. Luke stared in disbelief at this priest, and the girl explained he was cut from the same cloth as the Oracle of Melia, someone the Oracle had granted power to so she could bless. In their village, most folks were born with archery and white magic. But hold up, this girl's different. She's got the gift of archery and green magic. White magic bathes everything in light and life, and it feels like a mix of lighting magic's flash, cleansing magic's purify, and restoration magic's healing touch. White magic also covers restoration, and the Kryn takes care of people with real skill, so you can run to him anytime with anything. Honestly, he'd been tied up just recently helping the others, so this young man had no clue what might happen next, not ever. The girl grinned playfully and Luke asked again what it meant. She shrugged it off and said, "Nothing like that, it's just a metaphor for curiosity. Gifts aren't something common folk get, they're a privilege of the aristocracy, and he's never once run into gnomes, not in the chaos he's faced either. No oracles, no priests, just one brutal truth. Gnomes are savages." As she finished her speech, gnomes suddenly popped up behind her and seized on her final words, bragging that it was all because they were the masters, and after decades of training, they didn't need any gifts. Luke said, "Don't grab gifts unless you truly have to." But the dwarf snapped that he wanted. The dwarves scored gifts from the blacksmith, plus other magic and a mountain of loot. For gnomes, blacksmithing and mining hit the sweet spot, especially any magic tied to stones and the earth. Because just like elves, what they get as gifts depends on what kind of work each race is built for. Suddenly, an 11-year-old girl named Donna slips into the room, her face tight with sadness and a sorrow you can practically feel. Luke thinks she's still too small, so that's why he can't get her the gift, but she's curious like everyone else, scanning the village layout, and then he steps right up and asks if she likes the weapon. Suddenly, the girl slams into Akami and Luke spots the ancient symbols. He blurts out if she can read them because the girl who's lived in that cave since ancient times can. She jabs a finger at the massive drawing and declares, "That's a golem." Turns out this ancient weapon was forged by the dwarves, and the young man's jaw drops when Philia finally tells the real story of how they took over the world. The girl kept going, telling me the golem wasn't just for show, you could climb right into it. Ancient dwarven weapons, imagine trying to run a vehicle without modern tech. Back then, the most amazing machines were real and somehow they vanished for good. Luke blurts out, grinning, "Can I make it just from the form alone?" Then he grabs the stone wall and rips it upward step by step. 5 hours later, the exact same dwarven weapon shows back up in his hands. The girl says it looks ridiculously like a golem and Luke snaps back, "Not even close," before they start using the object's movement function. The ambulance kicks into motion and the girl jumps in like, "Let me take it for a ride." She's stunned. He's showing up with nothing but his silhouette, and even the head inside this massive machine is a cockpit. The crowd nearby felt the ground shudder. Then everyone whipped their fingers toward the monster charging in. Luke leaned out of the cockpit, shot an apology into the air for the sudden noise, then told them exactly what he'd built with his object tuning. And when he finished, the crowd erupted, calling it straight up amazing. So they pushed forward and the villagers stared at the village chief like he was legendary. because they never expected anything less from him, and even the trees seemed to bow as they marveled at what he could do. They huddled together and dragged that circle into place for ages, then finally spilled out of the cabin, relieved and a little wiped out. Luke waved it off and refused to get into specifics, then just shrugged and admitted the trip in the golem was surprisingly smooth. Suddenly, the girl's smile vanished, her voice turned stone cold, and she promised that one day she'd build the exact same thing. A year ago, she got the gift of a weapon master, so she's probably about to forge one for real, because if she succeeds, the dwarves can claw back what they lost back then. The young man leans in, stunned, and demands to know why she even wants to make weapons. The girl snapped back, "We're weak," so they cowered in the caves for ages, yet somehow they still broke free and made it out. If they had stronger weapons, they'd charge into battle and finally fight back. Before he could even process it, his disgust for military force surged, and it wasn't just because he already hated war. Now there was something even more that made him detest it. He shoved his exile-born rage and sorrow aside and in their place brewed a fierce hatred for weapons, though his village would have been wiped out if not for them. The girl chewed on his words for a moment, then nodded and said everything was crystal clear. The young man snapped that he couldn't wipe out weapons, not to chase conquest but to protect everyone. Right then, something wild went down in the village. This young man in front of those shadowy strangers demanded to know why they'd come. With a ruthless glare blazing through her cape, the woman declared that this young man didn't belong with them anymore, and he'd never step into the kitchen again. The young man blurts out, "Why did this hit me so fast?" And they snap back, "We warned you over and over and we'll tell you again," then shove a plate of fried, burnt food right into his face. With his head bowed in grief, the guy admits he just wanted to whip up a brand new flavor and texture, his own kind of original cuisine, and they shut him down, saying he's too damn curious. The woman snaps that no matter how perfectly the village is stocked, starving with nothing to eat will still be horrible, and the workers try to argue back, insisting they can still enjoy delicious food. As the village swells with more people, the whole place levels up. Life gets better day by day. The villagers put their talents to work in 100 different ways. Most sell, trade, and barter for a living, but some people are born with nothing at all. Camel, a 38-year-old labyrinth hunter, spots Luke and starts venting. He's furious it's been a whole year since he got his gift, yet he still hasn't found his calling and feels completely useless. The girl shoots back that their village has no labyrinths, and the village chief instantly adds that the hunters have carved out a passage just a short distance away. He grins and swears he knows the perfect spot he'll love. They push him again, and the young man nods everything's right, so they head out. They scramble up to the tower where the whole world sprawls out like a masterpiece, and he jabs his finger at a distant point, urging them to stare hard and spot it. To the west, it's not just mountains, something else looms there, hazy and wrong, and even that unnatural slope keeps stretching past the village walls. Nobody knows if that land is truly empty, or if someone's out there living in that direction, so if things stay quiet, they might just go check. He tried to crack the case by robbing the area, but it totally failed, because the target was too far out and his robbing area skill couldn't reach. The riddle may not matter much, but it feels like a maze. She shrugs and tells you not to overthink it, then walks in with the group. If you scan the whole area, you won't find a single sign of anyone, just ordinary rocks sitting there like they're hiding the truth. Camilo doesn't notice a thing, he just smirks and says something hit him with a wild, wonderful feeling that made his blood boil. He bolts out of there, yelling that he'll scour the nearby area, and everyone tells him, "Don't you dare get reckless." And just like that, they stumble up to the mouth of a massive, unexplored dungeon. The girl and the boy can't believe their luck, because they swear this dungeon can't be real. The girl says it doesn't feel like anyone ever lived here, more like some abandoned, mysterious dungeon. She thinks they might snag valuable materials inside, and Luke can't stop wondering if something like that even exists near the village. He tells them the dungeon has its own owner, and that he once was called its master too, back in the day, because his tutor warned him about it, and that's exactly why they tossed him out of the village. People also whisper that the dungeon is a god-made game with its own rules, and one of them is simple: if you can conquer it, you earn the treasure. It sounds insanely intriguing, but the girls keep warning that the dungeon space is tight and downright dangerous, so if they want to conquer it, they'd better gear up and roll in as a small group. Luke admits he can't do much in the dungeon, but he still insists on going, and he even pitches exactly who should come with him. Selene and Philia are stepping in as the frontline combat duo. Sacred Shield, Noel, and the strongman Goat hopping in to haul the obtained treasures and everything they carried. And they pitch Sophie as the next healer, because her light magic can prove it. With his research gift, Cam is perfectly suited to become a top-notch researcher. Just danger-sensing gift could save them all, but the girl insists she can't. She's got to look after the kids. She told them to find someone who could actually see the danger coming, but the people around them all scoffed like that was the one thing they could never pull off. The girl tells Mark to hit the dungeon with his own grit instead of sticking around with her, and it somehow takes real determination. Meanwhile, the cleaning lady hangs her head, heartbroken that she won't be teaming up with Mr. Luke again. Luke nearly choked with shock when he realized they left him in the village without even telling him. They claim the best adventurers still get killed trying to conquer that dungeon, so he should stay put. But he swears he'll be careful, even as the real danger of running hangs in the air and their rules keep him from joining them. She promises him a whole horde of monsters, so he won't be upset. The crew charges straight into the cave, daring whatever waits inside. They stride through the pitch-dark corridors, eyes locked straight ahead, fueled by pure determination, and they'd better stay sharp because one wrong turn and you're swallowed in the maze. One guy blurts that they've come so far he can't even guess where they're headed, and the girl whips around to Kamlu asking, "Do you know where we're going?" Once he snapped back to his senses, he told them to head down the left corridor. Then, out of nowhere, they feel it, something from the darkness charging straight at them. Turns out it's a blood-soaked wolf that lunges on people the second it sees them. The girl lunges at the wolf with zero hesitation and sends him down for good. She declares he's finished, yet the sentence never lands, like a warning still hangs in the air and the threat feels close as long as they're near. Suddenly, Sophia hears someone creeping up behind her, creeping closer with every step. She feels it, another blood wolf lurking right behind her, breathing down her neck. Then horror hits like a punch and sweat pours down her forehead. The girl yanks the bowstring back, yells at Sophia to stay sharp and looses an arrow straight at the wolf. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a whole cluster of dwarven weapons Luke had just forged drops to the ground. Everyone's frozen in total shock, minds blank at what's even happening, while some throw themselves into the fight and others just stand there, stunned out of their minds. Sophia swore it was almost within reach to make things out of nothing, like Luke could. Then she dropped another bomb. She'd heard the village chief once built a golem, or maybe he was the one watching them all along. She insists she heard a tiny, almost invisible sigh for a split second, then out of the darkness, hands start reaching toward her. The girl realizes Luke is standing right in front of her, then snaps in rage. She hisses that she told him to stay in the village, that it's too dangerous, and demands why he always has to act so recklessly. The young man realizes he disobeyed them, desperately wants to bolt before the enemy catches up, but by then, it's already too late. But once he arrived, he realized something huge, go deeper, and suddenly more territories opened up, and with that skill he could build whatever he wanted without breaking a sweat. So Luke isn't useless after all, he's going to step in and help them now. Sophia lets out a weary, resigned sigh. She nods and says, since he showed up here and he can't make it to the surface totally on his own, then he's coming with us. Staring at the dead blood wolf, the man says its pelt looks downright luxurious, and Luke nods hard, calling it perfectly preserved. The guys push ahead and then, right out of nowhere, one of them blurts that he can feel danger closing in again. Everyone snapped back into guard mode, ready to throw down, and the deeper they pushed, the tougher the enemies ahead grew, like the dungeon was escalating to crush them. Suddenly, a colossal monster barrels into view. Its head is pure bison. Then they finally clock it. This isn't just any monster, it's a minotaur. One of the companions cracks a joke, saying the minotaur steak is unreal because it's juicy, tender, and so soft it literally melts in your mouth. He rushes up to the village chief and blurts out an apology, saying he can't keep pretending anymore. He can't stomach orc meat anymore, and the whole village instantly backs him up. And because that massive minotaur is charging straight for them right now, they're gonna cut in with a real beefsteak tonight. Out of absolutely nowhere, a tiny little girl pops into view and calls herself Ellie. She's a beautiful fairy, but somehow she doesn't exactly look like the type who'd make a great dungeon master. She's normally the picture of calm and control, but today everything in her routine gets shattered. She can't believe you adventurers actually marched into her dungeon, so if you're here, then she's going all in. Or because the dungeon strangers are out there grilling like it's a festival, and rage and fury slam into him so hard he can barely breathe. The guys already stuffing themselves with meat were joking that some of them didn't even realize you could build stuff underground, and somehow even live like this down there. Then Luke shot back that you could raise structures as tall as 50 mirrors. This dungeon is more than a place to fight. You could even slap together a tiny settlement here or set up a reconnaissance post so they don't have to trek all the way back to the village just to drop off the loot. While that was happening, the plan got launched and they didn't look back. They shifted their focus and kept going. They'd suddenly drifted miles away from that room, trapped in the chaos of little monsters, bats, and razor-toothed saber snakes behind them. The girl and the guy carved through the crowd like a storm, swinging their swords and whatever weapons they had to make everyone scatter fast. But when it finally clicked, they realized there was no beating them. Every time they fought back, their numbers just kept swelling higher and higher. Suddenly, the hatch discovered a hut and warned everyone they couldn't shelter there, so everyone scrambled inside fast. They were safe for now, yet their brains were still racing with the next move. The girl leaned toward the window, staring down the swarm of bats in the air and told them, "Don't worry, I've got this, just leave the plan to me." One hard ice magic strike crashes into the crowd, and just like that, the monsters vanish. Of course, that's exactly what their captain would pull off. Ellie stared at what was happening and knew these guys were deadly, and still, most of them backed away. The guys picked up and pushed forward again, itching to see what kind of monster was waiting for them around the next bend. They halted right across from a gorgeous door, staring at it like it was about to change everything. Luke told them this place looked nothing like the others, like it had to be the boss's room. They asked again, "So what's the boss room?" And the reply hit like a punch. After you beat that monster, you don't just clear the dungeon, you're now on a whole level above every other monster you faced. Turns out this dungeon really is at its end, because this crew is packed with elite fighters and dungeons like this never break so easily. The dungeon boss is brutally strong, but if you smash him, the dungeon supposedly gifts you mysterious powers. But that's a terrible trade because the whole place will crumble into ruins, and apparently there are even smarter ways to beat a dungeon. Luke, buzzing with hope, urged them to charge in right away and see it all for themselves, because once they beat the boss, the reward would be theirs no matter what. The door eased open, and a strip of light spilled across their faces. Inside, 2 minotaurs spotted the strangers and immediately slid over to the side. The team spotted that beef rolling in and practically cheered, because barbecue was about to be back on the menu. They might look like the same old ones, but these are way stronger, so the girl immediately told everyone to watch out. With one smooth move, she crushed both of them, and the animals crumpled to the ground like puppets. I couldn't believe how effortless it looked. Of course, they weren't weaklings, but the vibe in those two felt just as brutal as the monsters they'd faced on the road, while Ellie watched them silently from the ceiling. Luke spotted the treasure chest and snapped his finger toward it. He asked if the chest was safe to open, and they assured him it wasn't dangerous at all. So they yanked it open, flipped the hatch, and boom, a razor-sharp sword stared back at them, rightfully their reward for beating the dungeon. Everyone stares at this copper sword like it's weird magic, and only Luke lights up, grinning that it's actually a decent reward. After all, he'd fought the dungeon just to get it, even offering to keep it as a souvenir, but right then, he froze mid-reach. She snaps that she already warned them the dungeon runs on its own set of rules. And one of those rules is the reward. A generation's worth of payment has to match the difficulty of beating it. This dungeon runs on strict rules. Beat it and you can even bend it to your will, but if the reward doesn't please the one calling the shots, you're not allowed to take it. Then Luke asks, "What happens if we don't take this reward?" And the girl snaps back that the dungeon master will come straight for the conqueror. Either they pick one reward together, or a path to the master will suddenly appear, or the master himself will step out. Luke snaps the chest shut on command, and then they just wait long enough that the tension starts to crawl, until someone finally yells for the others. He jabs a finger at a tiny hole in the floor and demands to know, could this be the very road that leads to the master? Everyone stares inside, baffled, and Luke can't figure out how this detour is supposed to bring them to the master. but the girl insists the passage was set up this way on purpose, because the master doesn't want them to see what's ahead. Meanwhile, Elia, grinning at what she's seen, erupts into loud laughter, bragging that she made the passage perfectly, without breaking a single rule. But she's convinced these conquerors are way too powerful, and on top of that, there's an elf in the crew who actually knows the rules for working the dungeon. What reward could they possibly expect from a deserted dungeon like that? Why wouldn't they just cut the slack and treat it with understanding? And the fairies pushed for one thing, seeing the handsome hero take on her dungeon, because all they wanted was to end up with Ellie as his glorious reward. She only wants one thing: her dungeon to go viral, then lure in gorgeous men, trap them inside forever, and watch beauty unfold with her own eyes. But if she stops wasting time on random people, pretending she didn't see them, she can finally chase her dream, because once they get tired and give up after some time, she wakes up to find they're already here. Suddenly, an elf girl crashes down from the ceiling, and the fairies left standing there, completely baffled. At first, she couldn't even figure out how they'd gotten into her space. Then one of the guys grinned and said the passage was way too tight, so he stretched it open with his own skill. Ellie realizes she's not allowed to carve out a brand new passage to the dungeon master. The elf girl claims they've reached the dungeon's core and pushes them to smash it. Then Luke snaps back, warning that if they destroy it, he'll be finished too. The fairy puffed up like a mouse on cereal, fueled by pure resentment. Luke tossed out an apology, saying they never thought they'd be forced to bend so unfairly, and the fairy erupted in outrage. Who in her dungeon had given them the right to do whatever they wanted and change things? The elf girl snapped that the only cheater here was this fairy, because she dared to head for a passage none of them could get through. And if Mr. Luke hadn't widened that corridor, she would have annihilated the whole dungeon. But then that other girl blurted that the dungeon master was a fairy, and she was buzzing with joy to meet him. Ellie shot back, saying it was mutual because she was the one running this dungeon. Dropping to her knees, she sobbed, choking out that this place was an abandoned dungeon. No one had come here in forever, so she couldn't offer them anything bigger. That's why she chose to vanish from them, praying they'd move on and never spot her, even as she kept apologizing for everything she'd done. Luke couldn't stop thinking about why everyone's obsessed with the dungeon, because the moment he reached the finish line, the strangest thing happened. He didn't want the reward. Or she grinned and said, if the dungeon gets posted by as many conquerors as possible, I'll rack up dungeon points, and then I can build even nastier traps and hand out way better rewards. This time she had only a few points, so she couldn't offer anything at all. Luke figured it was the same deal as his own skill, since he's got to spend points too, just to build things around the village. The fairy snapped back in fury, screaming that he hadn't just dug that hole, he'd built a whole pile of buildings too, and the guy was stunned because somehow she knew every move he was making. Ellie shot back that the dungeon is bound to her own being like they're one living organism, and that of course when something weird happens to him, she feels it too. Luke built those scary buildings and then immediately panicked, apologizing fast, insisting he never meant to frighten her. He thought the dungeon's space change had gone unnoticed, until the truth hit hard and proved nothing was that simple. He sprinted to scrub everything clean before anyone could notice, but then he blurted that once the land was under his control, he'd never let it go, shocking the ferryman to his core. She shot back, furious at how he'd taken pieces of her body, and demanded he get out of her dungeon, right now. Luke blurted out a huge apology, swearing he never meant any harm and had no idea any of this was happening. He demanded that the land he'd claimed was no longer under her rule, and the fairy paused, then grinned, saying she could still control it, so we're good. But she also warned she couldn't give it back now and wanted something in return. She demanded more conquerors for her dungeon, because ever since the place was born, nobody had ever dared challenge her, and each day dragged by an endless, gut-crushing boredom. Even after they slaughtered every last monster, the land around her dungeon stays a dead, empty wasteland. So yeah, it's quiet for now, but there's no promise they won't come back again. Luke couldn't stop wondering how he could pull people in and get them to actually come to this place. The villagers couldn't figure out what their master truly wanted from them. The young man swears he only wants to lift the village, while the dungeon starts swelling as the people get pulled in. And if you truly welcome both the dungeon and the dungeon keeps growing and the village gets packed with hard-earned resources and rare items. He can use it to yank an object and move everything he needs in one shot. he already used it on the golem, so he'd be dying to try the skill for real, right after it's mediated through the transfer object. First, he barked orders for every last inhabitant to be dragged together. The residents hauled by the golem griped the whole time, but once you shrugged off that tiny shudder, they admitted the ride felt surprisingly smooth. A woman snapped her fingers to the side and warned them, "There are tons of stones in the road that could slow you down, so get rid of them. Their whole village is in motion, so everyone has to be extra careful. Big heavy stuff is getting hauled, and when Luke arrives, he asks right away who can help and jump in with the moving." Everyone stared in disbelief as their house started actually moving, right under their feet. Luke asked, "Is everyone okay?" They all said, "Yeah, we're fine," and begged to go check on him, but Luke shot it down, yelling that it was impossible and that no one should leave their homes until the village gets moved. Meanwhile, a merchant came roaring toward the village with a wagon packed full of useful goods, and he was sure they'd vanish off the shelves in no time. But when he finally showed up, there wasn't a soul in sight, total eerie emptiness. Luke said he was begging for forgiveness and would tell the merchant to back off, but he couldn't figure out where that voice was even coming from until the young man snapped, "Our village is moving right now, and once we're done, you'll finally be able to go on." Luke wrapped up the village relocation and announced, "We're done, movement complete." Then he poured out his deepest gratitude to everyone who jumped in and helped. Turns out there's an underground tunnel linking the village to the dungeon, and he quickly realizes that might not be enough to rack up the dungeon points. Luke grinned at the fairy as he proudly told them, "I brought you right here." Meanwhile, the dwarves stared in awe as the hatch shoved their whole village straight into the dungeon, and they were secretly thrilled it was so close. The fairy asks Luke straight up if he truly wants the gnomes crammed into her dungeon, even though it'll jack up the points. She's terrified it's a terrible move since the place isn't exactly safe, but Luke grins and promises he'll fortify their houses. The gentleman starts hauling the last few houses away, and the gnome blurts that he's going to round up the other gnomes. The fairy wonders, "If this many people live here, what score am I going to rack up every single day?" Luke tells her that if any questions pop up, she should reach out to Doran or the other dwarves, because they'll pass everything straight to him, and it's perfect since he can't leave the dungeon. Ellie flashed him a warm smile and told him she'd always be happy if he ever stopped by to visit again. And she'll light up even more if he marches in with a whole gang of other ridiculously handsome guys for her dungeon. Then the hatch rebuilt the road, everything felt the same, even if the village had shifted, and the days just kept rolling by in their normal routine. A girl shouted, "Mr. Luke," and he spun around, asking what was wrong. She only smiled and said she wanted to show him something. She jabbed a finger at the crowd swarming and shuffling around the city entrance. The young man asked, "Is anyone celebrating today?" And they told him it was exactly 1 year since he founded the village, so the villagers threw a celebration for that unforgettable anniversary. He couldn't even wrap his head around it. Another whole year had somehow already slipped by. To celebrate it, people raised a monument for Mr. Luke. Right then, the music blasted to life, and the crowd erupted into cheers, congratulating the young man all at once. Luke leaned in and grilled Milia about what it was, and how the heck you were supposed to understand it. The girl grinned and said the gnomes cooked up this surprise, then somehow nailed every last bit of Mr. Luke's greatness. People started grilling the headman's opinion, and Luke stammered, saying thank you with nerves on full blast, even though that gift didn't sit right with him. Milia cut in fast, "We've got something else." She thrust a book into his hands, the legendary deeds of Mr. Luke and told him it was the memoir of the life she'd lived. When Luke laid eyes on that book, fear hit him like a punch. He blurted that it was pure horror, and he couldn't wrap his head around why it was so thick or why everyone was in full panic. Its creator, Totter, had the kind of literary gift that hits like magic, and the man even admitted he was thrilled that his hard-earned blow finally paid off. Monument Nemers, every single person wanted to shout their gratitude right here this way. Totter kept insisting that Volume 1 is all about Mr. Luke's childhood, written with Millie breathing down his neck, and he swore that as he grows, he'll keep going, so he's determined to publish them beyond the village gates. They slide a couple of lines into his hands and make him read them out. The work turns out to hit like pure poetry, just lyrical all the way through. That Earthling can whip up gorgeous flower houses with her own hands anytime. Luke blurts out that he never said anything like that and that it's totally not true. He claims the hatch from the book is the real deal and that it has nothing to do with them, but the elf girl snaps back that he doesn't get it at all, and that hatch is notoriously unreliable. In everyday life he's basically a doormat, but when the moment finally hits, he snaps back with a courage that lets him stand up to even the strongest opponent. Then the young man blurts out that he'd rather write about the thrill of riding the golem, because the power and the view you get from the cabin are the ones that straight up steal your breath away. Toter cracked a grin and said it looked like the kid was itching to toss in even more comedy. Milia begged, "Please write down everything we talked about today," and I couldn't help but want to read as much history as I could from under him, because hearing every different point of view gave the writer everything they needed. Others started chiming in too, begging to be added to his book, and Luke gaped in shock like, "Wait, am I really just a character in some novel for you guys?" By the time the gifts were handed out, the party rolled on in full glory, and Luke couldn't help but feel a pinch of sadness, thinking that next time there'd be more residents to share these joys with. Deep in the forest, a hushed whisper slithers through the trees, like the land itself senses an intruder has crossed into enemy territory and dared to shatter the peace. As spring rolled in, the population exploded day by day, villages stretched outward, numbers shot past 3,000 villagers, and they finally climbed up to level 7. For convenience, the village is now basically the central area where everyone lives, and its reach has blown up so far that it covers not just the wilderness but the northern forests and the mountains to the east too. Luke scans the new structures like a kid in a candy store, then decides to slam a few of them down right now. Now Luke can finally dig into what's going on with the people in his village. Bam, a new window pops up on his computer, and he just has to pick the information he wants to uncover. At first, the parameters crack him up, until Luke spots the one setting that screams criminal propensity. He decides it's worth picking him. Right away, he spots an intruder tearing into their land, this enormous monster. The master snaps into action and calls for Satin immediately. He tells him a colossal monster is barreling toward their village, and the townspeople have to be warned right now. Luke snapped his gaze to the sky and saw a lizard-like shadow creeping closer right on his tail. Turns out it's a massive dragon, like the kind that makes the whole world feel small. Philia rushes up to the young man and blurts that she just got a message warning of an incoming threat. She claims it's a tree dragon, a plant-based monster that can wear the shape of a dragon, so yeah, it isn't a real law. Luke realizes this is just proving he's not as fierce as he truly is, before Philia snaps that they can't afford to drop their guard. Tree dragons drink up life-giving nutrients from the soil like living plants, but he got lucky with his natural habitat. Then he flew into this wasteland and it's downright terrifying. The worst part, he rockets straight at them and they can't react fast enough. Luke bellows at every villager to drop and take cover. He shouts that a tree dragon is diving straight for them, then yells, "Get into the dungeon now!" If they're too far from the entrance, he tells them not to panic because he knows exactly where everyone is and he'll carve out a secret underground passage. Luke snaps at them, "Don't panic and don't all crowd in." On the monitor, his eyes lock in, because the dragon suddenly goes still. Over an hour has gone by, and the dragon is still sprawled out in the field like it's surrendering to the silence. Everyone's eyes snapped to what he was doing and the residents couldn't resist, so they spilled outside to see for themselves. The dragon turns out to be gigantic, and it sprawls belly up right on top of the crops. The villagers all stare at the boy with the animal gift and he shrugs, saying, "Yeah, I'm more plant than animal," leaving everyone utterly stumped. In the end, he finally lands on the truth. This dragon has no plan to hurt anyone. Meanwhile, that dragon's grin explodes with pure joy, because he already wrecked everything for them. The townspeople demand answers. If that dragon had no plans to hurt anyone, then why in the world did he come flying here? A girl steps up to him and blurts that she has this gut feeling he's been drawn to their field. And then that jaw-dropping aroma of their land hit him. Luke shot over, instantly got the whole picture, and declared, "This place has to be loaded with valuable stuff." But because he loved this place so much, the dragon got off the hook for that prank. Then the dragon lunges, clamps onto the man, and yanks him up into the sky. The girl who could speak with animals translated the dragon's message. "Don't you dare lay a hand on me," And then, right there, he made his wish clear, wanting to sink roots into this land. Right out of nowhere, something smacks the man on the head and the whole crowd stares like, "Wait, what was that?" Turns out it's the tree dragon's own fruit, a rare gem. Luke figures that's just how the tree dragon says, "Hi, I'm friendly." After eating it, even a total fool can tell, at least a slice of wisdom comes straight from the book as a direct quote. And when the girls ask why she translates the insults so perfectly, she finally gives them the answer. Once the tree dragon finally sank its roots into their field, it barely stirred. Yet whenever it decided to, the new village dragon would swoop in and drop off fruits for them. The fairy blurts out that she's jealous, because that tree dragon, all powerful and proud, still hands Luke sweet fruits. But the dungeon has been totally remade, and beating it just got way harder. Now it's not 2 floors, it's 5, and she's already packed the first levels with brutal traps and monsters. And just as she started to go on, I cut in and told Luke she can't start the dungeon that complicated. Make the first floor super simple, then if people want bigger rewards, they'll dive deeper. Each step down gets tougher than the last and way more exciting. Or maybe he was just offended, so she snapped, asking if Luke thought her dungeon was boring from the very start, and Luke admitted, not exactly, it actually was. Even if it hurts to hear, she still craves a dungeon that'll hook everyone. So fine, she'll turn down the pain right from the start and let the difficulty ramp up harder and harder. It's recommending you stash bats on the first floor, each one's pretty flimsy, but once they swarm, they turn into a real nightmare. And right in the middle of their talk, the gnomes pop up out of nowhere, whirl to the old man and demand, "We've got something to tell you." Luke locks eyes with them and demands to know what kind of armor and weapons they brought. And since they look like living masterpieces, the dwarves proudly tell him they forged every piece themselves. They even floated the idea of selling weapons to take over their village like an adventurer, and Luke said, "Honestly, that's brilliant." With the cash, they could stock up on everything they needed before charging straight into the dungeon. You can even set up a hotel for adventurers, and guess what? Pharmacies will be begging for customers too, because this whole thing turns into a full-blown underground operation. For the first time, anticipation hits him hard. He can't stop waiting for the wave of adventurers because they'll finally be able to open all kinds of shops and bring in better profit, and then he'll rush to tell the residents about it. A couple days later, boom, people started rolling in. They couldn't believe it. Right here somehow there was a whole settlement. Even better, this settlement sits right next to a dungeon, so they can haul in materials and loot nonstop, so they decide to camp here for a while. Satin made it clear they'd crossed into the village territory, and every single one of them wasn't just gifted. They were loaded with incredible skills, the kind of adventurers you can't help but stare at. Luke demanded how he even figured it out. The young man quickly says, "I didn't mean to, I accidentally sparked this mess, and now the whole village is dealing with it." The moment they leave the village, their resident status is gone, and he's only trying to figure out how criminal they really are. Are you sure nobody noticed anything? Because Luke is acting like a full-on bad guy, lurking around and spying on people. The stove demands they show the surroundings, and if that hatch suddenly drops someone else into the village, she'll never forgive him. He strides up to the newcomers, introduces himself, and tells them, "Welcome to our village." Then they all fire back with their own names. They lock grips and trade news. Yeah, they've heard about the merchant and that there's a dungeon right here. Luke nods and confirms it's real, then tells them to get ready, hoping they'll have a blast when they start conquering it. Before the adventure even kicks off, he urges him to sweep the village first, pointing out the hotel and the weapon shop like they're the keys to everything. Fresh faces gawk at how huge the village looks, marvel at the great prices, and can't help but grin at how well everything's stocked. They say these weapons are worth a fortune in the city, and they're shocked someone sold them for that kind of price. Because that hatch isn't just metal to the buyer, it's a calling card from the dwarves. This is wild, only in a few cities can you actually buy dwarven forged weapons, so tell me, is this village built for adventurers on purpose? Luke tells them they're only the first ones here, but not far from their village he spotted a dungeon, and he couldn't resist. He decided to develop it, using every skill each resident brings to the table. Every time adventurers step into this village, it blows them away more and more. Right before they step into the dungeon, they stop and beg for a little more time to look around. The fairy leans in and asks, "So, any good-looking guys in here?" and Luke just nods like, yeah, there are. After the dungeon gets rebuilt, the first wave of adventurers is all wondering, are we gonna like this place? I can't wait to see how they swing their weapons in battle. People crowded outside a room you couldn't escape, because the only way out was to whisper sweet words until they let you go. The guy stared at the fairy in shock, blurting, "What are you doing?" And she laughed it off like it was obvious. She said they'd been told there were handsome guys among them. Down in the dungeon, the adventurers stumbled into a cramped room where the only way out was to whisper sweet words, and none of them had the slightest clue what that even meant. That bed shoved into this room sparked major confusion, because nobody could figure out why it was there in the first place. The fairy finally confessed she did it on purpose, to carve out a safe haven. In this locked room she'd made, the adventurers could finally sleep and recover. The hero breathed out in relief, but the confusion still clung to him while the dwarf stared, wondering if anyone else even got what she was really planning. The girl said she had to get ready for something like this, and the moment one of the men muttered cake, the door swung open. Relief hit the heroes as they realized those sweet words were code for sweets, and the adventurers figured the door itself had never been locked at all. The dungeon's guests freaked out that they'd made it through way too easily, so they clung to every detail like it mattered, because missing even one felt dangerous. The man heard the creak in the walls and snapped awake, all his senses on high alert. Suddenly, bats erupted from the darkness and swarmed him, and terror hit him so hard he couldn't breathe. The hero snapped to the other adventurers that the bat pack was closing in, then ordered Kazna to move. Kazna swore she was already sprinting toward help, and she slammed into the enemy. The bats got wiped out and the adventurers cheered. Then that creepy floor creak came back again and again. A fresh swarm of bats came charging back at the heroes, straight from the other side this time. The adventurers couldn't figure out why she came swinging at them again. The animals barreled into the people, but the girl snapped an apology and told her comrades to hang tight for just a little while. Kazuna ripped into the bats with another blast of fire. The adventurers looked completely baffled. Guy snapped at his companions, demanding to know what was going on. Alex admitted he'd stepped on a wobbly rock, and the moment he did, a whole swarm of bats burst out and charged them. Kazuna swore it happened to her too, and the adventurer's guest finally muttered it was a trap. But this news hit the comrades hard. Problems piled up fast as their road kept grinding forward over the rocks. The girl snapped that their whole route was a minefield of rocks, and if those bats kept swarming them, there wouldn't be enough mana left for everyone. Alec even pointed out that if you step on a rock you already stood on, the trap won't trigger. Then Dill urged them to move slow, watch their footing, and take their time. Dill charged first because he had that special knack for sniffing out enemies, and the hero was so locked in on every clue that nothing slipped past. Kazna couldn't shake the feeling that their enemies were lurking in the dark, staring at them. But the adventurers ripped through the chaos and finally slammed into the next door of the dungeon. Guy scribbled on his map the exact spots where they'd been attacked. As they pushed deeper into the dungeon, the comrades battled monsters at nearly every turn. While Dill was sweeping the dungeon floors with his eyes, a hare darted into his view. Even the ground was scratched with claw marks of all sizes, and the comrades instantly figured an entire pack of vicious, heavy-clawed monsters was lurking nearby. Alex told his comrades, "Let's take a breather, we've already scoured the dungeon enough today." And Khazar backed him up hard because they'd poured so much time and effort into it. Joy exploded in the man's chest, like everything finally went his way. The comrades absolutely loved the food, every bite was pure delicious magic, and even the adventurers couldn't believe they'd end up eating this good inside a dungeon, then top it off with a real hotel, turning the whole place into a guys-only fairy tale. The girl clocked the huge detail. This dungeon only had them, no other adventurers in sight, and Dill practically beamed, convinced every treasure was theirs. Alex snapped that this was flat-out unfair, then swore he'd message his fellow adventurers today to drag them into that legendary dungeon, only for his comrades to absolutely hate the idea. Luke heard the adventurers chatting and his heart leapt. More adventurers were coming to join them. A few days later, thanks to Mr. Alec, fresh adventurers crashed into the city to team up with the hero. Ellie couldn't help but smile as the glasses poured past like a roaring river. The fairy cheered that at last they could scatter useful materials and blacksmith gifts all through the dungeon, and the gnome practically beamed because now they could forge as many powerful weapons as they wanted. The hero realized his custom-built weapons were finally obsolete, because nobody wanted them anymore. Luke pestered Alec about how the dungeon was going and the guy grinned. Everyone was crushing it, already cleared to the second floor with the whole group. Then the hero clocked a weird detail about their guest. Luke realized Alec and his crew had already buried the gifts, plus they were strong enough to learn new skills too, so a blessing would let them clear the dungeon in a snap. The kid turned to the adventurer and asked if he wanted that blessing, and the adventurer just asked him again. Alec scoffed and said guys like him didn't even dare to dream of something like that, so he flat out refused. The man snapped that every adventurer is broke, so they've got no way to earn blessings. But even as a kid, Alec confessed he'd been dreaming of getting his gift long before anyone could hand it to him. Luke never saw the adventurer's reaction, especially not the personal recognition coming. The boy spilled that their village had a temple where you could get a blessing for free, like, no charge at all. Just to keep things proper, the hero insisted that secret info stays locked down. Alec frowned because that sounded absolutely wild. The adventurer swore he'd hold back on blessings, no matter what, and Luke still couldn't make sense of why. That man warned there's no such thing as a free lunch, so Alex immediately clocked the boy as a trap, or worse. The hero still pushed, insisting this gift was a one-of-a-kind chance to reward Alex Grubb for all their effort, but the adventurer didn't buy it and chose to vanish underground instead. Kazuna got the gift of fire magic, and right on the spot she beamed, insisting she'd always known she was special. Dill got a gift that let him find enemies, and Guy got the gift of white magic. Then he admitted he never once expected a blessing might be headed his way. Alec got a killer talent for fencing, and he said nothing about what was going on. Kazing couldn't stand the way her comrade reacted. She snapped that he was ungrateful and laughed at him for cackling over a gift, and Alex shot back that he was just stunned because he'd always believed gifts were something only nobles were allowed to receive. Alec felt a weird suspicion creep in, then snapped it down the second it started. He swallowed his pride and apologized to Luke for doubting him. The man shook the boy's hand and thanked him for turning his childhood dream into reality, and the whole vibe between the adventurers and the village owner felt warm and welcoming. Meanwhile, out in the wilderness, something downright strange was unfolding in the shadows. Something felt wildly off. The village looked like it had shifted overnight, like it vanished and reappeared somewhere else, and folks were trudging back and forth like desperate newcomers. So the real question burned in my head: what are they doing here? The village looked spotless and buzzing with life. Even with the streets packed tight, not a single vagabond showed up. Even with winter already here and the food season long gone, the village streets still overflowed with food. And the fact that weapons were even being sold was wildly shocking. What stunned everyone was this tiny village could forge and sell swords that matched the royal capital's best, and the crazier part, they were priced so dirt cheap it felt like they were practically free. The men realized the village had swollen so much there was no way to keep it hidden, and the man was panicking because Mr. Luke was growing it at breakneck speed. Mr. Danto spotted Luke and lit up with a warm greeting, telling him they hadn't seen the boy in ages. The hero clocked them instantly and nodded along, fully buying into what Danta just said. They'd already swept through the village shops, snagging a few things for themselves before anyone could blink. Danto told me straight up that he didn't just send me here, he sent me to deliver something crucial to Luke. The hero's confidence shattered, and suspicion crept in. The man swore that Albil crushed Schneider in the last war. The boy refused to believe it. He swore the battle was only just starting, and Danto hit him back with the truth. The whole war had been over in less than a month. The man laid it out. Albil's family was mowing down cities one after another, and now they'd stormed straight into the capital. They also warned the hero that the biggest showdown had erupted in the capital, and the Albil family crushed it there too, leaving the Schnegger family with no choice but to throw in the towel. Luke couldn't even catch his breath as he processed it. Just 1 month, and the Albil army had already crushed and subjugated a territory that was absolutely massive. So once the Albil family got the lands of Schnegger, they shot to the top, becoming the kingdom's most powerful and most feared force. Danto also revealed that Luke's brother, Lord Raoul, fought side by side in the chaos, and then the leader swore he'd hand Raoul the old lands of Albael to rule. Marquis Albael is cranking out plans to carve up brand new territories, and Luke is absolutely stunned by the news. Danto also admitted to the hero that they couldn't keep Luke's village a secret anymore, because no matter what, rumors were going to find their way to Mr. Raoul. The man confessed that he felt terrible too, but he came back to warn him, so the hero could brace for the absolute worst. Luke knew this village was packed with talent and overflowing with resources, so yeah, its value was enormous. The boy could still feel his brother's ambitious spirit burning bright. With regret, Luke openly admitted that Raoul would show up here. The maid snapped that his brother was finally here, and the boy, caught off guard, just stared in shock. Milia snapped that Raoul was a barbarian who needed to face the truth, that in some ways he was inferior to Mr. Luke, no matter how hard he barged into the village and tried to wreck everything. The maid barked orders at the scribe to record the Albil family's history as proof of Master Luke's rise, and the young man wasted no time starting right away. Nilia softly but firmly told them, Luke's getting compared to Raoul again and it never stops. The girl told the scribe that Luke got kicked out because nobody believed in him and she wanted it to sting. Even when the hero proved himself right here in this village, he still got no reward, but the young man insisted on putting it all down in simpler words. A scribe's words said Mr. Rowell realizes he can only find happiness beside Mr. Luke, and that even this love is born from hatred's ashes. Milia practically beamed after reading it. The maid snapped at the young man to jot down every sweet moment of love between the brothers. Then Selene burst out laughing and called Milia out as crazy, while Oda insisted Raoul couldn't be left alone for even a second. The girl snapped Luke back to the time his brother threw stones at his own servant, just for laughs, so now Luke couldn't shake the fear of what a bloodthirsty monster like that was cooking. Luke couldn't deny it, Selene was right. Still, the hero had to admit it, he really didn't know Raoul that well at all. Even though they were brothers by blood, the gap in status sat between them and they hardly ever spoke. But Luke suddenly remembered this. When he was just a kid, he'd once tried to talk to Raoul. Then he called his brother over and begged him to jump into the game with him. But then the adults slammed the brakes on them, because seriously, this was disgusting. They whispered that the concubine's son, Luke, shouldn't even get close, then turned around and mocked Raoul for taking after his mother, stripping his dignity with every word, and topped it off by telling Mr. Luke to stay miles away from someone like Raoul. The hero figured that if he pushed even closer to his brother, he'd just crush him harder, until all they had left was a painful distance between them. The boy remembered telling him that Raoul was a lowlife brute, and that anyone who felt like it should start throwing mud at him. Luke hung back, watching his brother from a distance until it finally clicked, and Raoul, he kept showing up, always chasing Luke's company. Luke couldn't stop wondering, did ignoring society's opinions push him further from Raoul? And if he'd fought back then, would he and Raoul have finally become true brothers? After all, one little twist could have changed everything. After a few days, the village's name exploded so hard that a messenger from the Baselight house, Selena's family, finally showed up, and the man couldn't wrap his head around the rumors being real. He was just relieved he'd finally found the lady. Selena snapped at the messenger that she wasn't going back home anyway, and the poor guy couldn't wrap his head around why she'd make that kind of choice. He tried to tell her just how badly her father missed her, and the girl cut him off, calling him persistent. Selene personally started proving that life in this village was way more than livable. They had more than enough food, amazing houses, even hot water, and the lady straight up told the messenger, "Stay here and you'll get all of this for yourself." The Bosslight family messenger broke into a new life and became a villager. Father Selene erupted in fury at how everything had turned out. The man couldn't wrap his head around it. After hunting for the master's daughter for so long, how did the messenger just walk away from their house like that? And when he slid an explanation letter to the owner, what was he thinking? Selene's brother said it straight. She never pretended, she stayed true to herself. The boy looked his father in the eyes and said, "Don't worry," then swore on everything that he'd bring his sister home. Salias was ready to keep his promise, no matter what it took. The parents were about to meet that girl any moment now. The boy finally admitted he'd been stuck for ages trying and failing to beat Selene, but he still earned the right to fight in the war as an ally of the Al-Baal family. And he was damn proud he stepped up instead of sprinting away like his sister, because that decision screamed honor and proved how strong he really was. Silias had already witnessed Mr. Raoul's full might in battle, and that's exactly the kind of powerhouse his sister had to become. because everything depended on the future of the Baselite house. The father put his full trust in his son. He swore he'd do absolutely everything. Someone felt it instantly. Another Selene family messenger had just slipped into their village, and the girl refused to believe they'd come this soon. The hero pieced it together. This messenger was Selene's younger brother, Celia's, and the moment the lady heard it, her trust turned to suspicion. The girl knew Celia's never showed up by himself. He always rolled in with bodyguards, and Selene couldn't help but think it was hilarious that the family had to use force since they couldn't charm her home with words. If the younger brother wanted a brawl, she was more than ready to hand him one. The guys started buzzing everyone up, announcing Captain Selena was about to step into a fight, and the heroine hated every second of it. The moment the action kicked off, the crowd erupted into bets. Celia's braced for a miserable little village, then, bam, an entire city rose in front of him. He couldn't wrap his head around it. This whole city had been built in just 1 year, and he snapped, ordering his men to stay on guard. Celia's played it cool, then they demanded to know why we came to their city. The guard looked downright intimidating. The boy stepped up and announced he was a messenger from the Baselite house, throwing out his name and mission on the spot. Then the hero finally showed up to visit his sister. Salius gave his answer, and the guards immediately swung the gates open and let them roll straight into the city. The boys stared at the cityscape, and it hit them hard how amazing it looked. The boys' bodyguards even remarked that the city felt almost cozy, and Silius couldn't believe it. Those stern men who looked like bandits at first were letting them in without a twitch. Selena ran into her younger brother. Luke stepped out to Baselite Jr., too. The girl blurted to Celia's right away that she had zero plans to go back home. The boy bristled at his sister's answer and snapped that their father was terrified for her, so she had zero right to disrespect her own family, but Selene cut him off, saying their father didn't care about her at all and all he wanted was to tighten his bond with the Al-Bil family. Silius shot back that it felt completely normal. She came from a powerful house, and the least she could do was grant her parents' wishes. The girl shot back that she wouldn't carry out their wishes at all, and even if they kicked her out of the family, she wouldn't fight them over it. The younger brother pressed his sister again, begging her to reconsider, but she only repeated, stone cold, that she wasn't going back home. Salius snapped his sword out and grinned. He was ready to drag Selene home by sheer force. The crowd erupted into delighted squeals because the long-awaited clash between the brother and sister of the Baselite house was finally about to ignite, and Salius couldn't make heads or tails of it. The girl had already come to terms with the staring crowd. The crowd's eyes snapped to the boys' bodyguards, buzzing with one question: were these warriors packing weapons, and could the crowd overpower them? Salius stood there utterly baffled, clueless about how his fight with his sister could possibly spiral into something this dangerous. Salius, seething over his sister's stunt, snapped at her that it was downright disgusting to turn family mess into a show, but Selene shot back that they had to test whether her brother would try to drag her home by force. The man declared that the brother and sister had finally drawn their blades. Luke fought to stay calm, even though he had zero clue what was happening, and the old woman looked downright thrilled by it. Everyone heard that Celia decided to strike first, and the grandmother could tell this boy was locked in and painfully determined. The man channeled his grandmother's words about Celia's iron will, and he also pointed out the twist. Selena's second gift was blue magic, but Celia's younger brother came out with green magic. Both the brother and sister were born with a rare double gift, and Grandma swore Celia's lightning-fast speed came straight from green magic. Selene didn't fall behind her brother for a second. She snapped into action and blasted off with her blue magic. Celius lunges in and snaps his sword up to block the attack. He slips out of the way of his older sister's punch. The commentator blared that while Celius tried to dodge the blows, his sister had him trapped, and grandmother snapped that fighting a lady who's built for long battles wasn't going to be easy. Then, as the brother and sister clashed, chaos erupted among the crowd, and Silius's bodyguards rushed into the brawl to protect him. The townspeople shrugged at the bodyguards and figured they were amateurs, guns or not, and the men were itching to prove them wrong on a real battlefield. He never saw it coming. His opponent was insanely strong. The knight couldn't even process being knocked down, while the opponents got warned to stop getting cocky because they were getting buried under sheer numbers. He just couldn't wrap his head around it. How could some city guy be stronger than him? Silius's bodyguards clocked it instantly. the man wielded the gift, and fear hit them so hard they couldn't move. They swore it was impossible, because the people in the city weren't aristocrats. The warrior slammed his blade into the air and struck them down with raw, crushing force. The bodyguards snapped with horror and blurted through despair, "We can't keep doing this anymore." That knight just grinned back at him. The townspeople rallied to defend Celie and smashed her brother's boys into defeat. Then they taunted the fallen as losers and mocked the ones who'd already caved. Selene was furious with how her protectors acted, so embarrassed she could barely breathe, and she snapped at them to act like adults, calling their behavior downright childish. The girl let the crowd's bickering yank her attention away for a heartbeat. Right then, Silius slipped in and landed his strike, even though he'd been boxed in because his sister hesitated for just long enough. The boy leaned in and told his sister, "Don't you take your eyes off me, keep watching me the whole time." Silius roared that victory was his, and then he charged straight into battle. Selene slapped aside his strike, and when her brother pushed back, she fired back, asking why he thought he'd win this time. The girl fired off magic again, and that move gave the boy the opening he needed to slip out and escape. Selene clenched her jaw, trying to guess which side Celius would burst out and start the attack from. He dashed circles around her, and no matter how she lunged, she couldn't get a hold of him. Selena watched her brother move way too fast to keep up. The commentator swore the boy was just gone for good, then guessed the girl's brother might have turned invisible to human eyes, while the grandmother snapped that she was too old to see a single warrior. Salius didn't slow for even a second as he passed his sister, then he realized she couldn't keep up. Selene snapped back that her brother's confidence was getting out of hand, then she swung a perfectly timed magic strike. Celius realized his sister had trapped him in absolute silence, freezing him in place. The girl smirked and asked, half joking, how much longer he could last in a fight at that breakneck speed. Rage burned through him. Then he forced his breathing to slow down and shoved his anger aside. He refused to let his sister's taunts get to him. Salius clocked it during the whole brawl. Saline only ever guarded herself, never once swung first. The boy finally exhaled. He wasn't alone out there, and right now, Baselight House's elite fighters were clashing beside him. But then he saw the outcome. His house's elite troops got crushed in disgrace, while the city's warriors just watched like it was a show as his duel with his sister played out. The boy couldn't wrap his head around it. His boys had actually gotten wiped by a few so-called commoners. Selene kept snapping to her brother that he was acting like a cocky kid, and she made it clear that she and everyone in this village hadn't been sitting around all year. They'd been grinding and leveling up their skills. But Celius refused to swallow that truth. He still saw them as nothing more than powerless peasants with zero dreams, zero rights. With that line, her sister's words crushed the last shred of the Baselight House's representative. Rage boiled in his veins. He'd trained for a whole year and still couldn't beat his sister's sheer strength. And one of the village fighters shrugged and said, "That's the secret, we got strong because we kept sharpening our skills." Shattered inside and wrecked outside, Celius wallowed in his grief. Then Luke grabbed the guest's permission, ready to get him healed. The moment the boy saw the hero, everything clicked in his eyes. He started griping. Why would Luke help him when he'd already told his men to beat them up? Then he demanded, "How much longer is the hero going to keep humiliating us?" The elf leaned in and mocked him like the boy was already crushed and didn't even want to keep going. An elf snapped that Celius better drop his stubborn attitude because the losers weren't allowed to speak. While Baselight had no clue who was talking to him, he instantly bristled with indignation, furious that anyone would dare speak to him like that. He leaned in and studied his counterpart up close. Then Celia's eyes locked in, because she could tell it was an elf. The boy froze in fear, clueless about what he was even supposed to do with this new creature. While the elf felt wrong-footed too, she'd lived in the village long enough to forget how regular people are supposed to react to elves. Celius still had those impossible elf legends lodged in his head, stuff everyone mocked except him. As a kid, they felt adorable and he'd daydream about meeting them one day, even swearing he'd marry an elf, yet he never figured out why an elf would show up in a village like this. Selene snapped. She suddenly remembered her brother once had dreams of elves. The boy shot up to defend himself right away, insisting he'd always admired them, not for how they looked, but because they carried a real history and living culture, and that was why he respected them. The elf smiled and said, "Of course he's charming, he's the younger brother of the respected Selena." like it was the most obvious thing in the world, and the girl just couldn't wrap her head around how he'd reached that conclusion. Celius's permission again. This time, would he let himself get healed or refuse it to the end? The boy, embarrassed out of his mind, finally gave in. Another letter slammed into Baselight's house from Luke's village, sent by Celia, Luke telling his father straight up that he wouldn't be coming home. The Baselight family's head was left absolutely crushed. This outcome was pure heartbreak. The father screamed his son's name, blasting it across the entire area. Meanwhile, Luke's little brother, Rael, demanded to know if the governor had finally replied. They told him the message never arrived, even though he'd sent that request over and over again. The boy remembered how everyone once swore the desert was empty, but lately rumors started swirling hard about this very spot, because Roel was even told that when he checked with the governors, there wasn't a single village to be found. The boy realized the truth was a lie, and the betrayal hit him like a punch to the gut. Suddenly, one of the guards barged in and announced they'd brought the governor's mansion worker straight to him. He had to find out if Mr. Danto was being accused of fraud right now, and he couldn't stop thinking about what it would mean for him personally. He was even ready to lay down his own life to bring down that monster. But Raoul didn't care what that man wanted. He only cared about one thing: proof of his crimes. The man's hand slammed out the letters. This wasn't some made-up story. It was a real report sent straight in as part of the investigation. Raoul grabbed the scroll and started reading right away. People were already saying the village sat at around 10,000 souls, with mouthwatering oud and downright luxurious living, plus double walls so tough they could rival even the royal capital. But Raoul just burst into laughter. He didn't believe a single word of those reports. The boy snapped that those papers were total nonsense, because even if Luke had the best farmland in the world, building a city like that in just 1 year was still flat-out impossible. Raoul exploded, saying he'd never seen this kind of heresy in his life. Then he snapped an order: release the man. But then this nagging feeling started to claw at the boy. He could tell with a cool head it couldn't be true, but this nasty, creeping dread just wouldn't let go. One of the servants clocked the boy's mood instantly, then leaned in and asked what was wrong, what was going on in his heart. Raoul ordered spies to slip into his brother's village and dig up whatever was going on there. Right from the start, the spies were already staring at Luke's village walls in disbelief, because they were huge, no question. The spies' mission was to slip through that wall and start writing a full, detailed report on everything unfolding in the city. The spies couldn't shake their unease, and tension tightened around them like a noose. Suddenly, everything dropped out from under them, straight into the dark. The spies dropped straight into a hole, like the ground vanished from under their feet in a blink. They had no clue how any of this was happening or what was coming next, but Grandma was already right there, waiting for them. Shaking with fear, the spies scrambled to piece together where the heck they'd ended up. They spotted an old woman looming on the other side of the bars, and all of them immediately started whispering, "What in the world is she doing here?" The spies figured she'd been tossed in jail too, because there she sat, stuck behind iron bars. But Granny erupted into laughter, saying the scoundrels like them were the ones who should have been locked up, and somehow her sheer presence had spooked the spies to death. Granny grabbed my shoulders and told me to march to them and demand answers, why they showed up in her village. The men started spinning stories for her. One swore he was just a regular merchant, hearing about the village from coworkers and deciding to check it out himself, while another claimed he'd come here to start a whole new life. The old lady just let out a sly chuckle and asked if they were really about to lie to her sweet self, freaking the spies out even more, until they swore they weren't going to trick her. Then Grandma, right to their faces, declared they were spies for the Albil family. She pushed again, demanding to know if they could actually spill the whole truth, and she wanted every single detail. Suddenly, the spies spot right behind the granny, the very tool she uses for her work. The old woman leaned in and demanded to know if the spies really wanted to find out what would happen to them the next time they tried to fool her. To silence the spies' screams, they sealed up the hole right in the middle of the street. Luke stared at the tablet. Gone was the danger sign. Selene immediately realized it could only mean the negotiations finally worked. After a while, brand new spies burst in, and the old woman greeted them just like she did the others. Luke couldn't believe how far Raoul would go just to stack on even more people. Meanwhile, in the Albil lands, they were clawing for answers too, while Raoul was torturing them for every last piece of information. The boy leaned in and told Raoul, "I went on business to a desert city," and Raoul snapped, "Then spill every single thing you saw there, everything." The hero got a command to storm the merchant's house and drag back anything tied to this city. Rails laid out everything he'd managed to uncover, and it hit him fast. Anyone who stepped foot in this city refused to leave. So he had to corner every person who'd been there at least once and grill them for answers. Raoul stared hard at what they brought him, but it turns out every single thing people tried to tell him he'd already heard. No rumors needed. The hero couldn't even think of his brother without irritation spiking in his chest. Raoul was convinced Luke was back to block him again, but this time he wasn't just mad. He demanded his brother pay for every single one of his moves. Selene snapped, "Who's coming for us now? Refugees again, maybe?" The boy just shook his head and admitted he didn't know. Luke felt someone watching him. Danto stormed up to Luke, and there he was right alongside the Templars. The boy demanded why the governor was here with the soldiers, and the man snapped back that Raoul finally uncovered Danto's secret. He'd been hiding info about Luca's village, and with Raoul's hot hand closing in, Danto bolted to escape, while the other soldiers showed up because disaster news had reached them. Mr. Danto leaned in and said the rumors were real. Sir Luke was stockpiling allies out in the desert, planning a rebellion against the Albil family. The boy snapped that it was all nonsense, not true, while the man said that right now others were feeling the same way as Luke, but he warned that if the rumor kept spreading, people's trust would start to crumble and anger would explode. Mr. Danto said this is a sneaky way to spread information that'll bite the enemy where it hurts. And yeah, Mr. Raoul sounds deadly serious about his brother. The man even claimed he'd drag a bunch of soldiers to Luke, just to give him some backup before the fight hits. Danto admitted these soldiers might not be as sharp as the warriors from Luke's village, but they'd still stand shoulder to shoulder with the hero and fight like their lives depended on it. The boy shot a question: was Mr. Danto really sure he wanted to take on the Albil family? Luke shook his head and said even if they somehow survived, he couldn't promise they'd win. The man just stared back and snapped that he had no choice at all. Mr. Danto said the biggest thing for him was this: after he visited Luca's village one day, he swore he'd settle there someday, and he even teamed up with the soldiers to become full-on residents of the village too. The boy bowed with real, heartfelt gratitude to the governor. A fresh achievement popped up on Luke's tablet, blasting a congratulation his way, and then dropping the news that the village had finally hit 10,000 people, so the village level jumped straight to 8. Luke was absolutely thrilled. After ages without a single notification ping, those sounds finally hit, and it scared him a little too. The boy finally got it thanks to Mr. Danto and the soldiers. His village's level shot up, and Luke just unlocked a whole new world of opportunities. Now the hero finally realized he couldn't afford to get discouraged for even a second. Luke leaned in and told Mr. Dante that the Albil family's spies had already hit them again and again, and Mr. Dante just stared, shocked that the hero would drop that bombshell so casually. Luke also said they'd caught the spies, hauled them in for interrogation to dig up more useful info, and Granny Nima was the one who made it happen. The boy tracked down the old woman to ask how the spy re-education was going, and she told him it wasn't nearly as hard as fixing the bandits, because the spies had turned way more honest than ever. An old lady flashed her adorable little dubs. They lit up the moment old lady Nima showed up, and they just couldn't wait for her to bring their food again, because the meals here were insanely delicious. Granny said those spies were nothing but pitiful wretches because before this they'd been grinding day and night on Albil's land, too exhausted to even hope for a decent meal or real sleep. And Nima told the boys, "Don't worry, now you can stuff yourselves with whatever your hearts want." The former spies swore it was all worth it, because Luke couldn't even fathom how brutal it got for them, and in this land they finally found heaven right on earth. The moment came and every man's focus snapped straight to Luke. The boy stepped up and declared himself the village elder, then told everyone his name and the exact location of his house. The moment they saw him, shock and pure dread hit them, because standing right there was Sir Luke. Granny was shocked the spies couldn't remember Luke, so they rushed to explain that nobody could just walk up and meet a legend like him. They'd only caught sight of him twice, and even then it was from a distance. The men snapped to it. Luke wasn't just anyone. He was the family's future heir, born aristocratic and backed by real power. The hero snapped his head toward the spies. He knew his demand sounded insanely bold, but he still pressed them hard. Tell me what's going on right now in the lands of Albil. The boy shot back right away, saying he just wanted to shield the villagers. Then the men paused, eyes narrowing, trying to figure out what they were supposed to tell him. Luke kept firing off stories about his village, how they built it with their own hands so that kid wasn't about to fold to Raoul so easily. Then the spies went and studied the fruits of that hard-earned land. They said, if they catch us and drag everything into the light, we'll still stay silent, no words at all, to protect our families and the lands of Albil. But the spies finally clocked it. Mr. Raoul was feeding them lies, because Luke wasn't nearly as awful as he claimed, and the men straight up admitted they didn't want that beautiful village wiped out. They begged for permission, and promised they'd de-spill every last thing they knew about Luke. The spy warned that if the rumors about the village turned out to be true, Mr. Raoul would start mustering troops to smash into your territory. Luke claimed Raoul could raise 100 soldiers, and Raoul shot him down instantly. He declared the army would rise with 5,000 soldiers. For ages, humans hunted elves because they looked so beautiful and lived so long, and now they've vanished from human eyes entirely, so people only whisper of them as a myth. Celius felt the weight of it settle in. Now it was his job to protect them. He was convinced these were beautiful, gentle beings, creatures who hated war and every fight that tore people apart. The boy believed only he could stand between them and danger. Selene reached for her brother and demanded once more that he run back home as fast as humanly possible. But he couldn't wrap his head around how she could say something like that. The girl demanded what else he could possibly expect after his own command that the boy surrender right away, so the boy shot back, "What do you think I'm supposed to say now when Sir Raoul and a whole army of 5,000 are coming for us?" Selene understood her brother. She knew Raoul would never back down, but there was no way around it. They had to fight for Luke. The sister admitted they'd try to settle this peacefully, if they could, but the odds were stacked against them, and the girl refused to let anyone crush their already shaking morale. She told her brother to haul his ass back home if he still didn't believe victory was coming. The boy tried to protest, clutching onto that dream about elves like it meant something. The elf snapped that it was all their mess and they'd handle it alone. Celius didn't need to worry about anything else. The hero stared in disbelief at just how fiercely kind that elf was. After all, she'd said it just to keep him from spiraling, and he couldn't help but admire that the elf didn't want to unload her fears on anyone else. The boy vowed he'd stay in the village with the others and fight. He couldn't ditch his sister and run off. Selene snapped back, "I could." Everything kicks off in the northern district, right in the city of Reason. Raoul and his whole retinue storm into Mr. Dante's mansion, only to find the place completely empty, like everyone vanished into thin air. Raoul peeks around the mansion and realizes every room is totally empty. Did Mr. Danto really ditch them and vanish into the desert city? Rage boiled in the boy's chest when the advisor slipped out first and vanished from the city, and the hero snapped that he looked just like a rat. Raoul figured it would take him about 5 grueling days to reach the city where Luke lived, so the hero clung to one thought. Once he got there, he'd better stock up because that was his last shot. A deafening cry ripped through the air. Something was coming and it was closing fast. The story slammed straight into Luke's city. The hero finally clocked it. Raoul's army was here for real, and his brother had truly rounded up 5,000 soldiers. Selene shot Luke a look full of displeasure and demanded why he was so downhearted. She refused to tolerate that kind of spirit. Luke admitted it was hard to keep himself together when all those soldiers were staring at him. Luke stormed back to the townspeople and pushed, "Are you sure you don't want to flee? If you stay, you'll be facing the Elbil family because of me, and you could be putting yourselves in real danger." The villagers couldn't even fathom why the chief was panicking. This was their shot to repay Luke for everything he'd done, and they swore they'd never abandon their village. The boy's cheeks warmed up, because the praise hit him like a straight-up compliment to the ego. He sincerely thanked the city's people, and then the men leaned in to admit they were dying to wipe Albil's nose. Luke shouted that the army was barely rolling up to the border and they still had time to brace for the fight, stock up their strength, and get ready to strike. The boy stared hard at the tablet, and it screamed a warning that danger was coming. The hero couldn't stop asking himself, why did I do all of this? Suddenly, Selene spotted him, and there he was, still sprawled on the fortress wall like he hadn't moved an inch. The boy told her with shaking certainty that his brother and his army were coming any minute, then urged the girl to catch her breath for a little while. Luke just couldn't wrap his head around it. Did Raoul actually buy those rumors that the hero was going to turn on the Albil family? Luke knew those stories didn't get started for nothing. The hero couldn't stop wondering if those wild rumors had truly dragged Raoul all the way to his village. Selene shot back, "Let's snag Raoul," read his mind and retrain him, like it was the easiest thing in the world, while the boy blinked, clearly feeling that was way too much. But he couldn't let it go. He had to get the truth, and the hero was dying to finally sit down with his brother face to face. At first, he wrestled with the problem, and then, boom, one brilliant idea hit him like lightning. The story snapped straight into Mr. Albil's tent camp. A scout bolted straight to Raoul and blurted the news. There really was a city nearby, and those walls were towering impossibly high. The man said the walls towered over 5 meters, but the crew had no clue how thick they were. The boy had to swallow his pride and admit the rumors were real, and the hero could only assume it was some kind of gift his brother left him. Raoul pieced together the whispers and nailed it. Behind those walls were nothing but refugees and fools, so a real army couldn't be hiding there. Then the hero ordered every soldier to hit the beds because tomorrow they'd march straight out to the wasteland. Raoul was catching his breath too, and the second he spotted his brother, he exploded into a curse. The brothers finally found each other. Raoul was ready to snap back the second danger hit, and Luke finally realized he'd pushed too close to his brother and freaked him out, so he rushed in to apologize. The Albil rep decided it had to be a dream because Luke only cared that he was right there and getting close. Then the village chief snapped, telling his brother to wait. Luke told Raoul he'd come to talk, insisting he wasn't trying to rebel against the Albil family. He just wanted to stop everything from getting misunderstood. The hero snapped that he never wanted to take over as head of the Albil family and boot Raoul out of the role, and then the boy admitted he loved his village and everyone in it. So all he craved was a calm, quiet life with them. Raoul weighed every word his brother threw at him. He thought Luke had shown up red-handed to protect the people of his village, until his brother snapped back that Luke didn't come to surrender to anyone. He'd come to Raoul for a reason, not to give up. Luke pressed on again, telling Raoul, "I'm here to talk, come on, say what you've really got." He just had to hear how Raoul saw himself because Luke was convinced every word his brother said was pure nonsense. Chief Albil fumed, convinced they were trying to play him for a fool with that lie. The boy swore Luke had shown up to force his own ideals on him. Raoul didn't care about Luke at all. He was convinced Luke's a monster and that his brother was the evil threat hanging over their family. Raoul swore he'd personally wipe out the hero himself. Luke figured it was worth talking, but Raoul was in no mood to say a single word. Raoul couldn't even wrap his mind around it. Luke had just dropped straight through the floor. He leaned in, trying to pinpoint exactly where his brother was standing so he could crack the riddle somehow. The boy tried to make sense of the space, because Luke burst out from the roadside and barreled toward his village. As Albil stared hard at whatever had his attention, his warriors demanded, "What's going on? Did something happen?" The hero shot back that his brother had just burst in front of the tent, then barked at the soldiers to snatch their shovels and follow him right now to start digging. The soldiers slammed their shovels into the ground, digging for a path through the rubble. The men told Mr. Raoul they'd found nothing strange at all, then pressed him. Had Sir Luke really shown up there? Even the soldiers shrugged it off, claiming the gentleman's brother was nothing but an illusion. Raoul figured that if this was all an illusion, Luke would have never dodged that hit, so Luke's eyes must have been telling the truth. Then, the second Raoul's brother crashed down. The boy heard a weird sound slither away toward the wasteland, and Raoul couldn't stop himself from wondering just how insane Luke's gift was, building a whole village like that. The thought of what could have happened if he hadn't woken up right then was absolutely terrifying. The hero declared that Luke could vanish and pop up anywhere he chose in the whole area. Because Raoul and his soldiers were treading straight on Luke's turf, they had to stay razor-sharp and ultra-careful. The story slingshot straight to Luke's village. Fear crashed over the boy as his body kept trembling, nerves screaming all the way through him. He spotted something that ripped him out of his reverie. It was the disgruntled maid and Celine. The hero acted like it was nothing and immediately demanded, "So what are you doing here?" Selena blurted that he'd vanished all night, then demanded to know exactly where he'd gone. Luke tried to tell them he was way too nervous to sleep, so he slipped out for a quick walk around the area. The maid fumed that the boy never warned a soul in the village, then snapped that he was nowhere to be found outside it, so she demanded, again, exactly where he'd been walking. The boy shot back that he'd gone straight to Raoul to talk to him, while the girl was totally blindsided by it. Selene fired a sharp question at him. Did he unleash his gift, or did he just march straight into the enemy camp? She fumed because the hero rode off without bodyguards. She knew disaster could have struck at any second. Then Luke snapped that he needed to speak to his brother face to face, and there was no way they could have talked if he hadn't come alone. The maid pressed Luke on what happened, and Luke admitted Rao blew up, tried to jump him, and Selene just snapped that it was doomed from the start. But the boy shook his head and said he didn't regret a single bit, because at least he tried. The women didn't hesitate, they accepted the answer. 4 days later, the boys realized the enemy was already closing in. The brothers finally collided again, face to face. Luke barked orders at his men, locking them into position. Raoul barked orders at the soldiers, sending them charging into the battle. A savage horde of warriors barrels toward the village walls, smashing closer with every heartbeat. The brothers stared at each other with tense nerves, and Luke's discomfort was plain as day. He wanted nothing more than to dodge any conflict before it exploded. But he ripped the trigger and fired the gun. That hit never even made it to the enemy army. Raoul's soldiers couldn't figure out why the enemy kept blasting with cannons, yet somehow still wasn't taking a single hit. Raoul barked orders, pushing his men into the second position. The cannons kept roaring, blasting cannonballs again and again. The maid burst in, screaming that the enemy army was closing in fast, and the hero snapped, "Get off this wall right now." Luke bolted off into the distance, and as soon as he cleared the threshold, the gate slammed shut behind him. Raoul's soldiers had no clue where the village elder vanished to. Weren't they supposed to keep firing? And the hero snapped that Luke was just messing with him. The boy snapped an order, follow the headman and smash the gate to pieces. Raoul smashed into the city right on the heels of the chaos. He concluded Luke had slammed into the very door he'd spotted earlier. The boy concluded there was no escape left for his brother, then slammed his claim that Luke was against the wall, only to realize he was totally wrong because Luke wasn't there at all. Raoul couldn't figure out what was wrong, because the report insisted there had to be an exit in the wall of this room. Suddenly the hero felt it, like the sky itself was sliding toward him. Then it hit him, the ground beneath his feet started to shake. Was this really Luke's gift coming alive? Last time he even pulled off the escape, because she fought for him right beside him. Raoul snapped at his soldiers to get moving, because they were just standing there, but the hero shot back, "Luke's driving the army away from the city, so you've got to smash that wall before it's too late." The boy vowed this time, no matter what, he would never let his brother slip away. One soldier spotted another door, smashed it open, only to find the same dead end staring back at him. Raoul couldn't make sense of what was unfolding. Every passage his men reached ended in nothing but another dead end, and the boy started to wonder where they'd even ended up. He'd already caught a faint vibe that he'd stepped into a labyrinth. Minutes before Raoul finally clocked what was going on, the boys were already huddled over their plan. Selene noticed the trap closing in, a whole cloud of soldiers swarming around them, and with the thick layers of walls, they likely wouldn't reach the residential areas. Luke nodded along, agreeing with her. The kid grabbed the controls and started scribbling like he was racing against fate. In the blink of an eye, Luke slammed up a whole ring of fresh walls around the city. Because a fortress wall is the ultimate shield for castles and cities, and its shape can be reshaped to match any threat. The hero warned that if all 5,000 could move freely, it would be terrifying. But now that they're packed into one spot, we can deal with them way easier. Selene spotted a few lagging stragglers slipping up at the back. Luke knew it could come off rude, but he shoved the conversation forward and pushed them along. Because getting through this much was already brutal, and from here on out, communication was about to get even harder. Selene snapped that it was cheating while the maid warned it was brutal, then went on to grin, thrilled that her master was pleased. Luke seethed that he poured all that effort into pulling them closer, and Selene raged too because the cannons blasted early when they had planned to bait them first, then hit them with the strike. The hero admitted that whenever he had to act in front of others, he still felt totally out of place. and he couldn't fathom how anyone could even call themselves the mighty Lord Alboil with a heart like his. The elf promised him he'd sip a potion and shrug off the weakness, but Luke shot back that it wasn't about getting by. It was about the real point. The hero felt it. Now he had to stay on guard, because there was no way Raoul would just quit that fast. Right then, Raoul felt the whole situation crushing him, so heavy it seemed to squeeze the air out of him, and that anxiety just wouldn't leave his chest. He could see the soldiers, morale crumbling right in front of him. "Mr. Raoul, this man," he said, "the magicians swear this isn't some fake illusion. It's a stone-cold real wall, and nobody could even guess how many people it lures in, because yes, it can be built, but it devours a ton of magical energy." Raoul snapped his answer right back with a confident yes. Then he realized all at once that Earth had stopped moving. The hero realized this was their shot, and they took it. He blared orders to every unit: tear through the area, smash the walls, and keep the offensive rolling. The soldiers tracked down the passage he demanded, and as soon as they found it, they tore into the walls near their base to crack them open. One soldier peered at the walls and swore they looked like a labyrinth, and the worst part was this: someone out there was terrified of the enemy they were up against. The soldiers slammed into yet more dead ends, then pushed deeper, searching even farther. People felt crushed, yet they kept marching right back to the same old passages. The warriors couldn't wrap their heads around it. Those dead ends showed up out of nowhere, and the passages were right there the whole time. Suddenly, banging machines clanged somewhere nearby, and they understood they were trapped, locked in tight, while the ceiling started crushing down on the soldiers. Luke grinned. His whole plan was working perfectly, but now he had to keep carving through the enemy's ranks. Even the martial artists hated Luke's plan, and Selene couldn't help but feel bad for the poor opponents who were about to get steamrolled. The girl tossed her regrets aside and realized this was the real way to crush the enemy's strength, while the hero prayed they could bleed them dry and scatter them before they ever hit the village. Then the young man shouted, "Drive them all down the same route." Luke shot back, saying it would be awesome if they just gave up completely. Yet if they kept fighting, trouble would explode, and Selene spelled it out. The villagers wanted a calm, no-battle answer, and her message had to be driven into their opponents' heads. Raoul strained to figure out how much time had gone by while the hero seethed, watching his army crumble right in front of him. Luke still hasn't drained his magical power yet. How is that even possible? Raoul realized if he couldn't break through and find some way out, then both he and the army were finished. Suddenly his instincts screamed. Something was right in front of him. It was Luke, somehow, for a reason nobody could read, stepping out to meet him. The hero stayed ice calm, but he fought to wear a look of fierce determination. Seeing Raoul there lit up his face, but the moment he realized just how wiped out Raoul was, irritation hit hard. Luke barked an order and sent the projectile flying. Raoul watched his brother spring straight up onto the wall, and then water started to seep up from the ground like it had awakened. The ground suddenly crumpled into a ditch like some vicious illusion, and the boy couldn't even begin to figure out how it worked. The hero snapped for a retreat because it was a trap, but too many soldiers were already severed from his side. Raoul's stomach dropped when he realized the road had shifted again. The boy spotted footsteps closing in on him, fast and inevitable. The elves snapped into a battle stance, ready to strike. The soldiers of Albel started to panic, convinced the elves were about to slaughter them, and they had no idea who they were actually meant to fight. The soldiers dropped to their knees and begged for mercy. Raoul demanded the line hold, no matter what, and when he looked at the soldiers, he could tell their fighting spirit had shattered completely. The hero didn't understand a thing. Luke was right there in front of them, and he caught himself already, telling his own feet not to ever retreat. From the top of the wall, Luke shouted that Raoul would never beat him. The boy bragged that neither his brother nor his soldiers had what it took to wipe him out. Raoul stared straight at his brother. Luke looked straight up, terrifying. The hero leaned in and demanded, "Raoul, don't you get it yet? I'm not here to tear the Albel family apart. I just want to live in peace, and I refuse to fight them." Luke pushed for peace with his brother, but Raoul wasn't buying it. His irritation surged as he snapped at Luke for everything he'd done. The villagers were baffled. No matter what they tried, they couldn't get rid of Raoul. Even after hours trapped in a labyrinth built to crush his fighting spirit, he still refused to break, so people just called him stubborn. Raoul was charging straight at them, and panic ripped through the group. The boy leapt out of the moat and slammed onto the wall, primed to strike. The hero sprinted straight at Luke, but Noel snapped up a shield and somehow blocked the blow to save the headman. Luke stared in pure amazement, blown away by his comrade's crazy skill. The shield's brutal slam blasted Raoul across the ground, ripping him away from his brother. He tore through the chaos and slammed down in a perfect, successful landing. The boy stared at his bewildered soldiers, then snapped at them, ripping into them for just standing around and doing nothing. Raoul snapped that the soldiers were humiliating him, right there in front of the enemy. The army dug in, tried to pull itself together one more time, and then surged back into attack. She lunges forward, ready to lay siege with everything she's got. Luke called out that the enemy was charging straight at them, and everyone knew this showdown was only a matter of time. The village elder barked orders for them to move like the townspeople taught in training, then they clenched up, ready to fight back and defend themselves. Villagers screamed at Raoul's warriors to cool their heads, reminding them that they were pathetic strangers too. The soldiers scrambled up the wall and tore into their opponents with expert strikes, but the villagers fought back with fierce, no-holds-barred resistance. The warriors couldn't wrap their heads around it. Why could ordinary people hit that hard? And still, they didn't even stop there. They unleashed long-range fire and picked them off from across the distance. The soldiers huddled up and demanded to know why these people were freakishly strong. But Luke realized their skill power was capped, and he watched it grind them down fast. So the hero finally activated the special skill he'd been saving once the village hit over 10,000 people. The boy once had a special residence enhancement. This boost temporarily supercharges the villagers' stats, and how long it lasts depends on how big the jump is. Like a 1.5x boost runs for 10 minutes, but a 2x boost burns out in about 5. When the skill timed out, the cooldown dragged on for about an hour, and there's one key twist. Only villagers can be picked for this enhancement. So if those guys were from Luke's village, he could rally and boost up to 300 people in one go. The villagers burst into laughter, mocking the soldiers with every second. For them, the opponents they feared turned out way weaker than they ever expected, and the more the fight went on, the more it felt like they'd grown even stronger. Selene didn't just stand there, she geared up for battle with everything she had. She snapped that their carelessness could get them killed. Because out there, it doesn't matter who's standing in front of you in battle, you've still got to stay on guard, and the men immediately nodded and followed the commander's orders. Roel clocked Selene standing there, and it hit him hard. She'd been backing Luke from the very start. The girl shot back that it was all because of him, Raoul. Selene attacked. She snapped her fingers and unleashed ice magic like a blizzard in an instant. Raoul snapped to it, they were getting shoved back again, and the ground started to quake beneath their feet once more. The boy hurried back to the wall, then his eyes caught something, so he went instantly on guard. A dragon tore through the sky and came roaring straight into the village. He chose to drop right onto the village wall, and that choice sent the soldiers into full-on panic. They couldn't wrap their heads around why the attack chose that exact moment until the soldiers finally understood. The dragon had come straight for them, no doubt about it. And the shock didn't stop there, because the gifted person in the village wasn't just some legend, she could tame it. The monster's name was Twiggy, and somehow it was being controlled by children. Selene snapped at Raoul to turn around, and she didn't hold back. What was coming into view looked, in her words, downright pathetic. The hero snapped at her to shut up, because he hadn't been defeated by them yet. The girl shot back with biting sarcasm, calling out how the boy still stubbornly believed in it. She said Raoul marched in with 5,000 soldiers, and somehow turned that army into a full-on disaster. Selena said it didn't matter how he tried to twist the story, every single path still snapped straight to his end. Suddenly, a wall slammed into place between the girl and Raoul, and the young man jerked back in shock. With horror in his gut, he stared at what was happening this time. Luke was the one who used his skill. Raoul got completely wiped out, but he shot back that this wasn't finished, then slammed the call shut.